In our submission, investment in veterinary health is an investment in human health. Veterinarians are essential health workers, and the shortage in the veterinary workforce is a public health issue.
Thank you. Now, the committee's resolved to just have free-flow questions, Christina, so questions will come from anywhere, so I'm just looking for someone first to take up the offer. Ms Hurst?
Thank you, and thank you for coming here today. You mentioned in your submission that your charity has paid $900,000 in vet bills just last year. We heard yesterday an argument that was put forward, and I note it wasn't actually vets that put forward this argument, it was another organisation, that charities should be responsible for taking on more of the costs associated with the care of stray and homeless animals as well as wildlife, to take that burden off vets. I just wanted to know what your response was. Is this bill of $900,000 something that most charities can continue to afford to take on? And if not, what is the best solution here?
I guess as a starting point, charities are always sort of dependent on charitable giving. So it's up to us to sort of maintain some kind of savings and some kind of sustainability for ourselves, but at the end of the day, we exist at the grace of our donors, and by the same token, it's our obligation to spend that money and not hoard it completely. And I think it's completely reasonable that we pay a fair and reasonable price for services that we purchase. So in this case, for us, it is largely desexing surgeries, but also other surgeries and vaccinations and other feline health issues. Put the wildlife issue aside because that's not our bailiwick, but I find it really disturbing that vets aren't paid for that, and I think they ought to be. I think that we have, as Cat Protection, have tried to educate the community a lot about the fact that vets, like everyone else, deserves to be paid when they go to work. The idea that because you work with animals somehow all your labour should be free, I'm not quite sure where that comes from. Mm-hmm. But most people, when they go to work, they get paid, and I think people should get paid and they should be paid fairly. So we work with vets in private practice. We don't employ them, and that's a part of our strategy is to support vets in private practice because they're running businesses and they need to be sustainable. So throughout time, I mean, yes, obviously now there's a huge demand and more pets post-pandemic, but I think it's really important that the way we work with them is to try to be a part of their business sustainability.
One thing that was talked about quite a lot yesterday was, particularly for say lower income earners, to be able to access some kind of scheme where they could get reduced veterinary costs. And I know that there was a small grant from the government around desexing last year. Do you think that there needs to be more of this? Should rescue organisations that are taking in homeless and stray cats and dogs also to be able to access some kind of scheme where they could get a reduced cost veterinary care so that the vets were still being paid in full, but the rescue groups weren't having to take on this enormous burden?
It crosses over a lot of areas, and I think it crosses into Pound's inquiry as well, because councils, I think Pounds are getting better at releasing animals only when they're desexed, but we know that that's not always the case. So I think anyone other than a registered breeder who is releasing an animal to another registered breeder should be desexing before that animal is released, full stop, and that should be paid for at that point. If people are adopting from our shelter, for example, they're not paying anything close to the full costs of what has been spent on the cat before they adopt. For a $150 adoption fee, the cat's desexed, vaccinated, microchip, registered. I mean, they cannot get that for, that price. And most of the animal charities do have programs to support people on low incomes with essential vet care. But to answer the question, there definitely needs to be more money available to support those programs. you know, how that is distributed is a separate question, but it's not for the vets to pay for it, and they already do subsidise it. You know, I mean, we would have spent well over $1 million on vet bills last year if it weren't for the fact that they're discounting their fees to us.
Is the same sort of financial problems the same with councils? I mean, one argument that we've had in this inquiry, in one of the submissions, was that councils take on more responsibility and more costs in taking on the care of more animals. In your experience working with councils, do they have the capability or the financial ability to take on more than they already are throughout New South Wales?
I think it's utterly variable, and it's, I would say, definitely no. In some regional and rural remote places, they simply don't have the money, they don't have the resources. But I think that it's really important that we do look at companion animals as well as all other animals in a one welfare context, and look at the costs to the community if their welfare is poor, or if they're not desexed, or if they're not vaccinated, and all the risks that go with that. And we also look at the benefits to the whole of the community, which are enormous. There's savings to the health system, there's improved mental health, there's improved, you know, perceptions of community friendliness and amenity. There are so many benefits, economic and, you know, not economically necessarily measurable, that, and you know, we're sitting at about 70% of people having a companion animal. Many more people still would like to have one and don't. Many have had one in the past and don't. People consume animals in many different ways, whether, you know, as food or for work. Animals are ubiquitous, and I think that their care and welfare is the responsibility of the whole of community, and I don't think we should just be tying that to pet owners or councils, but we need to look at it in a really big picture way that recognises when animal health and welfare is good, so is human health and welfare.
Thank you.
I've got just one question. Yeah. Thank you so much for your submission and for coming in today. I just wanted to ask you about the part of your submission where you talk about the role of veterinary nurses, because this is something that the committee was looking at yesterday as well, and we've got some more witnesses today. And it's interesting here where you say you offer the idea, I guess, of a possible solution of a contracted in special sort of vet practice, and really having that qualification in vet practice administration like there is for health. We had, for instance, a vet yesterday who appeared remotely who talked about at her practice there's a lot of people who, the vets are employed mainly part-time because that sort of suits the work-life balance, but then they've got business managers and people to do that separate admin side of things as well. So I just wondered if you could talk to us a little bit more about that idea, sort of where you've seen, where you think that might be useful, and you know, thoughts on whether that's something the committee should look at recommending as well.
I think it's where it came from is saying that a lot of vet clinics are superb at looking after animals, superb at caring for their clients, not great at admin. You know, we'll have to we want to pay you, we'll have to chase up a bill, you know, and it's complex. And there's other record keeping that goes with their registration that is complex. And I know a lot of the discussion has been around, and concern is about the after hours and rural and remote. When there's that much pressure on the vet to simply do those essential surgical and medical works, to then have to do all the other things, I just think, and they're not always necessarily, I mean, sometimes, but not always necessarily the same kind of mindset who is good at these different things. And I just think there's an opportunity there for exploring that area as being able to be provided as a part of the veterinary sector, but as a discrete part with expertise, which we do have in the human health sector. and I think it could be helpful. And particularly, I think I mentioned in there as well that vet work, whether nursing or as a veterinarian, is quite physically difficult, and a lot of people have injuries. So it's also a really good opportunity for using all those skills people have developed in the sector while not putting those physical bodily demands on them when they can no longer do that. So not losing all their great knowledge.
Yeah, no, I think it's worth. I mean, and we also spoke a bit yesterday about, you know, with the universities and the courses, and you know, there's not a lot in terms of business admin and things, because obviously that's a separate thing when you go out, and if you do buy your own business, and that's probably true of a lot of degrees, but how you get that balance right and make sure people understand who are going into the profession, what the different roles are, and how you can all complement each other. So I thought that was an interesting call out.
And I think you're absolutely right. The curriculum is so packed with other things, and then to put on that, oh, by the way, you have to be really good at running a small business with so many different compliance obligations. That's really hard.
It's a lot of pressure. Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. That's all.
What do you want?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you again for appearing at this inquiry and many other inquiries, and for all of the work that you do. I'm interested in your submission. You talk about how recently 2 of your partner regional clinics have closed because of vet shortages, and we've spoken a lot about what we do in the regions to try and create vibrant veterinary practices. How much of it is about, I guess if we look at, we've got sort of, you know, small private practices, we've got increasing number of sort of corporatised practices. What we don't have is government run practices anymore, and I understand that, you know, we used to in the 50s and 60s have like half of all of our vets were in the public service, so it's that's sort of changed. In terms of the impact on regional practices, how much of it is about the sort of business and profit problems, I guess, or how much is about running a small business, and how much of it do you think is about you know, vets not wanting to sort of work in those areas? What do you put it down to?
In the 2 cases that I know about, they simply, one was selling a practice and couldn't find anyone wishing to take over, and I don't think it had anything to do with the profitability. It was just the whole responsibility and so on. And the other one was they have 2 clinics, and they had to close one because they just couldn't get people to move there. They couldn't find vets to staff it, and they didn't have enough people to run across the 2, so they had to make a decision. And so I think that is probably some of the discussion that you had yesterday about infrastructure and support systems and things like education and childcare, and all those things in regional centres need to be there to attract people. So I'm guessing, I can't say, but you know, I think that definitely plays a role.
So what then happens when one of those clinics closes? What then happens to the work that clinic was doing? Presumably it goes and puts more stress on other...
Yeah, well, we had to, you know, we now depend on their one clinic, but puts a lot of pressure on their clinic. It's more travel time for people, like a lot of travel time for people. I guess it just, you know, it just means the service isn't there. It's more difficult to access, and then the consequences that flow from that. Because particularly with a lot of the regional services, they're not doing just companion animals. They're doing, you know, mixed practice. So everyone suffers. Everyone suffers. I hope that this committee will find some pointers to answer how it can be improved. But the answer to the question is you just go to the other vet, you travel further, there's more delays, there's more stress. And that is kind of compounds the issue then as well, because the practices who remain are under increasing pressure, and that's really hard.
Thank you.
Just looking at questions from this side of the room?
Happy to just ask one question. Yesterday we heard some evidence about price shock being an issue, where people will take their animal to a vet and they may be shocked at the cost of those veterinary services. And I note that in your submission you raised that in a way where prices can be unexpected, and you say some clinics might be perceived to be charging a low amount when in fact it's a high amount. Do you think that some regulation around that, for example, requiring vets to publish fees for particular services or entering into cost agreements, would be useful?
I'm not sure that that's necessarily needed. We encourage people to phone around, but if they're our clients, we can make referrals for them. One of the really interesting things that we found, Cat Protection has commissioned Ipsos to do cat welfare surveys for us for a few years now, and we've just received the latest one, which I can email to the committee, and that found a huge gap in people's perceptions of the cost of desexing. People who had had their cat desexed, and this is now been consistently found over 4 different surveys, people who'd had their cats desexed thought it was much cheaper, and people who hadn't had their cats desexed thought it was much more expensive. It was like $100 difference.
So it's more of an education issue.
So yes, I think it is, and also a lot of private practice clinics have really affordable rates. So it's not a fact that necessarily private clinics charge more. I think it's the thing that people need to shop around, but also if they have a cat, call us because we can help. And yeah, I think though that perception, because that perception that desexing costs more than it actually does, then also leads to people delaying desexing their cats because they think they can't afford it. And that's that time gap where the cat can get pregnant, and then we have more kittens, and then we have to get more cats to sex. So it is problematic. Some clinics do publish their general fees, and I guess that's sort of something for them to decide, isn't it? I mean, I think, a lot of people will be quite open about what they charge because they see that as a positive thing. But I would always encourage people to phone because there isn't a standard rate, and maybe that's an issue that people think there is, and so they think that I was quoted $400 for a desexing, that must be the going rate. But yeah, that's a good point.
Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for coming along today. I receive your journal on a regular basis and appreciate being on the mailing list for it. We had some discussion with witnesses yesterday over the matter of pet insurance and the implications of having the insurance, and through the insurance policy obviously being able to deal with a range of matters associated with pets. I'm just wondering your thoughts, or the organisation's thoughts, about pet insurance, its value, the capacity for perhaps expanding it over time to reach a broader population of people who own pets. Do you have any general views about pet insurance?
I think it's the right choice for some people. I don't think it's necessarily the right choice for everyone, and I'd be really reluctant to say one way or the other because I'd feel like that was giving financial advice. If people's cats are desexed and vaccinated and they go for a checkup every year and they're kept indoors and safe, they're going to be pretty good. And then if you have the money to take out insurance, that's great. But if you don't, we sort of recommend to people put aside $1 a day. So $300 a year. That will pay for your annual vaccination, your annual vet check, your parasite treatment. There are costs associated with, even cats who are generally more low maintenance than dogs. But I think insurance definitely plays a role in the big picture, and it's really it's a matter for the pet owner to decide whether they're going to save, deal with what comes to them,
Sure.
or take insurance. I just, on a personal level, I get nervous about things like, loans, because there's a lot of people in a lot of financial distress. And, it's different if you can afford a loan, but those things are complicated, and I think that is where we do need to support some good animal welfare that's, can be supported through charities and so on. But if we're talking about, huge expensive surgeries or cancer treatments, then that's also, I think there's a whole lot of things to consider there that are beyond the cost, and sometimes people ought to consider the ethics of treating the animal if it's not necessarily in their best interests. So like over-treating because it makes the person feel good, but the treatment is making the animal suffer. So I think the things, they're so case by case, but then back to my earlier point, we really encourage people to develop a good relationship with their vet. And I think that's the person who then you can have a good conversation with about whether insurance is right for you, because they'll know well the health status of your pet and can talk you through more examples. And I know people who've had it and it's been amazing and really helped them with expensive but really treatable and manageable situations. So it's been terrific. So I think it has a role to play.
I think just relate that, I think, in some sense, the general understanding in the populace at large about the cost of owning an animal, owning a pet. Do you have a sense from the work you've done over a period of time and the organisations sort of dealing with cats over many years, that there is a mature understanding by the population at large about the cost of owning a pet, or it's something that only really comes to full fruition once they actually take on having a pet?
I think it's definitely improved. I think there is greater understanding and appreciation and thoughtfulness about understanding that, they're a part of your family budget. But I think we still have, and I've heard this from vets, where people have paid several thousands of dollars for some designer dog and then go, I spent all that money, now I don't have to spend more. And they've purchased some brachycephalic dog from a puppy farmer, and then the dog can't breathe, and then they need surgery, and that surgery is going to cost $5,000, and that anger is taken out on the vet. So I still think we have a lot of education to do on the health problems of a lot of the popular breeds of pets, and we should be doing things to stop that. But I think most people are pretty good at understanding how to look after their animal, how to budget for them. Most cat owners are seeing the vet each year, which is great. Most of them getting vaccinated, which is great. We can always do more, but I think it's good. I think we do need to do more outreach, and I think that Cat Protection has tried with materials in languages other than English. We have vets listed on our website where languages other than English are spoken, but it is, I think vet services are still sometimes perceived as something of a kind of privilege and a luxury, and that people don't always feel very welcome to, it can be intimidating, and particularly when people don't know the costs that might be ahead. So I think there's a lot of work to be done in the sector on embracing the whole community and helping everyone to understand animal health, welfare, behaviour, and have the best relationship they can with their animals.
And just finally, on behalf of a colleague, I was doing this yesterday, couldn't be present, and apologises. The Australian Veterinary Association submission to the inquiry is 144, and they suggest a number of recommendations to consider, or for the committee to consider. I'm just wondering, on notice, if you'd be prepared to have a look at those recommendations and, through the Secretary, provide any feedback that you might have.
I will provide some
Yeah.
information on notice, but on straight up, I can say at their headlines, we support them. Not qualified to comment on all of them.
No.
But as the headline, 16 recommendations, yes, we'd support them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Takes us perfectly to 10 o'clock, so thank you very much for coming in and having a discussion with us and providing evidence. I think that last question was the only question you took on notice, so the Committee Secretary will be in touch. You have 21 days to get back to us with that response, but thank you once again for coming in, as always.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Please feel free to come forward as you see your name being placed in a position. Don't be shy. Please come forward, the new witnesses. Yep.
Shy.
Okay, so we now welcome our next witnesses. So starting with my first witness on my left, can you please state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
My name is Gary Fitzgerald. I'm the President of the Veterinary Nurses Council of Australia. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
My name is Patricia Clark, and I'm the Chair of the Educators for Veterinary Allied Health Professions in Higher Education in Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Courtney Baskerville, and I am the Chair of the Veterinary Nursing Research Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We'll now just see whether any of you would like to make a short opening statement. I might just say, Dr. Clark, you might be best to pull your microphone a bit forward. You were just a bit faint there, just so Hansard can pick you up clearly.
Thank you.
I might start with you, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking you all for offering me the opportunity to come today to this hearing to discuss the very important topic of veterinary workforce shortages in New South Wales. Although the VNCA submission is primarily focused around paragraph D within the terms of reference, the role of and challenges facing veterinary nurses, I also believe our submission and recommendations are relevant to a number of other paragraphs, particularly the physical shortage of veterinarians, the burnout, occupational stress and mental health challenges faced by our veterinarian colleagues, and as well as access to veterinary care across New South Wales, particularly in rural and regional areas. The VNCA is advocating for a move towards professionalisation of veterinary nurses and veterinary technicians in Australia, acknowledging that to positively affect the workloads of our vet colleagues, this can only be achieved by having another professional body that could absorb some of that workload. This could be achieved by our priority recommendation, which is to create protection of title through mandatory regulation and registration of veterinary nurses and technicians in Australia. Vet nurses and techs are well positioned to affect the workloads of veterinarians through increased utilisation and autonomy in their workplace. This recognises the comprehensive training that they have undergone to complete the national standard of either a Certificate 4 in veterinary nursing or one of the bachelor degrees in either veterinary nursing or veterinary technology. Registration and regulation would also positively affect the veterinary nurses and technicians in many ways. I would expect to see not only increased utilisation and recognition of the integral work that they perform within the healthcare team, but also increased remuneration, creation of career pathways that are really lacking, and these would hopefully reduce attrition rates. These are common challenges that have been expressed by our association membership historically. To achieve this, the VNCA has already started working. We have created a voluntary Australian veterinary nurse and technician registration scheme called AVNAT. This scheme was introduced in 2019, and we are currently in continued discussions with the Australasian Veterinary Boards Council, the regulatory body for the vets, regarding the next step to adopt this registration scheme with the aim to move it towards mandatory nationwide regulation and registration of veterinary nurses and technicians. This scheme is already functioning. We have over 1,000 registered nurses and technicians and would be an opportune model to be considered for future legislation change for New South Wales. Thank you.
Dr. Clark.
I would also like to thank the committee for this opportunity, and I'm here this morning to represent the educators and graduates of the 3 paraprofessional Bachelor of Veterinary Technology programs from the University of Queensland, Charles Sturt University and University of Adelaide, and the Vocational Bachelor of Veterinary Nursing, which is a partnership between Melbourne Polytechnic and La Trobe University. We believe that it is actually time for innovative reforms within the veterinary profession based on the interprofessional teams successfully modelled in the human healthcare and dental professions, for example. Concurring with the AVA, we urgently need legislative reforms for national registration and regulation of veterinary nurses and veterinary technicians, to create a regulated veterinary interprofessional team and to set professional standards for the public good and in the best interests of the health and welfare of animals. The VNCA's current voluntary AVNAT registration scheme, supported by the Australasian Veterinary Boards Council, is well on the way to achieving this goal, and government support at both state and federal level is critical. Veterinary nurses in the United Kingdom achieved national mandatory registration and regulation in 2015, and our near neighbours, Japan, actually licensed all qualified veterinary technologists and veterinary nurses by a unanimous vote through Parliament in 2019, and we need to catch up. The Australian government's Frawley report made this recommendation in 2003. We also advocate for protection of their title, along with increasing their scope of practice in a multi-pronged approach to address the veterinarian shortage, and that includes supporting the AVA recommendations. Quoting Kogan and Stewart from the United States when talking about the state of the veterinary profession in 2009, they said the veterinarian can no longer do it all or do it alone, and we totally agree and believe it is time for a paradigm shift. We need an advanced veterinary nurse role that harnesses the substantially untapped power residing in our veterinary nurses, and particularly our bachelor degree veterinary nurses and technicians, to maximise their capabilities, which are currently in many cases highly underutilised, and to provide a much needed career pathway for their job satisfaction and career advancement, and to get the very best out of them so we can actually help the veterinarians. Recent research from the National Centre for vocational education research has shown that higher education graduates have a greater capacity to work autonomously and take on increased responsibility. And this is just what the veterinary profession needs to alleviate its workloads. We are not alone in this thinking. In 2022, the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons in the UK, which is the regulatory body for veterinary nurses and vets, devised a 7-point workforce action plan, and number 3 on that list was the upskilling of veterinary nurses and giving them more autonomy. We also advocate for HECS help debt relief for graduate vet techs and veterinary nurses and recent veterinary graduates to entice them to work in rural areas. The tax cuts afforded to school teachers and health professionals could also be extended to them. And we do this to safeguard our national biosecurity and as well as in the best interest of the health and welfare of our production and companion animals.
Thank you. Dr. Baskerville?
Thank you. So the Veterinary Nursing Research Group also thanks the committee for having us today. I think as you will hear, and hopefully what you've read in the submissions, is that the veterinary nurse plays a pivotal role in providing contemporary veterinary services. Despite this, the veterinary nursing profession continues to be underutilised and disenfranchised, and as a result, veterinary nurses are leaving the profession due to what has been termed the dissatisfaction crisis, which is further contributing to the challenges of the veterinary workforce shortages. Mandatory registration and legislation to underpin and clarify the work and the role of the veterinary nurse has not been pursued outside Western Australia, despite support from both professional organisations and wider industry, and recommendations of this as a result of the evaluation report of the veterinary industry in 2015. Whilst we recognise that mandatory registration and legislation across all jurisdictions will be difficult to achieve, what I hope that you will hear over the course of this hearing is that the associated benefits of this will enable mobilisation of this highly skilled and dedicated profession, increasing trust from associated professional groups, and ultimately empowering this profession to contribute their unique and essential knowledge of patient care and client support to better the veterinary team environment.
Thank you. I might just start off. I just want to ask some clarifying questions from you, Mr. Fitzgerald, just around your submission. You say that the regulation of veterinary nurse and veterinary technician professionals will raise minimum standards and facilitate consistency in education. Are you saying in that the current qualifications and training that the nurse technicians and the veterinary nurses go through is not providing that consistency? Because there is a national body that governs vocational education, and their mantra is basically to provide consistency in vocational education. So I'm wondering, how does registering the nurses, registering the vet nurses and registering the technicians provide that consistency in education if it should already be provided by ASQA?
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple of parts to my answer to that. Is that there's multiple current qualifications that some of them are not recognised. So the vocational is the national standard, and it certainly covers a lot of the minimum day one competencies that we're alerting to. And then also, but after, it's I guess for me it's a lot about what comes after graduation as well.
So post-graduation education in terms of maintaining currency and that stuff, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, so maintaining currency is important, because in reality they could graduate and not, because there is no requirement to go and do continual professional development, update in any of your clinical skills. All of that would be standardised across the nation, which would certainly help.
Sure. And so you've got a voluntary registration scheme at the moment, and you've said you've got 1,000 already registered. Is there a registration fee or an accreditation fee that you guys charge?
Yes, there is a registration fee.
What is that? You can take it on notice if you like.
Can I take that on notice? That would be good. There is a small registration fee, and currently it is combined with, they can get discounts on that combined with membership with the Veterinary Nurses Council of Australia as well. And the idea would be, and hopefully in future, if it was picked up by another regulatory body, then that registration fee would remain.
Okay, so currently you're collecting the registration fee as a voluntary system, but
Yes.
if it went to a national registration, you would forfeit that responsibility?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, what are you using that registration fee at the moment to do?
In reality, to continue to support the creation of AVNAT, so there was a significant financial input from the VNCA to create it, and also to continue to push and drive the initiatives of the VNCA for our memberships, like supplying evidence today and continuing to develop our strategy forward, and particularly with our other associations like the AVBC and AVA together to try and make a united approach forward.
Sure. And my only other question for you is, one of the other suggestions you say that regulation will provide is an alignment with international standards. Are you talking about sort of that postgraduate education, or are there also concerns about the alignment of our current diploma courses, etc., with international standards? Do we need to look at our vocational education courses and our university courses in terms of their alignment with international standards as well, do you think?
I think I may not be the best person to answer that one, so if I could take that on notice, or
I might direct it to you, Dr. Clark. Do we need to do some work in terms of modernising our vocational education courses?
We do. And would you mind if I just go back to where you were talking about consistency across
sure,
the vocational
absolutely.
education qualifications? Well, I'm also the chair of the National Industry Advisory Group for Veterinary Nursing, and anecdotally at this point, there is quite a lot of discussion about the inconsistencies between the different providers, and that has been fairly historically evident. In 2010, the Australian Veterinary Association Queensland Division conducted a survey, and that was reflected in the survey. And going back to the beginning of the National Industry Advisory Council in 1996, there were articles in the Australian Veterinary Association Journal about, again, the inconsistency of the qualification. But the NIAG actually intends to conduct a survey in the near future to determine what the current status is, because the vocational qualifications are up for review in 2024, and that will be really a pivotal period for looking at the points that you have made. And certainly in terms of aligning with, for example, the United States, and perhaps Courtney could comment on that, and the UK, which are our two prime models. There is a little bit of tweaking to be done, but certainly with the VNCA Day 1 competency standards and Day 1 skills, the VNCA base those on the RCVS, the Royal College of Vet Surgeons, or UK model. So we're fairly well in alignment, but there is still some work to be done. Yes.
The concerns that have been raised about consistency, are they the very similar concerns that a lot of people have around private providers in vocational education, is that if you pay enough, they'll whip you through the qualifications in record time, and not necessarily focusing on the quality of delivery, but just churning as many people through the course as possible? Are you hearing that concern across your group?
We do, but I'd say it's not as serious as it was when I might mention the open colleges situation. Going back a few years ago, that was a major concern, and things have dramatically improved since then because of the actions of the AVA and the VNCA. But there is still that concern about some inconsistency, and obviously if an occupation is professionalising, it's very, very important that the standards are maintained or elevated.
Yeah, absolutely. I might pass this to someone else. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. And thank you for your detailed submissions and for coming along today. I just wanted to tease out a little bit more about what we could be getting registered veterinary nurses to do that vets are currently doing, and what sort of percentage of of the average vet's work that would relieve them from?
You're asking me, sorry.
Any of you,
Anyway,
please go ahead.
Just briefly, I would like to take that on notice for more detail, but our higher education group actually has developed a set of higher level skills that we believe higher education graduates have the potential, and some very experienced vocational nurses as well, have the potential to perform, and some of those are definitely in the realms of the veterinarian's scope at the moment. And some examples from the large animal sector would be doing things like metro checking, which is identifying cows with endometritis, perhaps even dehorning, dry cow therapy, nasogastric tubing in horses potentially. There's quite a list, and as I say, it's across 13 domains, and I think certainly in the small animal field I could see bachelor degree veterinary nurses and veterinary technicians undertaking tasks such as inducing anaesthesia, and probably Gary and Courtney might be able to talk a little bit more about that.
If I can add something to that as well, I think we consistently talk about, well, what more could we be doing? But also we need to recognise there's a document that I've submitted to you within there that suggests that actually vets are currently performing tasks that nurses are capable currently of doing. So if they allowed us to do the tasks that we're trained to do as documented in our VNCA Day 1 competencies, that would also relieve some stress. So there is also further education around utilising veterinary nurses to the full scope of their capabilities and potential as well.
Absolutely, and I think that's what it comes down to is there is certainly ambiguity amongst the states in legislation on what is considered an act of veterinary science, and in reality I would be aiming that veterinary nurses and technicians could act in roles in holistic views of everything that happens in a veterinary hospital that isn't specifically needed to be done by a qualified veterinarian, and that resembles so many things. It comes from education of clients and preventative medicine, high quality patient care, the really high quality technical skills, and a lot of these technical skills get developed in that postgraduate period. So with continuing education, continuing practical sessions and workshops, learning about new procedures, and those activities are often, in some ways, it's better that the nurse and technicians are doing them because they become very skilled and they do it very efficiently, and they can offer a lot of efficiencies to a clinic in that regard. And it means that the vet doesn't have to do those, so they can focus on what is the true acts of veterinary science.
Thank you.
You go, I'll go after you.
Okay. I've only got a few questions. Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've got a question for Dr. Clark. You mentioned in your submission that you'd like to see a Medicare type scheme for veterinary services, and we've talked a little bit about this yesterday, and I think a lot of people have a very different vision of what that would look like. Could you give me an understanding on what you think would work, how that system would work, and also what benefit that would bring to the veterinary industry?
Well, firstly, I think having read the description of the Animal Justice Party and what vision they have for their vetty care, I would tend to follow that model in terms of maximally utilising veterinary nurses, maybe in an advanced veterinary nurse role, and also certainly making veterinary services more accessible to those who are financially vulnerable. I believe that the Animal Justice Party talked about public hospitals as well. I would like to see, I suppose, further consultation with the Veterinary Nurses Council Australia and the Australian Veterinary Association about how that would actually work. And I would certainly like to somehow see veterinary practitioners involved as well, because they are already financially disadvantaged. And I just think, I don't propose to have all the answers, and it's something I'd like to think about more, but it's something I'd also like to see as a more collaborative effort and have all involved to maximise the outcomes for those that we really want to help. And that's the financially vulnerable.
Yeah, so I assume from what you're saying is this is saying there needs to be sort of a consultation process,
Yes.
because we wouldn't want to necessarily create some kind of system that created competition in a
Exactly.
market which is already under a lot of stress from everything else we've been hearing.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and there could be really innovative ways of approaching it that we haven't quite thought about yet too.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I just wanted to ask Dr. Backensfield, we've just been handed a study, I think, that you have tabled, and we did talk quite a bit yesterday about suicide and the suicide rates of vets. Is that similar for vet nurses as well, and can you tell us a little bit about that? Some of the context we were given yesterday was also the access to euthanasia drugs as being a concern in the veterinary industry, not necessarily a concern that they have it, but that certainly creates a pathway to allow for suicide. Can you talk us through the veterinary nurses, the suicide rate, and the causes of that, and also where access and other issues come into play?
Yes. So the paper that I've provided is a study from the US where they have investigated suicide in both veterinary professionals, so vet techs, as well as veterinarians, but also other veterinary assistants and receptionists. So basically the full spectrum of the veterinary clinic. What they've identified is that unfortunately vet techs too are also taking their own lives. What I think I wanted to highlight with this paper is that whilst the issues are probably similar in that we have the similar constraints, and I'm sure you would have heard, I guess the tension sometimes with the community and those sorts of things are certainly impacting on us as well. But there is now, this paper is suggesting that because we also have no professional autonomy and because we are usually making less money, I guess, working as nurses, we might be actually more vulnerable to suicide and burnout and mental ill health than other professionals in the space. That study identified that it was predominantly overdosing on opioids, which is a little bit different, and that I think this study identified that it was men were more likely, male veterinarians were more likely than female veterinarians to commit suicide. This study is showing that female veterinary technicians are more likely than male veterinary technicians to unfortunately suicide. And they're actually, what they're suggesting is that they're not actually sure where or how people have accessed the opioids. But I think it's just important to note that the veterinary nurses and technicians are burning out as well, and unfortunately we have very little research in this space to really follow up in what's happening within Australia.
Thank you. Just one last question, and I just sort of throw this out to any one of you. Obviously we've talked a lot about, and in your submissions you talk a lot about formalising the registrations of vet nurses and technicians, and the formal registration and licensing system, and a review of the veterinary legislation in New South Wales in regards to this. Just for the committee, and obviously we will make recommendations at the end of this inquiry, but if I could just get a bit of an understanding of how important all of that is in improving the current situation with the vet shortage, essentially to create evidence for that recommendation.
I might start. I think obviously our priority is around utilisation of veterinary nurses and technicians more to help our vets, and registration and regulation hits a number of specific challenges that nurses and techs are facing right now that I don't think could be improved without it. And a lot of that is around utilisation, so getting clearer guidelines within legislation to allow them to do more, and recognising some of the higher degree programs as well. With regulation and registration, I also imagine that there will come increased remuneration, which has been a chronic issue for attrition rates in veterinary nurses and technicians historically, because they are so low paid that most of them will not stay in the profession for very long, or in the industry for very long. And then the lack of career pathways are another, I think, a very strong reason why people are leaving the industry after a number of years. Also the fact that we don't have sort of a national group to get data from. It's really hard. We often are only running off survey data, and survey data is alarming in that they many of staff that are currently working in veterinary nursing and technician roles are saying that they are may not be in the industry in 5 years' time, and that was quite a significant percentage. So that concerns me, that you lose so much historical knowledge and support of up-and-coming veterinary nurses and techs as well, because it's those nurses and technicians that have been there for 5, 10, 20 years that are training, supporting and developing the new graduates, and without them it means there's a really lack of support mechanism, which also contributes to those new graduates leaving after a number of years.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just have two questions. Sort of one probably to all of you, and then one that's a bit more related to Dr. Clark, your submission. But just picking up the issue around the regulation, and I think everything that you all said in your opening statements I completely agree with, and I think particularly the vet nurses, the vet technicians tapping into your expertise and how we can use that to manage workload, to me just seems like a really obvious theme that's coming through the inquiry, which is good when there's consistency. I know, Mr Fitzgerald, you talked about wanting to have a national scheme to regulate, and in the ideal world that would be what we would do, but obviously being a state parliament, do you think there's merit in us looking at what we can do in a New South Wales level to begin with? I know you referenced WA have got some sort of model set up. How could we as a state committee recommend something that maybe we could do even as a jurisdiction of New South Wales that would make a difference, and maybe start that pathway to a national registration program?
I think it's likely going to start with the states.
Yeah.
In my hope was that each state may over time review their legislation and make changes, and that the hope is that we might have a program similar to AVNAT that could be under a regulatory body that could make standardised recommendations to state-based legislation change ongoing, so that as each state reviews their legislation, they could potentially take this portion of legislation and input it into their state as well. The only concern about state-based is that there is already some state discrepancies, and it's really hard for a nurse or a tech to move in between states, and in theory they could be performing a duty in their work that was illegal in one state and legal in another, so it would be good to standardise that, but I think it will come with states first. I'm hoping we could create something that could just be picked up by each state and input into their legislation.
Did either of you want to comment on that? Or
I agree with Gary.
Yeah. I think that it probably will likely start with state legislation and registration, but I think somebody has to make the move.
Yeah. And then just going on to the issue of, I guess, the universities that offer both the Bachelor of Vet Technology and also veterinary nursing, because we've got some university representatives coming later today. It was interesting in reading your submission, Dr. Clark, that I think it's only Charles Sturt in New South Wales that offers
a Bachelor of Veterinary
the Bachelor,
Technology,
and then and then it's only in Melbourne that you can do the Bachelor of Veterinary Nursing. So, why do you think that is? Is that, again, another area that we could be looking at? Because obviously it takes a long time. to train the professionals that you need at both or all levels. But in terms of workforce and support, like, why is it not being offered in more universities? Do you think that's something we could look to improve? And then also the issue around a micro-credential, which I think was raised in a few of the submissions as well. Is there something in that space that needs a bit of work that would help with your pipeline coming through of those sort of paraprofessionals, for lack of a better term?
I think definitely an increase in the number of degree qualified paraprofessionals is to the advantage of the veterinary workforce and to the Australian community. I think the ones that I mentioned, other than the Bachelor of Veterinary Nursing in Melbourne, are affiliated with vet schools. And I think you've probably heard a lot through this hearing about the issues that the universities and veterinary schools are dealing with. So the funding issues would be another thing that's impacting on this. And, I would hope again that we could get more government support to increase the number of veterinary technology and veterinary nursing graduates who are being trained at universities, for sure. Yes.
And how does the micro-credentials play into that? Like, if you're, currently qualified and you want to do more to upskill, and I agree with you about having that other level that you can aspire to.
Yes, an
that
advanced
is a
nurse
missing
level.
gap as far as I'm concerned. But how does that work in practice? If you're working at a vet practice in Gunnedah, where I live, and you want to upskill, what are your options now?
Well, Gary might like to talk about the veterinary technician specialisation.
So there's a couple of different options. I guess there is the some diplomas in certain niche areas that you could go into, and then there is currently a North American qualification which is called a veterinary technician specialisation, and it is a very high level qualification. And it is run through the American colleges. So, for instance, I am a vet tech specialist in exotic companion pets. So to go through that process for me was you have to work in in your area of expertise for about 5 years typically, and during that 5 years you have to be doing a significant amount of continuing professional development at a very advanced level, often specifically offered by other specialists. And then you submit an application. So your application is a series of case logs, so cases that you have worked on. Each of those case logs has to be aligned with specific clinical skills that you master, and then you do case reports, and you submit all of that as a whole application, and you get accepted or declined to sit a final exam. And then you sit a final exam, and if you pass, then you become a specialist of ETS.
Is that recognised here, even though you do it?
It's
at an overseas?
not specifically recognised, but it is. Well, I would consider it internationally accepted, but it's certainly not recognised in an award or in legislation. But it is an extremely high level of expertise, and everyone in Australia, because we have a national qualification, so anyone who has a vet tech degree or a Cert 4 could apply for that and go through that process.
Okay, that's useful. Thank you. I'm happy to.
Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, thank you. Just following on from the questions asked earlier by the Honourable Emma Hurst and Honourable Sarah Mitchell, you're all advocating for regulation and registration. At the moment, I understand it's only Western Australia that has that in legislation. Queensland has a definition. I know the AVBC has a model for how that should happen, but I wanted to know, if we were to make a recommendation, is there a particular model that you would suggest should be adopted in New South Wales? And does Western Australia work, or does it have issues with it? What's your preferred view of how that should happen? Happy for you to take it on notice if you've got it.
I think we should take it on notice. I don't know unless you want to say something.
Certainly. I would like to be able to offer further detail on notice. We recently met with the AVBC boards to workshop regulation and registration of veterinary nurses, and we did discuss the Western Australia model, and it certainly could work, and it could be one that could be adopted amongst the states. I don't want to speak something that might be false, but they are certainly developing it in the right direction. My preference would be to move to a national program and utilising something like AVNAT or similar.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep.
Thanks.
I don't want you to shut up.
Thanks. And thank you all for your submissions and coming along today. Dr. Clark, when you're making your opening comments, I think I was correct in hearing that the work in terms of Staines trying to develop the formal structure and qualification goes back some time, the commencement of that work. I think you actually said about 2003, so it's been something that's been going on for a while. Now these things can move quite glacial, can't they, in terms of trying to take an idea and move it forward to ultimately a national structure, a national framework where there's comity and agreement between the states and the territories. I'm just wondering, is there been thinking done beyond the frustration of it not happening quickly enough to the reasons why there seems to be such slow progress? These things obviously don't happen overnight. You've got 6 states, the 2 territories, the Commonwealth, and all that goes with that, living in a federation, working in a federation. But do you have any thoughts about what is the reason why it's slow progress, and perhaps what can be done to accelerate what appears to us probably around the table, I don't speak for my colleagues, something that should be done, and perhaps a degree of surprise that it hasn't been done to this point?
So could I just clarify, you're talking about registration and regulation of vet nurses?
Yes.
Yeah.
But also as we go through the valuable submissions, the differences in the courses or not the courses, as the case may be, and the unification which you often find in industries doesn't appear to be here. And I'm just wondering whether there's thoughts being given to why that is so and what could be done to tackle that.
I've actually given you a copy, the committee, a copy of an article published in the United Kingdom, and it's talking about the transition from the vet to the vet team. And I think historically that article actually explains a lot. And a lot of what happened is also very typically what happens in female-dominated professions for some reason. And also with veterinary nurses, and this is not being disrespectful, this is documented in the literature across the professions, is that basically we've got a situation where we've got a dominant-subordinate relationship, the same as the medical profession with human nursing.
Right.
And one of the leaders of the bachelor degree vet nurses in the UK has said this, and it's very true, that whenever you've got that situation with that dominant subordinate relationship, there's always quite a struggle for professionalisation.
Right.
And human nursing had the same struggle. Yeah. If you read through their history, it's really
training on
no
the wards
different.
to the training in the hospitals.
It's
very much
the same. And also, if you look at the dental health therapists and hygienists and the physiotherapists and occupational therapists, because I've done a lot of reading in that area for my thesis, my PhD thesis, and it's actually very typical that this happens. So I'm hoping that the article that I've given you will explain a bit more of that. And I think also the vet nurses and vet techs have to be empowered to basically put forward their own arguments, and education has given them that power. And I think a university education plays a vital role in that particular area.
Which brings me on to nicely, and perhaps you all might like to contribute to this, giving your detailed background and knowledge, that with respect to the Commonwealth Award, the Federal Award, Fair Work Commission Award, the Animal Care and Veterinary Services Award 2020, and Dr. Baskerville, this is referred to in a end note to your submission. Is that award in reasonably good shape, or it's an award that has been, in terms of its basic structure, there for some time and could do with, dare I say, some serious modernisation?
Gary might be best.
I think it needs some serious modification, absolutely. Firstly, it doesn't recognise all of the qualifications that are available. And interestingly, it often sort of ends at the final qualification of Cert 4, so it doesn't really give opportunity for people that are remaining in the industry to develop further and then get better remuneration ongoing. But yes, I think it needs to recognise the other qualifications, and it probably needs an increase to recognise the work that they're doing in clinics.
And just out of interest, my final question, is the existence of paying above the award rate a feature of the veterinary industry, or do the practices, be they large corporates through to the sort of smaller single vet practice structure, pay pretty much on the award rate, as far as you know?
I would argue that it's pretty commonplace to pay above award, not significantly above award though, and depending on the type of clinic and its size, often determines how above the award they will pay. There has been certainly a move since there's been shortages and increased workloads, that people are using that to attract more people to their clinic. And anecdotally, I would argue that some of the larger corporate practices or just larger hospitals are often closer to the award than some of the private practices where they are now starting to pay a little bit extra to try and retain the good staff that they have, particularly in rural communities, so that they don't end up moving on into the city. But I don't think that it has had even close to the effect that we have seen in veterinary pay rates that have gone up quite significantly over the last few years with this increase of workload since COVID and I guess trying to attract people to come and help out in your clinic because they are suffering from shortages. I think there could be some work done there, definitely.
Thank you. I won't repeat that, I'll put it on notice. Okay.
Yep, sure.
Sorry, could I just add to the question about also the slow sort of uptake of registration? I just wanted to highlight too that there are bigger issues in regards to our poor retention that then impact on leadership within our profession. So if we, I would argue that with age comes, sort of leadership and engagement with your profession. If we've got people who are leaving practice within 5 to 7 years, they're not sticking around to then take on those leadership roles as well. And so I think that is historically something that's been happening within our profession as well.
That's a very good point.
Thank you. So that concludes our time with you today. So thank you very much for coming and providing some evidence and answering our questions. You have agreed to take some questions on notice, so the committee secretary will be in touch, and you'll have 21 days to get back to us with those answers. So thank you once again for taking some time out of your day to provide us with valuable evidence.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the good work. Thank you.
We'll now break for morning tea until about 11. Okay, welcome back to today's hearing. Institutions. So starting with first witness on my left, can you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Hi, Tim Payne. I'm the Director of Higher Education Policy and Projects in the Vice-Chancellor's Office at the University of Sydney. I swear an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I'm the Director of Policy for the University, and I'm here to assist Professor Norris and the committee if you have any questions about higher education policy in the context of funding for veterinary science, and also with the review of higher education that's going on at the moment, the Australian Universities Accord. Thank you.
Thank you. It should automatically come on. Yep.
Pull it forward.
So hello, my name is Professor Jacqueline Norris. I'm Dean and Head of School of the Sydney School of Veterinary Science at the University of Sydney. And my affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
John Hill from Southern Cross University. I'm Executive Dean of the Faculty of Science and Engineering, and also Dean of the soon-to-be created Veterinary Medicine, School of Veterinary Medicine. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And just finally, via video conference, Dr. Jeffrey Dutton. We just can't hear you, Mr. Dutton. Have you got yourself on mute? Now we have two of you.
We can't hear.
No, we can't. We still can't hear you, Mr. Dutton. We had this issue yesterday. It might help to take your video off. That might assist.
Is that working?
That is working. Yep. Thank you.
Sorry
No, that's
about
all right.
that. Just transferred just to the camera as well, unfortunately. Although I can try quickly if you don't mind. Working?
Yeah, we can run without the video.
Okay.
We can run without the video. That's fine as long as we have audio. That's the main thing.
No, that's no worries. Sorry about that. Dr. Jeff Dutton, Associate Head of School Veterinary Science in the School of Agricultural, Environmental and Veterinary Sciences at Charles Sturt University at Wagga Wagga. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. We'll just go back to the same order we did with the oath. Does anyone want to make a short, brief opening statement before we go to questions? Professor Norris?
Thank you very much, Chair. I've already introduced that I'm the Head of School and Dean for the Veterinary School of Veterinary Science of the University of Sydney, but I'm also appearing here today for the Veterinary Schools of Australia and New Zealand, who also made a joint submission. So, as I'm sure you've heard, vets are a critical profession to Australia and New South Wales interests. We're responsible for safeguarding animal and human health through our knowledge and skills in biosecurity, animal production systems, working animals, animal companionship, and of course wildlife. Veterinary schools have got a long-standing relationship with the Department of Primary Industries in each of our state, with us, the New South Wales DPI, in training of vets and research and acquisition of really important specialist skills. Vets are a greatly underappreciated profession. While Commonwealth government funding model for veterinary education leaves each veterinary school in a major deficit. So, for example, for our school, for domestic places, there's a deficit of $20,000 per Commonwealth supported student per year per student. Obviously, meeting that shortfall requires some cross subsidies. So the University of Sydney and other veterinary schools have made some have had some significant challenges recruiting staff for our, particularly our clinical academic roles. And as you would have seen in our submission from the University of Sydney, and you would have also seen it in the VSANS group, there's quite a few recommendations, and I just want to highlight a couple of them. The compulsory mentorship system that is based on a long-standing New Zealand model would be a very helpful introduction to our profession. Formal supervision, as occurs in many other professions, would be very valuable. Assistance in recruiting of overseas veterinarians. The visa delays at the moment are untenable. Collaboration, obviously, with government departments, both state and federal, in provision of subsidised testing and financial support for rural veterinarians, I think is key. Student cadetships, financial support, the state government to advocate to national government to change the education funding model throughout Australia's university cord review, which is underway at the moment, as you would know. And lastly, some changes to governance or regulation. So I heard you speak before about the national registration system. That's really essential for veterinarians. I think it would make a big difference in understanding our workforce, areas of shortage and areas of change. And veterinary education accreditation reform through AVBC, who I believe you're speaking with this afternoon, to allow a tracking or a semi-specialisation of veterinarians as they go through their degree. It would make a big difference in terms of how they go in that very first year of graduating. They probably would end up coming in at about the 6-month mark rather than being the brand new graduate. So thanks so much for the opportunity to discuss these important issues with your government.
Thank you. Professor Hill, would you like to make a...
Thank you, Chair. I'll just make a brief statement. But I just, as a regional university, Southern Cross University is deeply embedded in our communities, and we're in the Northern Rivers area and across our campuses at Lismore, Coffs Harbour and Gold Coast. And that brings us close to communities and very keen to develop solutions. So that's why we're here, is to present ourselves as a future partner for to work on the solutions. Professor Norris has outlined some of the problems, and they are very well articulated in the Dean's Review, Rethinking Veterinary Education. So we're an energetic and relatively new university and a new veterinary program, so we would see ourselves as being able to implement very quickly many of the solutions that have been proposed. And so we see that we want to emphasise that we're a very willing partner to work with government, and we already are working with government in the TAFE and DPI sectors. And there's an unmet demand, lastly, there's an unmet demand for veterinary places and also to train veterinary nurses and technicians. There's an unmet demand to train people in the veterinary team. And so we're very keen to be a good partner with government, with industry, with other universities to develop those solutions. So thank you.
Thank you. And with Dr. Jeffrey Dutton on video conference, do you have an opening statement you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you. First, I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me this opportunity to affront this board, and by video conference, because unfortunately the tyranny of time and distance has got to us, and it looks like video has too. But basically, there's no doubt there is a veterinary shortage in New South Wales, especially within the rural sector. A large percentage of veterinarians are leaving rural areas, so in the short term we have a high outflow from the industry. This has a compounding effect which needs remediation. We feel that the governments, namely state and federal, need to work together to alleviate a national crisis. There needs to be concessions for working in the rural and remote areas, and in particular New South Wales. And I'm sure you've heard that. One way is for our DPI to offer scholarships, cadetships, with a requirement to work 2 to 3 years in the rural sector. There are many other ways, concessions that could be given and make rural practice more attractive for veterinarians to stay within these areas. I also invite the committee and any other people concerned with this inquiry to come to Charles Sturt University at Wagga Wagga to see firsthand a rurally based veterinary school. Thank you.
Thank you. So the committee has resolved just to have a free flow of questions, so they'll come from anywhere. Obviously, Dr. Dutton, I can't read your body language now, as to whether you want to
Looking straight at a camera
answer
that's
a
not
question.
there, I'm
So
afraid.
don't be embarrassed to just yell out and interrupt one of us to say if you have something that you want to contribute. So I'm just looking across the room.
I'm happy to kick off.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for coming and also for your submissions. I want to start really with a question directed to sort of any or all of you, and going partly to Professor Norris, what you said in your opening introduction, just around the funding models, because it is something that we've heard over the course of the last day or so. You mentioned, I think there's a $20,000 shortfall sort of per student, and you've got to make that up. With the accord happening, it is very timely, I think, at the moment that we look at that. But I guess in practice, what does that mean for how you need to operate your schools? How do you manage that? There was some concern yesterday about the high number of international students who come, study and then leave. But obviously, as a university, you've also got to keep your sort of bottom line operating as well. So where are some of the funding challenges? And if we were to make a recommendation that could potentially be forward onto that work happening at the moment at a national level, what would be sort of the number one suggestion that we could make around how we can fix that funding issue to get that workforce pipeline coming through?
Oh, thanks very much for that question. I guess there's a few questions within that.
Yeah. Starting with the easy issue. No, I'm kidding. It's very complex. I know.
The funding model, yes, does leave for most of our universities $20,000 per year per student. So by the time they graduate from the DVM, which is a 4-year postgraduate program, it's $80,000 deficit to the university, and it's very similar for the other vet schools. Yeah. There is cross subsidisation from other parts of the university. Some of the costs are afraid a little bit by having some domestic students, international students, I'm sorry. The other thing about international students, which is a little bit of a misconception, is that they come here and then they all go home. So you'll see in our submission that in a survey that we do of all our students in the year after, there is about somewhere between 50 and 75% stay in Australia.
Yeah.
For what time period, we're not entirely sure. That's the need for a national registration body where we're able, every year we register and we pay our fees, and we always have to fill in some surveys around not having a criminal record and being in a good mental health state. A small survey understanding where our vets all are would be hugely useful to see. I'm sorry, Sarah, what was your other question?
Just sort of if we were to make some recommendations that would feed into the accord process, is it more places, more funding? You know, what if we had a directive to give that group, what would be? And I'm happy for others to.
I might start and then I'll hand over
Sure.
to Tim if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I think more places in the current funding model would just put us obviously into greater
More
deficit.
Yeah.
Domestic places. There is, Tim might be able to speak better than I to the actual way the different types of degrees are funded, medicine, dentistry and vet versus very other degrees. One of the big areas that is the most expensive part of the degrees across all veterinary degrees is the final year, and that is because of the clinical placements.
Sure.
So some funding model that actually addressed some of the placement costs, not only for the university but for the students as well. They end up with what's called placement poverty associated with those things. I might hand across to Tim.
Yeah.
and John.
I can probably just provide a little bit of historical policy wonk type background to the current funding system. So the funding challenges that face the veterinary schools in Australia, they're not new. They've been there since Australia shifted its higher education funding from the 1980s. There was the Dawkins relative funding model that was established, and the current funding structure still really has that foundation. Since about 2010, the federal government has run transparent costing exercises. They started off with a small number of universities in the context of a thing called the Base Funding Review that was done in around 2010 and 11. That runs every year now, and that has confirmed that veterinary science, along with some other disciplines, medicine, dentistry, agriculture are the fields where there's a gap between what universities say it costs and what the funding is. The problem with the real problem for universities with the current funding model, and which the Accord is looking at very carefully, is just the incentives. So universities receive from the Commonwealth funding model an amount from each student and an amount from the Commonwealth. And for veterinary students, the Commonwealth contribution is $28,200 per student. For the students, it's $11,800. But what the Commonwealth also does is it caps the amount of money that they give to each university. That's called the maximum basic grant amount.
Yeah.
And so what happens there is that as the universities enrol students from different disciplines, they consume their Commonwealth funding component up to their maximum. And if you take, for example, a student doing law or economics or in the arts fields, the Commonwealth contribution is $1,800. So you can enrol 27 of those sorts of students with the same impact on your funding envelope. But then the student contributions are higher in those disciplines. So students in those disciplines are paying now $15,500. So the funding incentives are all over the place, and the University of Sydney for a long time has made the decision to cross-subsidise the veterinary school because of the critical role that school plays in support of the state's biosecurity and agriculture and caring for animals. And I think we now, the school is an asset. I think we have 80 academic staff.
Correct.
But that is actually, when it boils down to it, it's not just funded by international students that are enrolling in that course, but also international students that are enrolling in other courses. But those international students are also cross-subsidising our medical students, our agriculture students, creative and performing arts students. And I guess this is where universities become concerned about proposals to levy taxes on international students, proposals that are being thrown around in the Accord, because actually, we actually are subsidising not just the teaching, but also to a large degree the research in the veterinary school and all other schools, medical. I would also just say that there's a very big difference in the way the Commonwealth and states work together, say for medical workforce in regional areas. The University of Sydney has campuses or facilities in Orange, Dubbo, Broken Hill and Lismore, where students do long-form placements, and we're now establishing a medical school in Dubbo. I think in terms of specific recommendations, and these are going through to the Accord, but a much more joined up approach between the Commonwealth and the states in key skill priority areas like veterinary science. We have seen a recent example of this with teacher workforce shortages, Minister Mitchell, where there's a national teacher workforce strategy and with funding support and a whole lot of initiatives that's been agreed between the federal and state ministers. But veterinary science is not in that, not treated that way, and I can't really see the issues being resolved if there are to be regional facilities. So the University of Sydney at the moment receives $24 million a year to support that regional network from the Federal Department of Health. And also students in medicine, there is medical student loading and a whole lot of arrangements to support placements in regional areas, and that doesn't exist again for veterinary science.
Jeff Dutton here. May I just make a comment?
Yep, sure.
It's in the rural area. Thank you. I concur with my colleagues there. To give you an idea, we do cross-subsidise from our other courses as well, but we are actually running a lot of other courses that are within the agricultural sector. From day one, we have heavy costs because we have a large number of herds, being equine, sheep and cattle, for our training, and especially for the initial training, not only of our veterinary science students, but also our vet techs for handling of animals and that, because we need to assure that our students, when they do go out to basically their early practical work, which is on farms and other areas, that they are competent in handling those. So we have to run those herds, so there's a cost there, and at a huge cost. We do run one of our cattle at a commercial farm, but the rest of them are actual teaching herds. We need staff to do that. Furthermore, we also have basically a cap on our ratio of teaching numbers of students to our academics, which is capped about a 1-to-7 ratio, whereas other courses actually have a much higher ratio, because if you think of some lecture theatres, you've got hundreds and hundreds of students, and we have that cap as well. So that adds basically to our costs and our infrastructure. And of course, we've got highly qualified staff. So there's that cost as well, which is not, as has been elucidated, not met by our government funding. In fact, it's probably only about 2/3 of that, and you'll probably hear that a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add that you asked Ms Mitchell, what can the government do, or what can this committee do? And I'd add specifically that if we see a government role in facilitating the flexibility in the regulatory environment in which we operate. And so what we've heard is veterinary schools have high fixed costs. How do we attack that? Well, they're fixed. Part of the reason they're fixed is because of the regulatory environment, which comes back to the national approach to how veterinary education is presented. But that also is derived, that national approach is derived from state-based boards and state-based veterinary acts. So that's what we'd ask, is that there was support in facilitating flexibility then for veterinary schools to meet those stipulated requirements.
Can I ask one more, if that's okay, Chair? And I just want to ask about the admissions process for your student, because again, we heard sort of some differing thoughts on this yesterday. So my understanding is some universities look at ATAR alone, others will look at a combination of ATAR and interview. There was a suggestion yesterday from some recently graduated vets who work in regional communities that actually having a regional person on the panel, or a regional vet who can understand what the role might be if you're working out in, Warren was where one of the vets was from yesterday, as opposed to working in Neutral Bay, that kind of aptitude for the role. And just a bit of clarity, I think, for the committee would be useful from each of your universities. What's your process for admission into your degrees, and has that changed over time? Is that something that you would look, and probably also, I guess, for Southern Cross being new and going through that process, whether there's anything that you might have learnt, Professor Hill, from the more traditional ways of admitting students in. So happy for...
I can lead off with this. We don't have the admissions criteria yet, but I would say yes, we certainly are learning from our colleagues at Charles Sturt from Sydney and from around the world, and each one of us looks to those. And I do applaud the presentation from the veterinarian from Warren. I'm an ex-Narromine veterinarian and certainly can relate to that. But it's having a breadth of evaluation and looking at the outcome that we want. What type of person we want? A resilient person. We want someone who understands the industry, the veterinary industry, who wants to be a part of it and have a commitment to staying within the industry as a broad aspect. It's a tough thing to select appropriately, but we at Southern Cross will take the learnings from around the world and from our colleagues on what is a good way to select, and also a practical way and a defensible way. But I'll leave my colleagues to expand.
Yeah, it's a great question, Minister Mitchell. So at Sydney, we have a 3-tiered system. So the first one is GPA, or grade point average, WAM, whatever you like to call it. And then all those marks are taken away, and that whole group of students go to a Tier 2 committee, and that's actually made up of practitioners from urban and rural areas and some staff members. And they look at the quanta and depth of someone's experience in veterinary practice, so whether they've been a veterinary nurse or a veterinary attendant or other things they've done. There's a minimum of 4 weeks, but most of our people coming into our degree have actually done much more than that through work experience. So it speaks to their commitment and their knowledge, I guess, of the industry. And then we also have what's called CASPA, which is a situational judgment test, I've only been in this role for about 8 months, and I'm wanting actually to move across to additional interview system because I guess my commitment is actually to increase our rural students to up to more than 25%, and I recognise that just creating a place is not going to necessarily see them thrive.
Yep.
So working with our development office, so philanthropy within our school, and so far we've got around about 15 scholarships for students, and these are quite substantial ones, like they're like $40,000-$50,000 a year for the student to live on.
Yeah.
Support systems that allow people that have come from areas to actually thrive in Sydney and not be not eating ends meet. But I think it's definitely something that we need to look further into in terms of the interview system and how we go about that. So like John, I'm actually looking at all the other vet schools to see who do interviews to see what's the best approach for that.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Dr. Dutton, would you like to add?
Yes, thank you. We have an initial system, of course. Everybody applies through our UAC, etc. But we also have an ancillary system where we first look at, yes, academic record, and that's ATAR of 90, but we, of course, for regional students, we actually do give an extra credit of 5, so they only really need 85 initially, or a GPA if they've done university studies of 5. They then put in a submission to us, which is a written submission, which has a number of factors in it. They have to show basically a commitment to rural or regional communities, commitment to veterinary science, commitment to animal production, and of course an understanding of some of the unique factors of rural practice and things like that. They do that by basically first off showing that they've, in their spare time, that they've either gone out to veterinarians, be they country or in the city, it doesn't really matter there, but they've shown that impetus to go out in their own time and visit practices, and also working on rural areas in farms and other things. Therefore, they've had that background already. We then look at written communication. They write a letter to the head of school, and they also then have a question that is topical at this time round. This year it was One Health type situation and the use of antibiotics. So something that's topical within the regional areas at the time. We then select from that, and to give you a couple of numbers, we get around 400 to 500 applicants. Of that, last year, we interviewed 163. So they actually come in for an interview panel. At the moment, that's done by Zoom. On that panel, of course, is the chair. There's also an academic, which goes through academic things, and also somebody, a veterinarian that's working in practice. Most of them are rural practitioners that help us do that. Of that, we then take, of about 163 what we interviewed, we then take in about 60 to 68 places, depending on what we find. So what we've gone through that rigors, we're basically seeing that they're almost ready to be in rural areas, and or they've come from rural, and they have that impetus and that want to help the rural sector in that respect.
Thank you. That's really useful. I have more questions, but I'll let others take some time.
Can I just fire off a few, just picking up on what Ms. Mitchell was talking about? Can we go to the issue of burnout and, I guess, rewind and get to the point where they're doing the degree? I just wanted to get some baseline data from all your universities in terms of the dropout rate from students, completing the course, maybe over a period of, happy for you to take it on notice, but maybe over a period of five years, like what is the dropout rate from people doing that course to start off with?
Great question. I will take it on notice, but I actually believe it's between 1% to 3%.
Okay.
Attrition rate per year for us.
Can we clarify? Do you mean
Yes,
within the
completing of the course?
Before they complete?
Yeah, before they complete, how many people are actually dropping out because they realise it's not for them, they can't handle it, it's costing too much, whatever the reasons are? Just what is the dropout dropout rate?
It's less than 3%. We have to report on it for our accreditation, so every veterinary school has to be accredited, and it's part of that documentation, but it's usually between 1% and 3%. So basically only 1 or 2 students. Yeah, and it's...
Yes.
So.
Okay, excellent. And I just... more generally, in terms of burnout, I think many of you have touched on it in your submission. Not to obviously belittle the burnout rate of veterinarians, but you could draw a similar comparison to the burnout rates of primary and secondary teachers, and we've been talking about that for probably the last 2 decades, at least since when I was a teacher. But is it a case that there's more work to be done more broadly on industry-specific work readiness? There's a shock when people leave their degree and go see how the real world works in terms of the industry, and they realise they can't cope it? Is it not endemic to veterinarians, but a more broader problem in terms of work readiness? And I'm not suggesting that it all falls on the shoulders of universities to solve that problem, but is it a more broad problem that's not unique to vets?
I'd certainly agree that that's something that we're all working on, and it's hard to pick a person at the beginning of a veterinary course or any course, of teaching, nursing, medical course, and that's what we're trying to do. Yeah. And so I'd suggest that that the mental health aspect of veterinary practice and preparedness for the veterinary environment, as you say, after graduation, that's something that we are working on as a global veterinary community. That's a high priority. The Australian Veterinary Association is working on it. What I'd suggest, though, as one component of that is that we enable veterinary students to be embedded in the veterinary workplace from as early an earlier time in their studies as possible, so that they do know what the veterinary industry does and what they're going to contribute, and even prior to joining the veterinary course, if a lot of the aspect of an admissions criteria is knowledge and experience and actual hands-on experience within the veterinary environment. So I do agree that that's a major component.
Yep. Can I answer in here too? But I just digress just quickly with regard to the dropouts. With our students, yes, we do have a small percentage, a few every year that may fully drop out, but we do have the exit point, which is a Bachelor of Vet Bio. Furthermore, a lot of our students will go away for a year and think about their future and things like that, which we fully support for them to take an absence of leave in that respect. So when it comes to graduation, we are tending to graduate around 60 students a year anyway. So there's some drop back in years, others have a few years off. So there's not many that really fully drop out. But your second question there, we get ours ready, of course. We send them out to rural practices, and this is a requirement of accreditation anyway, to a number, and a lot of them do go out to rural and more remote ones that we have as our partner practices and things like that. So they see some of the things out there. Sure, they're protected, but they do see a lot of that during their training. So we do find that a lot of our graduates will, and I saw a number of our graduates speaking in a number of areas, they do stay within the practice. How ready they are for that, sometimes they're not ready for basically, sometimes in some areas, and I call this the post-COVID hangover, is basically the abuse that sometimes they get from people and the misunderstanding of things and things like that. We're in a front industry where you're fronting with people who are under stress themselves with their animals and other things. Not so much the rural guys, they understand, but some of the smaller animals in other areas, and I'm not being species here, but sometimes it does happen with animals, that you get abused, and it's something you don't really want to expect as a thing. You've had a hard day and then suddenly you're getting abused.
Sure. I guess one of the other things that we picked up from evidence yesterday from some of the vets was that they trained to be a vet, but they didn't necessarily train to be a business manager. But I could say that a lot of people that train to be something don't necessarily train to then operate their own business in that field. But is there anything within your courses that provides a bit of guidance or education on managing a practice as a a sole trade or a business partner? Is that something that the courses delve into?
Can I answer that with respect to
I'll
our course?
start with you, Mr. Dutton, and then I'll pass it around.
Yep. No worries. Thank you very much. We have a week-long thing that's called Transition to Practice that we run, and during that period there are some professionals come in and train them and give some business tips, etc., and some training in that respect. We also have a number of areas during our course where we do look at that. But it's one of those things that you can't fully train for. You know, you've got professionals doing degrees doing it, and often we find that a lot of the smaller practices cope, but once they get larger, they tend to, our guys anyway, we've noticed it, will take on a professional manager or something like that, because all said and done, as a veterinarian, that's what you want to do. You've trained to be a veterinarian to treat animals and that. You don't want to be stuck in an office or whatever, or worrying about staff rosters or pays and things like that. You want somebody else to do that so you can go out and do the fun stuff.
Yeah, sure. Any other comments from...
So if it's okay, Chair, if I can just go back to the previous question.
Yeah, sure.
So we have, I think, across all the veterinary degrees, significant work integrated learning. So for example, in the Sydney degree, from about year 2 of the 4th year degree, they are out in farm placements and also practices. The entirety of the final year is lecture free, and that's a 42-week year for them, and 20 of those weeks are actually out in practices out there, so they actually have that kind of real experience before they get to be a veterinarian themselves. So it's almost like an internship that last year.
Excellent.
So they should be familiar with it. And to your question around teaching of finances, certainly in our degree there is a dedicated unit of study in 3rd year around veterinary practice management, and there are assessment tasks across all the rotations within our 22 weeks of teaching within our teaching hospitals, where the finances, not just the medical conditions or the diagnosis is addressed, but the finances, the ethics and the other things addressed. And finally, if you look to the accreditation standards, there are 9 accreditation standards, and one is specifically around finance. So each of the degrees are held accountable, that they actually have some financial training within the degrees themselves, which we have to report on.
Excellent. I've just got 2 more questions before I pass to someone else. Professor Hill, we heard evidence yesterday from a very experienced veterinarian who said that setting up another university to deliver veterinary course isn't necessarily the answer when there's concerns about the financial stability of the existing ones. I guess my question to you is, how are you going to do things differently to ensure that financial stability within Southern Cross University and make sure it is a financially viable model? I know that's probably a little bit daunting with your colleagues.
That's a key question. So I would refer to the paper that the veterinary deans commissioned, which has a template, and that's the paper Rethinking Veterinary Education. It does have a template for what could be done differently. So it's reform is how we approach it, and knowing the fixed costs, and we've heard some of the fixed costs of, for example, farms, animal facilities, veterinary hospitals. So it's being very aware of the costs. And then there are changes happening to the regulatory environment and you'll be talking to the Veterinary Boards Council this afternoon. So there are changes to our accreditation standards which do apply some level of flexibility, and that's why we're very keen on seeing that flexibility continue to increase. And so the model for veterinary training is able to be changed if you're coming in, starting up a new veterinary school basically now. And this is reflected worldwide, where there's something in excess of 15 new veterinary schools that are being developed in the UK and North America over the past few years and the next couple of years. So there's a big shift towards doing things differently and taking advantage of different opportunities. And that's in a nutshell what we're proposing to do is capitalise on the new ways that we can work and the partnering that we can undertake. For example, we're proposing specifically, one specific example is to avoid fixed costs by partnering with TAFE and DPI in their facilities in our local area.
Okay, excellent. My final question, Professor Norris, if you can put your veterinary schools hat on In your submission, you give over 25 recommendations, and there's probably 12 of them, I guess, I would describe as industry-led recommendations that aren't just continuing to do something, but actually something new. So my question is, why haven't these things been proposed in the past? We're hearing that from some witnesses that this is a 7-year, we've known about this shortage for 7 years. Others are saying we were talking about this shortage 20, 30 years ago. What have been the barriers to some of these specific recommendations in terms of starting them and getting on board with them? Like, what's held back the various groups in pushing forward on this?
That's a great question, and I think there's probably many facets to it. So if you look at the 25 recommendations, some of them are about governance, as you said. Some of them are actually about our industry itself being better advocates for itself, something that's actually not been necessarily well articulated. We certainly have greater advocacy now with VSANS and with the AVA taking a much bigger stand in advocating for veterinary science. I guess some of the other things that are partial barriers are our state-by-state differences in, I think as John mentioned, the differences between different states, even the way their veterinary boards are registered veterinarians, the jurisdiction they have, the requirements they have. I don't think it's actually true that there was, in fact, I got stuck on a cruise that I didn't want to go on, and I had nothing on my iPad but a 300-page document reflecting the USA's workforce. So this would be 10 years ago, and they were predicting at that time in the US workforce, veterinary workforce, that there would be an absolute surplus, for example, in small animals, and that wages would, plateau and all the rest of it. So I think it's really been something, in certain sectors that is absolutely true, but across the board, this absolute global massive shortage of veterinarians is actually not something that's been known for 20 years. Yeah.
Okay. I might pass to Ms. Hurst and then...
Thank you. Most of my questions have actually been asked, so I've only got a few. I've got a question for Professor Hill. We heard yesterday from the Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital, who I believe you've created a partnership with. And we heard a lot yesterday that there's currently a lack of skilled vets in areas of wildlife care, of larger animals like horses. Will this course be run specifically, well, not even specifically, but really targeted so that students are able to focus on these really neglected areas? Is that a focus?
It is, and each veterinary school takes on an aspect that it wants to champion, and because we're in that the Northern Rivers area and have the opportunity to partner with groups, wonderful groups like Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital, we definitely want to use that opportunity to expose students to a greater depth of understanding and comfort with treating native wildlife animals. And then Dr. Van Mill also is associated with marine animals, large marine animals, mammals, specifically whales, dolphins, and we'd also like to increase the comfort level there, and we have the capacity to do that. So it's giving a greater understanding to be able to treat those animals, which in a veterinary sense may not be an income generating opportunity, but it actually is you have an intrinsic love of doing that as a veterinarian, so it adds to your day enormously. And we've heard from that there's it can be difficult to work with given the odd client that isn't appreciative, whereas native wildlife animals is deeply satisfying to a veterinarian. So there's a desire to do that for sure.
Yeah, we heard yesterday that there's a huge interest in people wanting to learn those skills, particularly with wildlife, because there's so many species in Australia. But there was obviously concern that the there was a limit in the number of career paths for somebody if they were to focus on that. Is that something that concerns you, or are you looking at kind of offering it more as like selective subjects on the side to add to somebody's skill set because there's not many opportunities going forward?
It is adding to the skill set, and I would say that each veterinary school has this as a component of their curriculum, that there is exposure to native wildlife animals, and we've done that progressively over the last 10 to 20 years. So definitely it's a skill set so that you are feeling, as a veterinarian, you're feeling confident when someone brings in a stranded animal, that you can offer care or offer the next step if you need to refer, say, to Byron Bay Wildlife Hospitals to simply do some triaging and get the animal ready for transport to an expert.
Yeah, if I could answer that from Sydney's perspective as well, we think so that it's such an important part of graduating veterinarian that we have a dedicated wildlife hospital at our Camden campus. And we have 2 specialist wildlife veterinarians, and they're tasked with, they have a 1-week rotation in final year, and they have a dedicated unit of study in 3rd year. And what our clinicians help to teach the students is that it is just like a dog or cat. They apply those same principles. They know the stuff really, but they're applying those principles according to, you know, the wildlife. And every small animal practice and every large animal practice receives wildlife in their practice on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
So it's making sure that they can do the best for those animals and get them out into the carer system or whatever's required.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the other space we heard a bit about, in some areas that I've read about in the submissions, was that there was a lack of preparedness for sort of mental health through some of the university courses. I don't know how old that feedback is and what changes there's been. I know that one thing that's come up, for example, is around domestic violence and how vets deal with domestic violence as it comes through. I remember hearing from a vet that that they might be the first people to find out about a domestic violence situation. An animal might come into their care that has more than one injury at different stages of healing. And that's how they suspect that potentially there's a violent situation happening here. And because often an animal will come in to get for care before a person will reach out for help for themselves. How is that sort of, is there a change within the university systems to deal with that and to actually ensure that vets are prepared for that?
I guess if I can speak from the University of Queensland perspective, there's 2 aspects. One is preparedness of the student, and there are aspects such as a peer support network where there's training in mental health within that year group, and then others you form a very strong peers. That's across each university. It's done increasingly well. And then the aspect you're talking about of the veterinarian being a part of the community, and that's a One Health aspect of it, where the veterinarian is contributing to the health of families. Well, it's a severe case that you're talking about, but they are at the front line of mental health in their clients, and so there's a counselling aspect to being a veterinarian, and a component that you bring up there, which is a sad component, but that's extending into other areas, and that's a stressful part of being a veterinarian. But then if you can contribute to the overall health of the community, then that's satisfying as well. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, I'd say that all our degrees across Australia and New Zealand have dedicated units of study around not just the sciences, but of course around wellness, as in wellness of themselves, around ethics, compassion, communication and other things that have been introduced into all our courses over the last decade or so to help students to actually identify when they themselves are having issues. As John said, there are mentoring programs within each of our veterinary schools, like between the years, and also external veterinarians through AVA and other mechanisms actually mentoring our students going through. And I know, at least from a Sydney perspective, there is specific mention of identifying animals who have been the subject of domestic violence, and the reporting systems that are available to veterinarians through RSPCA and other things to actually highlight you're right, they sometimes are the first identification of a problem
Yes.
at home, and we can often tell by the type of fractures that we see. Yeah.
Can I add in there too that Jeff Dunn, can I add too that under the new standards and our guidelines that we have been given, there is a welfare section, not only welfare of ourselves and recognition of our colleagues and ourselves when we're having stress and all that welfare thing, but also the recognition of other signs in other people, and that so we have that overall reaching goal, and of course recognising animal abuse, etc., which does lead to family abuse, etc., as well. So that is embedded, as Jackie has said, and John, all within our courses.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, what proportion of the student intake in each of your schools are students that come from rural and regional areas? Do you know?
For ours at the moment,
Exactly.
it's about 12%, between 10 and 12%. But I probably need to take that on notice, actually, just to
Yeah,
verify.
and happy for
Yeah.
us to take it on notice. Do you think
Yes.
that contributes to some of the difficulties? A lot of the submissions have raised the issue about the difficulty of getting vets to practice in rural and regional areas. Do you think that's a contributing factor?
For me, I think it's a really important factor, and I think I might have mentioned earlier, and if I haven't, that I actually want to take our proportion up to 25 to 30%, but not just give them a place, but give them the support that they need there, both financial and otherwise. So we've actually established some really good scholarships, for example, with St Paul's College, a residential college, to actually, through wonderful benefactors, the Webster family, to actually bring those things in, because it's one thing to give someone a place, it's another thing to actually really help them survive in an expensive city like Sydney.
And what do you think the main barrier to entry for rural and regional students is?
Might give Jeff a chance to answer.
Yeah, I think Jeff.
I was going to say, can I answer some of that? Just dropping back, firstly, our percentages are probably higher, but I'll take the exact figures on notice, mainly because of the way we take our students in with their commitment and things like that. A lot of the barriers are financial. You've got to realise that the rural people coming from farms, etc., they're away from home. Even our students are travelling from other states and everywhere else. They've got to find accommodation. They've got to feed themselves and things like that. So there is a huge cost just to the students themselves. So it is a barrier for them to think about this as well. Not only just the entry, they get through that hurdle, of course, but it's the ongoing costs, and we have a lot of students that are under financial stress because of it. And this is where maybe governments or scholarships could come into the fray there, because these days with rents and everything else, sure, they do share houses and they're usually the cheap ones in our local areas, but that still costs, and we often find that students throughout our course are running one or two different jobs. Now you add to that a number of other factors as they go through. Some of them will drop out for a while because of financial reasons, but generally they come back because we protect them in that way and get them ways of getting income, etc., in local practices and the like. But it's an ongoing cost, and for people coming out of the rural sector, they don't have that extra money.
Mr. Dolan.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Chair. Thank you all for coming today, and thank you for the submissions. I direct my question to Professor Norris, but I expect that Dr. Dutton and Professor Hill might like to also comment. Professor Norris, in your submission on page 16, in particular the last two dot points, I thought they were quite interesting and could ask you to elucidate on them. So it's under the heading changes to governance or regulation. Second last dot point says exploration of opportunities to leverage New South Wales Department of Primary Industries for assistance with diagnostic testing, surveillance and advice without cost to veterinarians and practitioners. The last dot point is exploration of opportunities to leverage New South Wales health services, especially in rural and remote areas. I'm wondering, would you want to elucidate on those? If you need to take it on notice because you want to provide more detailed response, that's fine, but appreciate your thoughts on elucidating that, and perhaps also Dr. Dutton and Professor Hill.
Certainly, I will take that on notice, but I could briefly just mention Previously, there used to be multiple rural veterinary diagnostic centres around the state, and some of those have been kind of centralised. I think there's quite a good discussion of that actually in Dr. Sharan Radell's submission, number 204, on Appendix 1, actually having facilities where farmers, through their veterinarians, can submit whole bodies, postmortems, for sampling, and have that kind of constant surveillance, for it to be part of the financial modelling for veterinary practices in rural areas, to have that kind of facility available to them, would help enormously with practices in those areas, but also, of course, surveillance of important emerging diseases within the community. And then the second one around health services, I guess it's also tapping into some of the health services that are available. So that goes both for the students who actually, a lot of the universities are, as Tim outlined, have areas where they can stay for placements and have support for their rural placements through the health system and through the finances that come through those avenues. And I guess also, for areas, there are some rural areas that, probably need to tap better into some of the diagnostic services and other things that are available to them in those areas as well. But, John, did you have?
No, thank you. That's helpful.
I'd just add that regional veterinary lab model was something that was talked about in one of those submissions, and it's a wonderful model to support locally, and then you can add education into that. So the US model of land-grant universities is to have a state diagnostic lab co-located with the veterinary school. There's a virtuous component of service to the community, service to biosecurity, service to the rural community, biosecurity, and then the educational aspects, as well as supporting the veterinary businesses in the area. So we as universities would love to tap into the teaching opportunities that the regional laboratories did present, and in some cases still present.
Can I add there too,
please, yeah.
if I may? That basically, well, if you come to our campus, you'll actually see what used to be a regional vet lab. It was taken over by CSU when it closed and was reconsolidated with a number of veterinary labs in the area. We run our own pathology service, but you've got to realise that comes at a cost. It's not subsidising anything, and it has to run at a reasonable rate that it covers staff, etc., and all costs. In fact, it is actually being subsidised by some of our enterprises that we also have as well. So with that, yes, there is less surveillance now because there are less regional labs that were once DPI. Can't even know if there's one in our area, but a lot of the stuff's going to our own veterinary lab in that respect, and things like that, and we're training students, of course, there. So it needs to be something that if we are going to have full surveillance in the regional areas, that we have to have some type of diagnostic material, because there are a lot of things, exotic diseases that come in that need tested, and you're going to lock down a farm or a whole region before you get those tests done. If you don't have a regional lab within some area or something like that, you're going to have problems. Health services, yes, that's the other side of things, especially mental health. We need that support not only for our practitioners but for also our students that go out there, because we get a lot of calls for help from our students that are out in areas that are remote. They're training and they have problems, mental health or otherwise, or other sides of things where they have to seek help from our services and not other local government services and that, and it's something that needs to be provided. There's a lot of government services, and we could go for ages on them, that could be provided in a number of different areas, be they satellite type situations or even a more direct phone-in system, because a lot of the health lines that we do have, it's very difficult and it's not personal at times. Students are hesitant to actually ring those things.
Thank you very much. I think you'll have the time, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Unless you have a
quick... I'll have a quick one. Just about the sort of vet nurses and vet technicians. I understand that CSU offer a bachelor course in one of those disciplines, and I think, Professor Hill, you said you might be looking at that for Southern Cross. Do you have that at the University of Sydney?
No, we don't.
Okay. Is
And-
there a reason why?
Yeah, I guess if you speak to University of Queensland's Dean and Massey's Dean, they will tell you it's actually, like veterinary science, it's a very expensive model. So in the first year it's fine, but once you get to the third year where all those expensive things that are in veterinary science, that small group teaching, that technical aspects that they need, that kind of intensive amount of time, that's what's the expensive part of the degree. So I guess they're some of the issues around it. There is talk in my university about that as a possibility.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just come up in evidence, sort of the role of the vet nurse and the vet technician and how that could help alleviate the workload on vets. But I did notice it wasn't sort of widely offered in New South Wales. But I assumed it was cost and provision. But
They are much more qualified nurses now than they were previously.
Yeah.
They are. Yeah, I heard them before. Sorry.
Sorry, Dr. Dutton, did you want to add something?
Yes, if I may. Yes, it is costly. We actually run ours. We run a spay clinic that's subsidised, and our vet techs, vet technician, go into there and train there. But it is very expensive, and we've got numbers and reputation. And again, it's one course that we're having difficulty funding. It's got to be funded by other courses within our university. But it is something that we respect and think is pivotal for the future of the veterinary practice, especially in rural areas. If some of these vet techs can take over some of the tasks, it would go a long way to help, especially in rural areas where you don't have a veterinarian.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Oh, excellent. Well, thank you very much all for your time today and your very candid submissions and conversations you've had with us. It's been really very valuable to the committee. So you have agreed to take some questions on notice, so the committee secretary will be in touch and you'll have 21 days to get back to us with those. But once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you to the
Thank you
chair
very
and
much.
thank you
Yes, thank
to the
you.
committee
Thank you very
members.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we now welcome our next witness. We'll just ask that you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
My name's Mark Slater. I'm the Executive Director of Animal Services Australasia, and I'll swear an affirmation if that's okay.
Yeah.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Did you want to make a short opening statement before we go to questions? Or?
No, I'm good to dive in, thank you.
No worries. Oh, well, we'll dive in. Mr. Murphy.
I'll dive in. Mr. Slater, great submission. I was reading through it. In section 7B, Roman numeral 1, you talk about one of the recommendations is a simplified accreditation process. And I just wondered if you could elaborate on that. We heard some evidence yesterday about just how difficult it was for overseas train veterinarians to get accreditation in Australia and an ability to practice. Can you just take us through some of those issues?
I think
do you see them?
Yeah, there are some issues, and alleviating the pressure in the veterinary world is obviously the focus, not short-circuiting skill sets. That's for sure and certain. I think if an exchange program were to be set up, that would alleviate a lot of the issue, and you could start to induct vets from around the globe into Australian conditions and expectations as well. That accreditation could be taken through universities and training. Some time ago, before his untimely passing, Professor Fraser Allen and myself started discussing high rotational fourth-year veterinarian students doing exactly that, and also casting the net wider, giving those opportunities to Australian veterinary students to go overseas at the same time as well. Ultimately, I think what we need to be able to do is have skill sets that are importable and exportable at the same time, creating a baseline of skills.
And what are the main barriers? Is it the cost of doing the test, or what else is it?
The training, the applicability of overseas training to Australian conditions and to meet Veterinary Practitioner Board like New South Wales standards as well. Diagnostics, the potential for mistakes if there's some sort of a language barrier as well. So there's a raft of issues that are pressurous as far as incoming vets are concerned.
All right. Thanks.
Mr. Donoghue,
thank you. So thank you for coming along today. Just for my own appreciation, Animal Services Australia Australasia. Could you just give a bit of background to the organisation and its remit?
Certainly, no problems. So, newly formed organisation. I've been in the animal space for the last 6-7 years. Essentially, I was formerly at one of the Proctor agencies as the CEO. On leaving that organisation, I started working for an organisation called Odonata Foundation, but realised through my experience in the field that there's very limited emergency preparedness, response and recovery being done. So started talking to the federal government, in particular Senator Murray Watt's office, about what could happen there, and then have been through the process, bringing my skills and other skills on board for Animal Services Australasia and ramping up a pilot program as well. So new organisation, not new to the space, if I may.
In light of the what your answer, and thank you for the answer about the issue of work done in the context of a natural disaster or an emergency, and also just dealing with the gaps that are created in a community that lose a vet, that hitherto have had a vet. Just interesting if you just provided reflections to the committee about the mobile veterinary service, and I mean, others may have a better understanding myself, but we had evidence yesterday of some examples of a veterinary service that's mobile, in a van or a truck or caravan, as the case may be. But I'm wondering, in the context of trying to deal with the shortage of vets, as a way of improving the ability to deal with animal welfare, is there a case to, at least in the immediate term or short to immediate term, to enhance and improve the mobile veterinary services that we offer in the state?
I think there is. I think it's a profound opportunity in conjunction with telehealth services as well. There was a veterinary practices repeal in 2021, which we worked through with the Department of Primary Industries and other stakeholders.
So I just missed that. There was a service called?
There was a veterinary practitioners repeal in 2021, which did look at the provision of mobile services. New South Wales Veterinary Practitioners Board are still working through that process. Other states in Australia do allow for it, and there's considerations for fencing, self-closing doors, but I do think, as far as a mobile veterinary clinic is concerned, and I know there's some sensitivity around using the word clinic. Yeah, that's the big opportunity, the low-hanging fruit as far as veterinary services are concerned. And it could be a consolidated effort. These could be, co-owned vehicles or vehicles run by a specific organisation. Animal Welfare League running a great service as far as their truck is concerned. It could be that there's a share arrangement, or local vets in regional areas call on those types of trucks to come and support them in times of a stock welfare panel, for example, or we don't want to see a breakout of foot and mouth disease, or a large sort of disease outbreak, or in terms of an emergency response as well.
So in addition, and thank you for that comment at the end, Welfare League gave us some valuable information yesterday about the mobile service that they provide. But beyond that, are you able to give any insights into, does, other than the work they do, mobile veterinary work occur much in this state?
Not in New South Wales, no. We are undertaking the building of 3 more trailers at this point in time, which are working vestibules. So I've been part of the Varroa response in New South Wales as well. And the idea is to do everything within these vehicles, like PCR testing, bloods, making sure that, depending on the species that you're dealing with, you have the ability to deal with that. I think it should be promoted more than what it is in New South Wales, and I think there should be some pilot programs with, pilot overview groups involved, similar to ethics communities, ethics groups as well. I think there would be a lot to be learned out of that, and something that's specifically built to deal with large animals as well as small animals and potentially native animals at the same time.
And just my final question, just from my understanding, you made the comment about the potential sensitivity around the word clinic.
Yes.
Are you able to just explain what that is and why?
It's part of the legislation from the Veterinary Practitioners Board about it being mobile, having wheels, not being classed as a clinic. So
okay,
I think it would probably be more for the Practitioners Board to comment on that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Before I pass to Ms Hurst, can I just ask you to elaborate on your pilot program? I know you've received some federal funding for that. Can you just, for the committee's benefit, can you just outline what that pilot program is? And
I bought a hard copy as well, Mr. Benazia, in case you'd like to see that. Just pays to advertise. The Rescue Australia was born. It's essentially a program for being prepared for responding to disasters and then the recovery of native animals. So it's a program that we're delivering in conjunction with the Odonata Foundation, and we're dealing with federal government to run a 3-year pilot program. So we're running from a facility in Canberra, which is Mulligan's Flat under the Woodlands and Wetlands Trust. We're running out of Victoria at Mount Rothwell, which is an Odonata location. We're running out of higher ground in Fitzroy Falls in New South Wales, and then a Zambi facility in Dural called the Hills as well. So what we're doing is a concerted effort based on sanctuary models to ensure that we can remove critically endangered native animals from harm's way before it actually occurs, based on eDNA testing and knowing where those animals are.
Thank you. I know obviously we've got a pound inquiry, but obviously for our reports we'll still need sort of some evidence on both sides, and I know some of the work you've done is within pounds.
Yes.
We heard evidence from one group yesterday that said that pounds aren't having difficulty accessing vets and the vet shortage wasn't affecting pounds. Is that your view as well, having worked within the pound system?
Can I just clarify the question, please, Ms. Hurst, that someone had said yesterday that pounds aren't affected by the veterinary shortage?
That's correct, yeah.
I would disagree with that, especially in regional areas. My experience over the last 6 years is that, there are a lot of pounds out there, and I've seen pounds who are under duress in terms of dealing with dangerous animals. For example, the euthanasia of these animals in a humane manner that's, in compliance with the law as well, and that's the tip of the iceberg.
If a pound can't access a vet to euthanise an animal, how is that animal killed?
Well, we saw an issue which wasn't illegal, but it probably does need to be tested in Burke some years ago, and I actually personally attended that situation. I've heard instances of pounds having to use doors in cages as crushes, animals being euthanased at length, animals being euthanased orally in the back of council vehicles as well, because of lack of veterinary services at the same time.
Sorry, what do you mean by killed orally? Or
given medication orally, shot at, sort of squeezed into their mouth via syringe.
Okay. And we've talked a little bit about some of the mental health concerns for vets. Does this sort of just transfer some of those mental health concerns to pound staff that are then crushing dogs with doors and with oral
But I mean, a lot of council staff in those situations sort of damned if they do and damned if they don't, because if they don't take care of, let's say for an example, a dog that's come in that may have a DDO on it, needs, and has to be euthanised for
have a what?
Dangerous dog order on it, or it's an aggressive animal in general, and needs to be managed. If they don't manage that animal, it can become institutionalised and can become even harder. It could be that animal could have been rehomed, but in those instances, without proper veterinary care, pain relief, all those sorts of things, that animal's situation is exacerbated for the negative. Then you've got staff in these local pounds and local government authorities feeling helpless, without resource, without training, not really knowing what to do, and then you're getting into a cycle of these people being diminished. And a lot of regional inspectors, rangers as well, their jobs are multifaceted. They've got to look after public amenities, they've got to look after parking issues, then they've got to look after the animals, and the behind the scenes provision for service for the animals is feeding, it's cleaning. There's faeces clean-up, there's disease control. Parvo in a lot of these areas is a big consideration as well, and that's an intense job. And then to be looking after the welfare of animals at the end of that without veterinary support is incredibly difficult.
You talked about a couple of these forms of euthanasia. One, I'm assuming you're saying, is sort of like a drug overdose that the animal is given, crushed with the door. There was something else that you mentioned as well, which I'll just ask you to sort of go further into. How common is this happening because of the veterinary shortage?
In places in rural New South Wales, I've had commentary from lead rangers over the last 5 to 6 years that it has been prevalent. During COVID, it was even more difficult for them at the same time. And it's not the want of vets for that to occur. I'll be very clear about that. But it's about a massive resourcing issue as well. And some vets can't even provide basic services, even pain relief, to pounds because of how stretched they are as well in regional areas and the sorts of miles that they travel providing service to private clients. And there's no compulsion for a vet to be dealing with an impound facility either. There probably needs some support mechanisms for vets in that space at the same time. Working in an impound facility as a vet is pressurous, but different pressures to different dealing in private practice as well. So there needs to be some training and also emotional support for vets in that space at the same time, because it can blow up between council employees and vets because of that shortage as well. There
was a bill passed last year that actually required councils to consult with a vet before an animal is euthanised. There was one of the submissions that is pushing against that change. With what you're saying to us now about how some of these animals are being killed, do you think that is a change that is a good thing? Is there a risk with council workers deciding in isolation if an animal should just simply be euthanised?
There is, and it relies on a parochial understanding of the needs of an animal, respectfully. Vets are highly trained professionals. But then you've also got consideration of, controlled substances in S4s and S8s as well. These are highly regulated substances that only vets or vet techs should be in control of. There's dispensaries in veterinary clinics for those reasons. So I can't see any reason why, those substances would be allowed to be freely wielded in a local government authority by an unskilled and unsupervised person.
Are animals also being shot? We've talked about drug overdose and crush cages. Are animals being shot with firearms in these pounds as well?
I've heard of the incident in Burke at the time, which was escalated and was looked at by the RSPCA through their POCTA abilities. I have heard of other situations where there's been no other option as far as to euthanize the animals with using a firearm as well. Definitely because of the shortage at the same time. Probably needs to have a look at what that looks like as far as euthanasing animals and the limitation within the legislation to use a firearm. There are fairly strict licensing requirements around the use of firearms and where they're used and how they're used, from hunting to euthanasia to using in public space as well.
Is there an issue with from my understanding and from some of the vets that I've spoken to, a lot of people get into veterinary science because they want to care for animals. And then there's a pressure for vets to go into a pound system and essentially euthanise healthy, rehomable animals because there's an overpopulation of animals. And vets are saying, well, I don't want to do that work because it's too stressful and distressing. What do we do with that situation? How do we overcome that?
the local government authority they call it a network of impound facilities, but from my experience, it doesn't operate as a network because the resourcing isn't there. You know, if there's a perfectly rehomable animal in Bega and someone in Bathurst wants to have a look at it, there should be a system set up where there's either an identified transport process or the new owners, potential new owners, could meet that animal as well. That's a missing link. I have spoken to Camden Council. They've got a new facility that they're building, and they would be interested in running a pilot program along those lines. But I think also in conjunction with the Pet Industry Association of Australia, you know, we've seen some very successful rehoming days through pet stores who may be supply or may be selling animals as well. And I know the Pet Industry Association of Australia, you know, would love to be able to contribute where they can in that space at the same time. I think it's a multifaceted approach, but leaving the local government authorities to operate independently of each other is where we're letting ourselves down in that space.
Thank you. And I've just got one more question around the role that Animal Services Australia is playing in emergencies and natural disasters. And I just wanted to get an idea of how much that was costing. We did talk a lot yesterday about the fact that a lot of these vets weren't being paid for the work that they were doing to help out with natural disasters. And so I just wanted to hear from you about the cost and what more work needs to be done that we can look at as a state government to plan for and fund the role of vets and also animal carers generally in emergency situations, and what sort of recommendations you would like to see from this inquiry in that space.
For emergency response, I think there has to be a linear solution, starting with, you know, what are we prepared to do and what are we prepared to be able to do at the same time. There's some great eDNA tracking mechanisms that we can use. I think we also have to be fairly species specific, and we have some regulatory bodies that are already doing heavy work and they're not geared up to be able to, you know, look after any species in emergency environments. Having worked in that space for 6 years, it's quite difficult. I think recommendation to government would be running a pilot program with some overview as far as the government is concerned, and having some very clearly identified KPIs involved, and getting some of the POCTA bodies involved with that as well. I think interagency relationships are of the utmost important when it comes to emergencies. Having been on the fire ground in 2019, 2020 and recently in Mudgee, the coordination is very difficult at a grassroots level. I think that interagency coordination and supporting district vets as well, who are dealing with, you know, large stockholders at the same time, bringing RSPCA, AWL and then other care groups and wildlife groups along for that journey is incredibly important. You've got some critically endangered animals in these spaces that, you know, are sometimes overviewed, and I think some training with RFS, basic identification training, would go a long way. And then you're removing the onus on these guys that are out there fighting fires at the coalface as well. But I think a standing emergency fund of some sort with overview would be a way to go, and getting these agencies talking to each other in a roundtable manner would be a great start.
Can I just, sorry, I know that I said that was my last question, but I just, you talked about a pilot program and a standing emergency fund. Can you just give us a little bit more detail for people who are sort of outside of this space as to you know, what do you mean by a pilot program, or what would that emergency fund be tagged for?
Emergency response directly, and I'm not trying to oversimplify it, and the catch comes in how do you define an emergency, and it's any unforeseen circumstance that doesn't have a resource to manage it, and you could put varroa in that space, you could put fire, you could put flood, you could put, you know, disease outbreak into that space as well. In particular, you know, in the bushfires in Bega, we were deployed there, we were looking at local vet communities that were already under duress because their level of work that came to the fore. You know, they had to leave their own premises, move, go back. It's a very difficult thing to undertake. I think what we need to do is clearly identify from all of the roundtables and the investigations into the fires and the floods, you know, where did we go wrong? What are the shortcomings? And there's so many notes on this. What needs to be funded, how and when. The federal government and state governments have been working on this since 2004 with no real tangible outcome, yet summer and bushfire season is Friday. It starts in New South Wales. Now that's, you know, I'm not putting shots across the bow, but we can do a lot better. I think if we unpaint the demarcation lines between the agencies and start sharing some information, clear and tangible outcomes as far as emergency is concerned and who does what and when, similar to the RFS and police in these environments, I think there'll be better outcomes all round.
Thank you.
Please.
Mr. Martin or Ms. Mesrin?
Can I just, and I'm sorry I missed the beginning of your contribution, but I just wanted to pick up on something that Emma just asked about, just going back to that sort of the questions around, I think you said crushing Emma and shooting, like that's pretty horrific. And I just missed, are you saying that's happening in pounds or in vet clinics or what?
Not vet clinics.
No, because I was going to say that's very against any of the evidence we've
no,
heard.
it's not happening in vet clinics at all.
So in pounds, is that where
it
that
has? It has been shared with me that has happened in pounds and is happening in pounds just because of the necessity of restraining an animal.
Right, and because there's not access to vets, or is this kind of tapping into the pound inquiry a bit? Am I getting a little bit?
No, it's just I was asking because my understanding is that like a vet would normally come into a pound and euthanise the animals with a barbiturate overdose.
Yeah.
But if that's not available, what is happening in pounds?
And or sedate the animals. But there is cross-pollination between the impound review as well as the veterinary shortage.
Because as I said, all the evidence, is particularly from any of the vets that we've heard from and the peak bodies, has very focused on the welfare of animals and that love of ensuring that they're well cared for. So I just wanted to be clear about that. So thank you. I just wanted to also ask about, in your submission, you talk about how we can potentially have better collaboration between vet associations, the educational institutions, the animal welfare organisations as well around workforce shortages. Is there anything that kind of comes to mind that might be one or two obvious things that as a committee we could recommend in that collaboration space? Because we've had other witnesses talk about that as well, but I'd just be curious from your perspective as to, is there something that you think that we could recommend that would help in that regard?
Yeah, look, I think inducting people into a veterinary state of mind when they're dealing with the day-to-day business and emergency would be invaluable, because you don't know what you don't know as a welfare group and or a rehoming group or an emergency response group. So coming to terms with understanding a vet's training without becoming a vet, I think is critically important to us being able to support vets moving forward. And I also think that, that shared working knowledge should be used to educate the broader public about, the strain and stress of vets and what they go through on a daily basis, and what good animal welfare and husbandry looks like as well. You've got peak bodies out there who are talking about this, but vets at the coalface are talking about what good health looks like. I think a targeted community campaign about, similar to, everyone knows 0.05 is you can't drive after that. Everyone should be able to say, I've taken my dog or my cat or my animal. And there's many species that people consider companion animals now to the vet on a regular basis, and I do that because it's the norm. Not waiting till, their cat or their dog or their snake, for example, has lost enough weight to, to be a serious incident, and that a vet can't then recover them from. It's not that vet's fault. People need to. The nature of animal ownership in Australia, if I can take a step backwards, is quite parochial at best. And I think if we can aim at, without shaming, educating people, in a far more appropriate manner, it would alleviate some pressure from vets as well.
And that came up yesterday. So we had a witness from Sophie's Legacy, which is an organisation from South Australia, but they said they run it's called We're Only Human campaign, and it's about making people understand the role of vets, but also to be pleasant and kind when you come into the vet clinic, and that there are pressures that are happening. And also some others have talked about the role of what vets are there to do and what they're not to do, and what your responsibility is as a pet owner too. So I do think looking at some kind of government support for an education campaign has been a pretty consistent theme over the last day or so. So that's really useful.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Just you said parochial. What just elucidate on the parochialism that you just mentioned? You mean geographically or just?
No, the approach to animal ownership is, if you've started a new family or a new Australian, you wouldn't go to a vet and or someone who you're going to get an animal from and say, can I get, on the whole, society doesn't go looking for the advice before they get an animal. They might ring Dad and say, we had a Labrador when we were when we were younger. Is that the best way to go for the family now? I think more of a research science-based approach to owning an animal is far better. It may turn out that, a dog is not the best option for you. It may be a fish. And I think we have to, continually revisit the fact that it's a privilege to have an animal, not a right.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no other questions we might, not quite, unless you've got anything further you'd like to add.
No, I'm
before we
fine,
go.
thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee.
No problems at all. Okay, well that concludes our time with you. I don't believe you took any questions on notice, but if you have,
I don't think I
the
did,
committee
but I'm
secretary
sure
will
I'll
be in
hear if
touch
I did.
anyway. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Thank you very much for your time
coming.
again.
Thank you.
you.
into the inquiry into the veterinary workforce shortage in New South Wales. We now welcome witnesses from the Veterinary Boards Council as well as the Veterinary Practitioners Board of New South Wales. So starting with witnesses, the first witness from my left, can you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Thank you. Dr. Stephen Ferguson. I'm the President of the New South Wales Veterinary Practitioners Board, also a small animal practitioner in South West Sydney. I'm going to give an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
John Bagley, Registrar, Veterinary Practitioners Board. Affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie Strauss. I'm the Executive Director of Australasian Veterinary Boards Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Dr. Mark Simpson. I'm the immediate past chair of the Australian Veterinary Boards Council, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Now, would anyone like to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions?
I can keep it very brief. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to appear today. As you're aware and have there, we've made a submission. I just want to summarise the recommendations there. We feel that there is a need to review the veterinary practice legislation, given the way that our profession has evolved over the last 20 years and that legislation's not kept up, and that there is a need for some amendments in the areas around complaints investigations, management of health concerns, obligations surrounding the advocacy of animal welfare, after-hours requirements, and the regulation of paraprofessionals. We also acknowledge that there's a need for some better data, and we, as a board, are in the process of updating our database so that we are able to collect data in terms of the full-time equivalent vets working in New South Wales. And note that there are some issues around needing to work more closely with local government, National Parks and Wildlife in regard to stray animals and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Julie Strauss, representing the Australasian Veterinary Boards Council. And I will try to keep it short. In response to the overwhelming pressures being faced by the profession, the Sustainable Practice Committee was formed by the AVBC towards the end of last year. And we developed a strategic plan which is pretty ambitious, and it's to build strategic capacity. And in our submission, you would have read about our goals for continuing professional development, improved management of complaints, a model act, policies on telemedicine, the use of AI, etc., registration of veterinary nurses and veterinary technicians, and perhaps most importantly, under the goal of reducing dilution and duplication of effort, increasing efficiency, building a strong evidence base for regulation and national veterinary database. And just to clarify a few things up front, I've been listening in on previous sessions. A pathway for recognition of European degrees is also on that strategic plan, and we've made great progress in collaborating with the European accreditation system, which is EVE. New South Wales has led the way in the registration of AVBC assessed specialists whose primary degrees are not recognised in Australia and New Zealand, and its processes are being considered by other state and territory jurisdictions. In summary, overall, the role of boards and AVBC closely aligns with your role here to protect animal welfare and public interest, and we're keen to collaborate and encourage your continued leadership in facing down some of these challenges.
Thank you. We've agreed to just have free flow questions, so I might just look to someone to fire us off.
Yep.
Mr. Fain.
Thank you very much for appearing today, and I was present for the majority of all of yesterday, actually, in fact, and I've been following this morning's session via the video conference. So apologies I wasn't here in person, but I'm glad to have you here. In relation to, and I'm glad you touched on the issue of recognition around overseas veterinary students, veterinary qualifications, and not, I guess, forcing people to undergo a rigorous retesting, re-examination of their skills. What can we do in relation to getting those people that have overseas qualifications more involved in the Australian veterinary area, so that we can get their skills, I guess, deployed across rural regional New South Wales? Is there work that's happening in that space? Is there a way that we can look to streamline the process, or fast track even the qualifications?
I think there's two categories of overseas graduates. We've got those that are recognised through the AVBC, having qualifications that allow immediate registration in New South Wales. That's typically UK, US, New Zealand, South Africa. So graduates from those universities, we're able to register straight away and get working straight away. From non-registered vet schools, there is a process led by the AVBC. It's basically a three-step process: English language proficiency, and then a multiple choice examination. In New South Wales, once overseas graduates pass that multiple choice examination, we've got a process to offer limited registration, so they can start working under supervision in a veterinary capacity before they undertake their final clinical exam, and then are able to get full registration. The processes are in place. There's been a big increase in the capacity for those exam processes over COVID in response to the workforce issues. I really think the work and the AVBC have done to increase that capacity.
Okay.
Julie?
Are you able to provide a little bit more insight? Is that possible?
Yes. I guess the idea of accreditation is that everyone who sees a vet knows that they come from a school where every single graduate has reached those minimum standards. And if a graduate from overseas has not been accredited by AVBC or one of its partner organisations, then we provide a pathway, because it's always outstanding graduates out there but you're never sure when you haven't seen the veterinary degree, you don't know it, that every graduate is going to meet those minimum standards. And so we can assure the Australian public that that this vet who's gone through the examination process has met those standards. Yeah. It's different in each country, but we're fortunate here that our graduates don't have to sit an exam before they go into practice, because our accreditation system is very close to the veterinary statutory bodies. So
yeah.
They go straight into practice.
We heard yesterday from one of the witnesses that which she was aware of, people that had worked overseas for a number of decades in, I guess, a streamed area of veterinary, so it'd be like in the dairy industry, with cows, which is probably not as broad a education that you might have, in an Australian veterinary context, because I imagine that, you have a much wider skills gamut when you come out of the university, having worked on small and large animals and the like. But that person who is, I guess, eminently qualified in that tight stream area and well practiced was working, in a service station, I believe, because they're not recognised. Is there a way that we can acknowledge that work and then stream those people, noting that we don't do that, I guess, in respect of Australian graduates, you know, and our own vets that come out of the Australian system, is there a way that we can utilise those skills and experience that are, I guess, sitting here untapped to provide more capacity within our rural regional communities, yet also ensure that we have qualified and appropriately trained Australian vets that, you know, cover that wider gamut?
So we have limited registration in New South Wales, which Julie mentioned before. So what that allows is a person with specific skills or qualifications in an area of veterinary science that's needed, they can be granted limited registration for a specific period. Mm-hmm. So if there was a person, to be honest, a good example of this is horsework. So at this time of year I will get a number of applications from veterinarians with European qualifications but have done a lot of, well, at least 3 years work in horsework, and they will come and work at the horse studs for during the thoroughbred studs from the period, say, August to February, and they'll fill that identified need and then they'll go back home again. If they wanted to stay, we would expect that they would carry on and sit the AVE.
Right. Do they need to be monitored or supervised in any way? Is that's usually that limited?
That's correct. Yeah. So they're limited in terms of the scope of practice to equine work. Yep. And they're also limited in the point that they need to be supervised. We have 3 levels of supervision: direct, indirect, and immediate. So immediate means you're standing next to the person,
One-on-one,
which is probably a good idea initially. Once you've seen a little bit more of their work, you can be nearby so that you're available to come fairly quickly if they needed assistance. And indirect means you just need to be available by phone or something. So,
And do those people that are supervising, do they need special training or are they just need to be qualified?
No, they just need to be qualified vets without conditions.
Right. Thank you.
The board does have a policy on limited registration available on our website that goes through all the different categories. Another common category is for work in abattoirs. So we have quite a number of vets that have limited registration, allowing them to provide that critical service. So we have got a well-developed policy and in the legislation the ability to offer limited registration.
Right, thank you very much.
I might just go to you, Dr. Strauss. You mentioned in your opening statement about you developed a strategic plan just recently, and I think you touched on that it might include some model legislation.
Yes.
Are you able to provide the committee a copy of that at all? I think that would help us greatly in terms of looking at what changes need to be made to legislation. I know, Dr. Ferguson, you also have a recommendation, recommendation 1, about doing a review into the legislation, but you've obviously identified already some areas that you think we need to look at: complaint investigation, management health concerns, obligations around advocacy on animal welfare, after hours requirements and alike. Are you able to provide some more detail on that, even on notice, as to what we should be looking at? What are the areas of concern within those issues? Like, it's always good to have a review and look at all, get information from all different groups of people, but if there's already a body of work that's been done, noting that we're 7 years into a workforce shortage, we'd rather act quicker than slower. So if we can get a jump start on some of this stuff, if you've already done a body of work, that would be great if you could table on notice some more detail as to into those areas, what we need to be looking at specifically, or what issues need to be addressed.
We definitely can, and we have worked with we have engaged with the current government and previous government, and especially through the Department of Primary Industries in terms of where we've seen weaknesses in the legislation, and we've provided
So that advice has already been provided?
Yes.
Right. And what was the response back from the former government and this government in terms of that advice?
My understanding at the moment is that the priority is the animal welfare legislation, and then we will follow that in terms of a review of legislation. John?
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We'll go with Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. I just Sorry, did you ask about the changes to the vet
No,
trucks?
I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll ask about it. Sorry, so we have heard a little bit during this inquiry about mobile vet trucks and getting those, and obviously particularly we've heard about the veterinary shortage in regional, rural New South Wales, and I'm assuming that will all be part of a review of the Vet Practices Act, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, what changes that we need to hear about getting licences and easy licences rather than year-by-year licences. And I know that you've been doing a lot of work in this space to help with the mobile wildlife veterinary truck, but also the Animal Welfare League. And I just wanted to hear a bit more about some of the difficulties you were experiencing on your end and what recommendations we need there.
So at the moment our legislation specifically requires that to provide a hospital licence to allow surgery to be performed. The licence needs to be to a premises including land, and that's outlined in our legislation, which makes it impossible for us to licence a mobile hospital. There are some specific exemptions in terms of in emergency situations, but we've got around that with working with those mobile hospitals to licence them on a particular site. So that's the limitation there at the moment. The board has had extensive discussions, conversations around that, and especially there's probably two main issues that we've had extensive discussions around. The provision of ongoing care if a mobile surgery was to come into a town, and to ensure that they are able to provide that ongoing care after surgery, probably for a period of a week to 10 days afterwards, to ensure the animal welfare associated with that, but also the sustainability of rural and regional practices. In the ideal world, would have a full-time service available in the communities where they're needed. Having a truck come in and, for whatever better term, taking the cream off the top, the desexings, the vaccinations, the non-urgent work, coming in doing that once or twice a year, and then leaving the community without veterinary services for the other 50 weeks of the year, is a concern to the board in terms of then potentially taking away from the viability of establishing a year-round clinic in that location.
Yeah, my understanding from hearing about some of the vet trucks is to work with a veterinary clinic if there's one available, and then if there is none available, to sort of just be in that space if it's absolutely needed. The other thing we heard a lot about as well was telehealth for potential follow-up for a lot of surgeries. Would you support a model like that where if, say, a vet truck was to visit an area but there was sort of a telehealth service as a follow-up, while we're dealing with veterinary shortages, we're hearing that, for example, Parkes has no vet whatsoever until we're able to, and I agree with you that ideally we would want vet practices in a lot of these places, but while we're trying to sort of work through the issues around the veterinary shortage, that some of these models might help in the interim?
Telehealth absolutely has a role in terms of triage, but in terms of dealing with post-operative complications, it's not going to be able to provide the service that's required. Where we have licensed, their RSPCA going into a community using a community hall, where the licence conditions include the ability to provide that ongoing care, and that can be through the use of neighbouring vet clinics, even if they're several hundred kilometres away. But the requirement there to be able to have a vet to provide that ongoing care is needed.
And so what do we do, I suppose, at this point in time? I guess it becomes complicated, and I understand what you're saying, that, you know, obviously, and I think everyone ideally agrees that we want veterinary practices right across New South Wales and we want to support them. But where we've got locations, as you say, you know, several hours away, and we've heard that quite a bit in this inquiry, and then at the same time we're hearing that there are pounds that don't have access to vets, and so animals are being euthanised in quite cruel ways. When we're hearing that animals aren't being dissected, and so there's all these unwanted litters, and how to deal with that issue as well. Do you have a suggestion as to how we best deal with that situation without the mobile vet trucks or the telehealth?
I think the sustainability of the local practice is enhanced by providing financial support and logistics to those local clinics. When we're talking large regional centres like Dubbo, I think that we can enhance the long-term animal welfare outcomes and the veterinary sustainability by supporting the clinics in the town already.
And what about, what do we need to be sort of recommending as this committee for areas where like parks, where there's no vets? And I understand, I think at Dubbo there's only 2 veterinary practices and long waiting lists. I agree with sort of supporting the services that are in place now, but how do we get more services out there and support those services?
I suspect it's about getting veterinarians out there. So if you can have the veterinary staff out there to support those local clinics, then they can provide those services.
And so do you support some of the recommendations that we've had in this inquiry is helping with HECS debts and removing some of that for people who take regional rural placements? We've had suggestions for placements within universities that require them to go to regional rural areas. Do you support solutions like that to really help set up those services regionally and rurally?
There's definitely evidence that studying at regional universities and bringing in vet students that have a rural background are more likely to stay in rural practice.
Thank you. Dr. Strauss, you said in your submission that vet nurses and technicians have invaluable skills, and we've heard from them today as well. And you talk about allowing them to perform more tasks can actually improve animal care and ease the work for vets. Can you provide the committee some idea about what additional tasks vet nurses and technicians could safely assist with proper accreditation?
Yeah, we certainly have been working on veterinary nurse registration with the Veterinary Nurses Council of Australia. I would like to pass this question on to Dr. Bagley, though, who has done the research and on behalf of our Sustainable Practice Committee.
Absolutely, thank you.
So there are, in New South Wales we have a list of restricted acts of veterinary science, so then it's a question of what the profession and what the legislators are comfortable with passing on to non-veterinarians to complete those restricted acts of veterinary science.
Do you have any suggestions, I mean, for us as a committee as to, just to get an understanding, if we were to make it as a suggestion, as a recommendation from this inquiry that vet nurses and technicians to take on more activities, do you have sort of an idea around the parameters around what that would be so that we can understand, if we were going to make that as a recommendation, what it would entail?
Personally, I'd say diagnosis is particularly important. I think veterinarians need to be responsible for a diagnosis. The other is around surgery. I suppose I think any procedure performed under GA, general anaesthetic or spinal anaesthetic, I suspect still needs to be performed by a veterinarian. But having said that, I think Western Australia allows some procedures to be performed by non-veterinarians under the supervision of a veterinarian.
So we should have a look at perhaps Western Australia and where that sort of sits and look at a model similar to that?
I think that would be helpful, and I think Trish was here this morning, and I think just the curriculum that the vet techs complete and the vet nurses complete and the skills that they are developing through those courses, I think obviously that would be worthwhile looking at as well.
Thank you.
I might just throw to Mr. Murphy and then back to...
Yeah, sure, I'll follow, Kevin.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we've heard evidence yesterday and today from people that it's extremely difficult as a foreign-trained veterinarian to have your registration recognised. The exams are costly, it's inflexible. One of the examples thrown up was that foreign-trained vets that come here for a holiday may be able to fill gaps by working for a few months, but the systems in place to recognise their qualifications and the cost of doing so are an inhibitor to getting those foreign vets working. And I just wanted to see if you had any comment about that or a response to it. What's your view?
Would you like me to do that one? Okay. So, yes, I if you were just coming here for a holiday, to consider doing the Australasian veterinary examination would be prohibitive. It's expensive and it really does require...
how much is it? So, for a typical foreign-trained vet, what would it cost from start to finish?
Yeah, cost recovery. I think it's in the order of $7,000, and Louise back in the office might be... I would have to give you the exact example separately. So yes, it is. And it can take up to 2 years to complete the process. So if you were just coming here for a holiday, if you were from a school that was recognised by AVBC.
So why there are so few schools recognised? And they all seem, like when I look at the list, they all seem to be Britain or former British colonies. There aren't many outside that.
So you probably have seen the list of schools where we have either mutual recognition agreements, so South Africa would be one of those, and also increasingly the list of schools that are being accredited outside of the former British colonies. I think you noted Hong Kong, South Korea, Mexico, etc.
Netherlands.
And you know, there are programs that are equivalent to Australian and New Zealand standards and the standard of graduates that the Australian public is used to and deserves. But we do provide a pathway, and that is the examination for those who do need to demonstrate their knowledge, and that's the examination.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems inconceivable to me that there are vets in countries like France and in other parts of the world that wouldn't have qualifications from prominent universities there recognised in Australia, and they'd have to go through this very expensive, time-consuming process in order to be able to work in an environment where we seem to have a gap, and nations everywhere are competing for these types of skills.
That's right, and we do recognise that too, and again, it's one of these items on our strategic plan that we're looking at recognising European degrees, and I think we're making pretty good progress so far. So we put our toe in the water, I suppose, with Dublin and how we recognise that degree, and now we have so many excellent Irish vets coming to Australia each year. We had 5 go through our skills assessment last year, so directly migrating, and we're working with the European accreditation system so that we can take part in their accreditations, and that might be a pathway for those vets to come work in Australia.
I'd also like to note that the short-term holiday, the other potential pathway is limited registration, which the equine reproduction vets, so that there is another pathway there that the New South Wales Board can register vets on a limited registration if they don't have qualifications that we recognise.
Another point, and this is where New South Wales is a leader, is with specialist registration. It was only fairly recently that a specialist from Europe would have to sit the entire Australasian veterinary examination before they could register as a specialist, and New South Wales has found a pathway for these people to register through AVBC, but having their specialist qualification recognised.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go to the Veterinary Practitioners Board submission, just the parts about registration and the number of vets who are leaving each year. So there was some data here from 2022. Happy for you to take on notice, but I'd be interested to know if that sort of level of those vets leaving the profession or no longer being registered has been fairly consistent. And I think it's interesting that a lot were moving interstate or overseas as opposed to actually leaving the profession based on the data that you've got. So if there's any past data for the last few years that might be able to be provided on notice, that would be handy, I think. But also just from that, if you could just outline to the committee, if you're working as a vet and you take some time off, say, to have children, which again is something that has come up a bit about sort of an increased female workforce, what are the requirements to come back in and to be re-registered if you leave for whatever reason? And if you're not practicing for a certain period of time, are there requirements to then be able to come back on and be registered?
So we're happy to provide that data. I'd say, off the top of my head, it would be fairly consistent each year in terms of the numbers. In terms of the taking leave from practice, we have a policy on returning to practice, which really centres around the continuing professional development requirements for veterinarians. So that currently is a 3-year cycle, which requires you over that 3-year period to basically do 60 hours of CPD.
Okay.
So
each year?
No,
or within
over the 3-year period,
years?
so
Okay.
20 a year. It's divided into structured and unstructured points, which probably won't go really into, but at the end of the day, what that veterinarian would do, depending on how long they've been away from practice for, would need to make up that period that they're missing in terms of their continuing professional development. So if they've been off for 3 years, they'd be expected to do those 60 points before they come back again.
Okay.
If it's beyond 3 years, it's normally a question of doing the 60 points and then making a commitment to doing another 60 points in that first year.
Okay.
And then going back into a normal cycle.
Okay. And then if you were, say if you moved interstate but were working as a vet, then you were coming back to New South Wales, is it a simple process to get yourself registered back? Is there a cost involved? Like what?
You just restore yourself to the register in New South Wales, which is the registration fee.
Okay.
And there's no CPD requirement because the expectation is that you would have met the CPD requirements in the other jurisdiction.
Sure.
So whether that be in Australia or overseas.
Okay. And are they consistent, say, around Australia or the CPD requirements?
The CPD requirements were developed by the AVA and the AVBC, but that was well over 20 years ago, so it's time for a review of those.
Yeah, because I guess the reason for my question is not in this inquiry, but sort of in others, and particularly looking at health and other disciplines. If you leave the profession for a period of time, it can be quite difficult to come back in. But it doesn't sound like that's the case for vets, as long as you do those hours. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted clarity on that. So,
Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you. Thank you all for coming along this afternoon. Just in regards to the Veterinary Practitioners Board submission, and thank you, it's a very helpful submission. On page 1, so the submission itself, we've got introduction, terms of reference, and then we go over the page, the top of the next page. That first full paragraph at the top of what is, well actually down the bottom it says 4 of 12 pages, so it's the second paragraph, or second full paragraph. If we just read it, based on the above analysis, it's likely that the average annual increase in the total numbers of veterinarians in New South Wales over the period, and that period is 2019 to 2022, would have been more than sufficient to address changes in the demand for companion animals, veterinary services, but for, which obviously is the COVID spike. I'm just trying to square that statement with what's just been a constant theme that's come through virtually all of the witnesses yesterday and all the submissions, or virtually all submissions. I sort of use a word that there's an acute shortage of vets. There's a serious shortage of vets in New South Wales. And I'm just trying to square the two. I'm not saying what you're saying is invalid, but is there a reconciliation somehow that I'm failing to pick up here? So there's an overarching theme and narrative that there's a very serious, acute, major, whatever word you might like to use, shortage of vets in New South Wales and the services that they provide. But then on the numbers, and if you go back to the previous page, which is page 3 of 12, just under the terms of reference, 2 paragraphs down, it says, the number of veterinarians in New South Wales as at the 30th June 2022 was 4,396, and this total number of veterinarians has been increasing by approximately 3% per annum for what is quite a long period, 2007 to 2022, I guess compounding increase of 56%. So can you help elucidate, are these two positions that are being presented reconcilable, or there's something missing here somewhere?
Well, we believe on the basis of that data that what is missing is full-time equivalent veterinarians. So all we have is absolute numbers.
Yeah.
But we don't know how many hours a week those veterinarians are working.
Yeah.
So I suppose that's what we're looking for is if we can collect that full-time equivalent data as well, then that would probably give us a much better idea and align our data with the reality of what you just mentioned in terms of the acute shortage.
Indeed, I mean that makes perfect sense to me. And if you go actually back to page 4 of 12, and then you count up the 3 paragraphs from the bottom, and we're talking about the last line of that third last paragraph from the bottom. Well, actually, I'll read the full sentence that starts in the line above. Consequently, as these veterinarians leave the profession, the number of veterinarians required to replace them is often more than one FTE. So, obviously, look, and there's a similar issue in areas of education, for example, where you've got, this is a well-rehearsed scenario of the baby boomer generation cohort getting to its point and retiring and leaving. And so that's occurring. The need to replace for more than one, is that reflective of the fact that the ones leaving obviously have a working life of a profession and experience, and therefore even one for one doesn't really deal with the workload that such a person's able to carry? So you've actually got to be bringing in numbers to sort of deal with those retirees, which are really above the one anyway?
It's a good point, and it probably works both ways. I would say there's certainly that element of experience and skill from that would make, well, maybe their work more efficient than, say, a new graduate veterinarian.
Yeah.
But also there's the just simple fact that many of those older veterinarians, I'm sure, work more than a 40-hour week.
Which comes back to this point about the part-time work, yeah. Is there any even back of the coaster calculations or sense of the numbers of vets working on a part-time basis? I mean, I'm not going to hold you to a specific number, but there must be a general sense.
The best data we've got is from the Australian Veterinary Association, from their survey, which tells us it's something like 25 to 30%. But it is a survey. The board data is census data, if you like.
Yeah.
But the AVA data is survey data. And the other area we can look at is there's the graduate outcomes survey data, which are from the universities, and again that's looking like around about 25% of new graduates are choosing to work part-time as well. So it's probably around that number. The difficulty is we don't know what that number was 20 years ago as well.
Yeah.
So.
Anecdotally, as a employer, we run 4 clinics in outer southwest Sydney. We've got, I think, a ballpark 16 vets on our books. There are 3 or 4 of them that are working full-time hours.
Wow.
Through COVID, a lot of them decreased their hours. We are finding that they're increasing their hours again now. We've had one recently convert from part-time back to full-time hours.
And just my final question, and both organisations speak to this, it's a bit of crystal ball gazing, but in terms of the COVID spike that we've seen, and it's sort of well understood, is those increase in companion animals, the numbers, or in percentage terms increase, which has come up to a number obviously, likely to be sustained, or is there a sense that that was a spike and there's going to be a return to a more, dare I say, normal level of companion animal ownership? Just out of interest, is there any sort of speculation about that?
I'm comfortable it was a spike, a huge increase in demand. Dog and cat prices went through the roof. It was not unheard of people spending $10,000 on a puppy. And we're definitely hearing breeders now saying they can't give away puppies. we went from the pounds through that COVID spike being close to empty to pounds being over capacity at the moment and not able to accept animals from vets.
Really? So they're really at almost, at least some of them are almost an overflow status?
Past overflow, that they're literally not willing or able to come and pick up a stray animal from the clinic.
So can I ask, sorry, just what does that mean in practice then if they are at this sort of complete overflow level? What does happen with respect to reports then of a stray dog or a stray cat or whatever the case may be? Does that just go unattended because it can't be accommodated?
In our clinic, we'll go to the highest extent we can to try to reunite that animal through scanning microchips and whatever else we need to do. But then when push comes to shove, we need to transport that animal ourselves at our cost down to the pound where they're obliged to accept it.
So just clarify that, the pound's obliged to accept it?
If it's presented to them, they are.
By a vet?
By anybody, I believe.
Okay.
Cats are a little bit more complicated, and some councils are much more proactive and easier to work with than other councils.
Okay. No, thank you, that's helpful.
Ms. Boyd?
Yeah, thank you. And yes, thank you very much for your submissions for coming along. I just wanted to ask a question about that CPD requirement. I know that in the briefing that we had, we heard a little bit about the sort of financial burden of that as well. What's the sort of, when you're talking about making up those hours, what sort of courses are available and how much would the average course be?
With the onset of COVID, we actually reduced our requirements where a webinar would be counted as a structured point. We haven't gone back on that at this stage. There are a plethora of free webinars available or at minimal cost through a whole lot of providers. Yes, going to a conference can be expensive. You could spend several $1,000s in conference registration fees for a week-long conference and get a lot out of that. But to meet the minimum requirements is, in my opinion, not financially onerous.
Okay, so there's plenty of free programs as well. Is there, presumably those programs get accredited? How many of them, I guess, are run by commercial providers? I'm particularly interested in whether there's a percentage of those that are being run by pet food companies or something along those lines to try and get people in a bit cheaper. Is that an issue?
There's no accreditation requirement for CPD. It's the market choice, I suppose, depending on how they value the CPD.
Yeah,
the requirement is, for structured points, is actually only 5 hours a year, 15 hours over 3 years. I think I couldn't tell you percentages offered by different groups. Possibly the ABA might be able to help you there because they, I won't say, well, they sort of accredit CPD programs, but I'll leave that one for the ABA.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you. Just in this final minute, can I ask you to take on notice to provide the committee some more detail on the overseas assessment process? I know you said it's $7,000 and takes 2 years, but I've looked at your detailed flowchart on your website, and all I see is an English assessment test and 2 examinations, 1 preliminary, 1 clinical. So I'm curious as to how 3 tests take 2 years to administer. I'm sure there's a reason why, but just some more detail about why it's taking 2 years to get through that would be really interesting. Thank you. That takes us to the time. So I believe you have taken some questions on notice, including that last one. And it was a reminder to myself. Yeah, so the committee secretary will be in touch and you'll have 21 days to get back to us. But once again, thank you very much for appearing today and providing evidence that has been invaluable. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
good. Yep. All right. Welcome back to our next session. We now have witnesses from the Australian Veterinary Association, including one witness via video conference, but starting with our witnesses present on my left. Can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
My name is Dr. Zachary Letterhose. I'm the New South Wales Division President of the Australian Veterinary Association, and I'm going to be saying an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Christy Seacombe. I'm the Head of Veterinary and Public Affairs for the Australian Veterinary Association. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And we have Dr. Whittaker on video conference. Can you hear us, Doctor?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yep.
And see you.
Okay, great. Yes, so thank you. My name's Dr. Robin Whittaker. I'm a veterinarian and I work as a Senior Advocacy Officer for the Australian Veterinary Association, and I am appearing today as the subject matter expert for veterinary social work. And I'll take the affirmation, which is, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, would anyone like to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions?
Yeah, I'll make one on behalf of the group.
Yep.
Good afternoon. We'd like to begin by thanking the Parliament for establishing the inquiry and the committee for the opportunity to contribute through both our submission and through having us here today. I'm the Australian Vet Association New South Wales Division President. I also own and run a companion animal practice in Goulburn in New South Wales, just down the road. I'm joined today by Dr. Seacombe, who's the AVA's Head of Veterinary and Public Affairs, and Dr. Whittaker, who's the Founding Director of Veterinary and Community Care, and as requested by the committee to have along today, is a subject matter expert in the emerging field of veterinary social work. The Australian Veterinary Association is the peak national organisation that represents vets in Australia. Our members come from all fields of practice. Much has been said during this inquiry about the integral part that animals play in our society, and the role that vets play in safeguarding animal welfare and public health has been shown to be indisputable. Vets facilitate the social licence that allow the community to feel comfortable with owning animals, farming animals, and enjoying entertainment that involves them. As vets, we feel it's a great privilege to hold this position and to care for our patients, but with that comes a great responsibility too. We believe that every animal that interacts with humans should have the right to access vet support. Sadly, we're falling short. This deficiency isn't just to the detriment of our animals, it undermines biosecurity, risks human health, and chips away at the fabric of society. Over the past 2 days, you've gained an insight by hearing from a range of people across the profession. It's clear there's a shadow that looms over the profession in New South Wales, nationally and globally. Vets are facing unprecedented challenges like workforce shortages, burnout, poor mental health, and financial obstacles that frankly would shock most Australians. In some sectors of the profession, the demand for vet services has grown at an unexpected rate, and meeting that demand has been a challenge. Whereas in other areas demand has declined, and the loss of expertise associated with this reduced demand is at a critical point. The challenges in maintaining a sustainable vet workforce are diverse. Financial vulnerabilities lead to chronic underinvestment in the labour component of vet practice, and there's been a continued contraction in public sector veterinary services. Alongside this, the workforce is not immune from generational shifts and societal changes. In addition, there are the pressures of providing after-hours services, navigating a dated regulatory framework, as we've just heard, and providing veterinary care over large geographical areas. Furthermore, as you've also heard, vets are performing a huge amount of public good, such as biosurveillance, caring for stray animals, injured wildlife, and animals in emergencies. The cost of delivery of these services is often unable to be recouped, and this is particularly challenging for the private vet sector, and it's one of the factors that mean that the public good parts of the profession don't function as a free market. The AVA in its submission has laid out 16 recommendations, which range from immediate interventions to long-term strategic solutions. These recommendations serve as a blueprint for change, and they're grounded in thorough research and a profound understanding of the nuances of the vet profession. Each recommendation serves to highlight a path forward to fortify the workforce, and a New South Wales Government commitment to implementing these would not only safeguard the profession, but ensure that it thrives, hence meeting society's evolving animal welfare needs. In closing, we're at a critical juncture The challenges faced by our profession are multifaceted, and so are the solutions. With collective will, strategic thinking, and targeted interventions, we can pave the way for a future where both our animals and the vet teams that care for them not only survive but flourish. Thanks again for having us, and with the permission of the Chair, we've circulated some handouts that summarise our submission and also provide information about veterinary social work, provided by Dr. Whitaker.
Thank you. So the committee's resolved to just have free flow questions. If Ms Boyd's got questions, I might start with her since she was the last one last round.
Sure, I'll ask one question and then maybe sort of come back to me later if there's more time.
Yeah, sure.
I did want to pick up on that question I was asking before about the CPD requirements. Can you let us, is there any element of that sort of CPD requirement that is causing financial pressure? Just your views on that.
Sure, I'll take that one if you don't mind. In terms of continuing professional education costs money for people to undertake. It costs money to deliver, and the people who and it can be a variable cost. So there can be some low cost options that people can utilise, but there is also a full range of spectrum in terms that some of the courses that can be undertaken can be at a relatively large cost to the individual, and examples of that would be university degrees, etc., that add to your body of knowledge. So in terms of the amount veterinarians would spend, that is very variable, and it depends on your own personal interest and what you want to achieve as a veterinarian. In most cases, that cost comes to the private individual or private veterinarian. It's some parts of it may be covered by your employer, but that can be the exception, not necessarily the rule. However, the time off to undertake that is often given to you by your employer, so they bear that cost. But I guess the bottom line is that in order for us to maintain our standards, we need to undergo continual learning, and that comes at a cost to the individual to do that.
So does that then encourage, your pet food suppliers and people to come in and provide those sorts of training opportunities? And do you have any idea of sort of what percentage of training is undertaken with companies of that nature providing the training?
So the usual mechanism is that bodies will undertake CPD. So, for example, the Australian Veterinary Association, we do a large proportion of continuing professional education, and we partner with sponsors in order for us to help deliver that. We have a degree of separation, though, in terms of that sponsorship is independent of content as a general rule, to make sure that there's no biases, etc. And then the money that comes from that CPD is refunded or funded back into the organisation for advocacy, etc. There's also the private commercial CPD providers who provide, where it's a business model where they're providing CPD for profit for themselves because they're acting as a small business. In regards to a large, like pet food companies, pharma companies, etc., doing CPD, yes, they do CPD as well. It may be more targeted to their areas of interest, and they may run that at no cost to people undertaking it.
And just a final question before I hand over. One of the things that's come out from the submissions is that we have, a largely private business model vet practice now. And one of the submissions I was reading was saying that, as far back as the 60s, we had up to half of all vets being in a sort of government practice. Is there any desire for government to step in and start running government-owned practices? Is that something the industry wants?
I guess in terms of we have a highly developed private veterinary market that has invested a large amount in infrastructure, etc. So it's support of that private market that is going to be the most beneficial, as opposed to the government setting up another infrastructure form as well. So investing in the private sector market to help them deliver that public good, allow them to recoup the costs associated with that public good, is likely to benefit the veterinary profession as a whole, because historically we've morphed into predominantly a private market.
And if I could add to that, in our submission we do call for increased public funding for vet services, but those vet services are not what most people think of when they think of going to the vet, you know, taking their dog in for a vaccination or having a range of services. And we've heard about the spectrum of care over the last few days. But looking at government services to plug the holes that provide a public good. This is support for animal industries, support for animal welfare, and making sure that we are fulfilling our obligations to our trading partners and things like that, because not only did we have vets scattered across the state, but we also had public vet laboratories which could rapidly respond to disease investigations, and private vets could use those facilities. But at the moment, those facilities are understaffed. We've said in our submission, we talk about the lack of vet pathologists. And that's a critical part that the fluctuating private demand for vet services, especially in regional areas, with the price of stock and things like that, doesn't support. But we need it there as a matter of public good.
So when we talk about the numbers of, you know, I guess pro bono hours being spent looking after wildlife or providing sort of basic services to people, you know, maybe on a pro bono or a cheaper basis based on their socioeconomic status. Is there I guess, an opportunity for government to come in and set up, you know, or provide those services directly for that kind of work? Or would the industry prefer more of a subsidising model to enable existing vet practices to more sort of, I guess, adequately cope with that type of work?
I mean, I think we would prefer for the utilisation of the private system and support for that. And, you know, particularly, you know, talking about that financially vulnerable group and the presentation this morning from the Cat Protection League in terms of working with those private practices to be able to deliver that care rather than setting up in additional facilities that then also, I guess, compete is one way to look at it with private veterinary businesses, and which we've also just heard about in the previous presentations. And I guess this is, you know, where we can sort of segue into veterinary social work, is that, you know, utilising the private practices and then partnering with some support in how do we actually help those people and really make sure they're having their needs met and their animals' needs met would be the best ideal outcome.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. Thank you so much for your submission. I think I'll probably speak on behalf of the whole committee when I say it's really thorough and has some really good recommendations that we've also been asking other witnesses about. So we just appreciate the effort that you've gone into. I have a few questions in a couple of different areas, but I'll try to get through them quickly just for colleagues to have time. And I wanted to pick up firstly on the issue of government veterinarians, and you talk about it in recommendation 2, just about having a review of a bit of a proactive strategy. I think it would be useful just to get on the record from your perspective, when you don't have the government vets doing work, and particularly around things like identifying whether it's foot and mouth or lumpy skin or, you know, a lot of the different diseases that can come in and those biosecurity threats. What's the actual risk in terms of animal welfare, but also, I guess, more broadly to the economy in Australia, ag sort of industry in general, if you don't have that sort of government vet workforce complementing the private vet? Like, what's the risk to government if that's not done well?
I mean, it's a major risk to our biosecurity and food security by not having a really strong government veterinary sector. And when we talk about the profession, you know, we're talking about the private veterinary sector and the public veterinary sector.
Yep.
And that erosion of the public veterinary sector has occurred over a long period of time and relied on the private veterinary sector to pick it up, and it now no longer can.
Yep.
And so it just increases our risk level around particularly biosecurity, food security, but also animal welfare as well, which is becoming exceptionally important around our social licence to operate animal-related industries. So having partnerships between government vets and private veterinary practices is the ideal that we would like to see.
Yeah.
And to Zach's point earlier, I mean, in terms of government investment in specific infrastructure, etc.,
investment in public laboratories for the whole profession to use would be really fantastic to see again. I mean, we used to have that, and it has now eroded away.
Yeah.
If I could make an additional comment, it's also about incentives. So in a small town, if you're the country vet who treats livestock and you have to go into a property and you have to shut that property down and quarantine it, but they're quite a big client of yours that pays a substantial amount to subsidising your rent, your staff, your costs, there's an inherent conflict there.
Yeah,
and so at the moment, the government vets that are doing that cop a heck of a lot of abuse if they're at risk of shutting down a farm.
Yeah.
But they're a government entity and that's what they need to do. But as the government contracts out to private vets to do that work, we're inherently less efficient.
Yeah.
In addition to that, it's also the passive biosurveillance. The more vets are out on farms, the more likely they're going to see that cow, hang on, that sheep's not walking right. Let's have a look at her. Whereas a farmer with a low value animal, like a sheep, might not call the vet out about that particular individual, which could be the first case of a new disease.
Yeah, and we heard that yesterday in terms of the importance, particularly of having vets on farm and why that's important. That kind of segues a bit into you were talking about being abused for shutting down a farm, but just the wellness initiative that you mentioned. I think it's Thrive is the campaign. We had some evidence yesterday from Sophie's Legacy out of South Australia. They were running a similar campaign, which was along the lines of we're only human, and sort of wanting people to be respectful to their vet and really understanding what happens in a vet practice. Could you just tell us a little bit more about what's in your suggested sort of wellness initiative? I know you've done a lot of surveying and research within your profession, but sort of funding a campaign is something that we've talked about, but what else could we be doing or government be supporting you with that wellness initiative?
Sure. So, we've spoken about our wellness initiative in our pre-budget submissions as well to the federal government. And in terms of what we would like to see, we would like to see across the profession mentoring, that the ABA provides a mentoring service for ABA members and graduates, but it would be great to have funding across the whole profession so we can progress that. We would like to see 24/7 counselling for veterinarians in need, like other professions have. That also takes significant resourcing. We have that for members, but having it across the whole profession would be very helpful. We have just put into place a program looking at developing work culture, improved work culture as a pilot program. Extending that out to the whole profession is another desire we have. And also, increased access to a range of programs that the ABA has developed, such as employer of choice, so people can look at who they want to work for, etc. Do those places of employment have all the things that I need as an employee to make my work satisfying and sustainable? Return to work programs, etc. So there's a range of initiatives that we have in play and are continuing to develop that all need to be resourced, and that's where it starts to get challenging. I mean, we've heard about how the profession is really struggling from a financial point of view, and resourcing all of those things ourselves is impossible.
Okay. Just a couple more, if that's all right, Chair. I am conscious of time, but the recommendation about lifting the age cap for permanent residency came up yesterday, and I noted in your submission, I think the age is, it's 45.
45, yeah.
Not to be ageist, but would you have a limit, do you think, or should we just open it for anyone who's got the qualifications? If you were to, you do say matching to the human medical field, but
you'd be well under. Just say.
I am. Thank you, Wes. Thanks for getting that on the record. But is there? Do you think there should actually be an age limit if people are qualified? What's your thoughts on that?
I think if you can demonstrate competency, then there shouldn't necessarily be an age limit. I guess what we're asking for is to say that 45 is far too young.
Yes.
Well, I'm on the other side as well. So, it's really limiting, and also because the education to get to some areas, particularly those specialty levels,
takes time.
It can take 10 to 15 years to get that skill base. So we're missing out on that from overseas specialists.
Okay. And then the idea, the recommendation 7, where you talk about a think tank to develop an after-hours model. Just interested if you've got any sort of even anecdotal examples of places where you know that that's worked well. And I was speaking to a vet recently from a regional community that they have a vet nurse to take the call. This may be very common, but they sort of triage as best as they can to sort of not disturb the vet on call unless it's absolutely necessary, which again may be very common practice. But are there any kind of standouts that you know amongst colleagues, and happy for you to take that on notice, that would be something to feed into some kind of review on what does best practice look like in after-hour sort of models of care?
Sure. I mean, there are examples of regional centres, you know, doing after hours in a way that is sustainable for all of the veterinarians in the town, and we can provide some examples of that. I guess in terms of the think tank, it comes down to that whole aspect that, you know, as a profession, we need to be able to get together and really talk this through and work out a plan forward, and undertaking that activity needs to be resourced. I mean, it's been quite piecemeal, etc., up to now, which is why there is a range of options. You know, we note the development of the telehealth triage for after hours, and that's a great initiative, and we support that style of activity. Having said that, though, that comes at a cost to the veterinary businesses. And so, you know, looking at, if we look at our human health counterparts, where they have access to that type of service, that it's publicly funded. So, you know, that's what we would like to come together as a profession to look at: what are all the options, what's going to work best for all stakeholders. And when we say that, we're talking about the community and animals, not just the veterinarians.
And then just my last question, just in terms of, there's a few recommendations that you make about support for rural, regional and remote areas, and again, very consistent with some of the evidence we've had around things like, you know, HECS rebates and financial support. But I note that you also call out access to childcare, which again has come up a little bit in the last day or so, particularly in rural areas. What do you find amongst your members and in your own personal experience, how much of an impediment that can be to workforce issues when people can't get access to the childcare that they need?
It's huge. I mean, you know, not being able to access childcare means you can't work, full stop. So having access to services will increases flexibility for veterinary workers, and flexibility is what the veterinary profession really wants. We've heard that time and time again, and offering a full suite of services in that rural and regional area allows that to happen. I guess the other thing we would say is that, you know, there are a suite of services that are available, or incentives for those professions that are considered essential, such as education, human health. What we're asking for is all of those affordances to those professions should be afforded to the veterinary profession as well, because veterinarians, as we've heard, really are essential.
Did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think what Christy said about if you don't have childcare you can't work is very true, and we've heard from the vet board about the decreasing full-time equivalents and the amount of hours that are capable of doing. And we had a question about the prior generation of practice owners, which were predominantly older men. And our profession now is not that way. It's predominantly younger women. And that's something that means that we need to accommodate that. But also, we know it's not just young women who want to take time off for their families. I've got a young son, and I'd like to be able to take time off, but we currently don't have a guaranteed place for childcare, and we might not find out about that until January or February next year. Now, we're in a regional centre. Now, that's true for myself, my staff, and people at other practices as well. And what it does is it breaks up those early and mid-career vets from their career development and their professional development, which mean they go, well, maybe vet's not for me because it doesn't fit in around what I can do. And so looking at ways that we can support vets to continue their career, even if they're not working that full-time load, is really key. And childcare is a key part of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for coming in today. We've heard a lot today about, and yesterday, about Veticare, and people have a very different idea in their minds as to what that is. I guess it's just a word at this point, and we're sort of talking as an inquiry about what something like that would entail. Am I right in saying that you are supportive of subsidised vet care for lower income earners, as a way of existing veterinary practices to be able to recover costs in some of those situations. So say it was a pensioner that came in that they could have a lower cost veterinary service, but that the vets would be compensated through some kind of system?
I think the challenge here is about the continuum of care, and I'll pass on to Dr. Whitaker in a second, but as a private veterinarian working in this space with someone with limited income or limited resources, there are many options available to us. We can reduce the standard of care, we can reduce options on the table. You know, I'm not necessarily going to refer someone who's got $100 in their pocket for an MRI that might cost $4,500. That just doesn't make sense, and it's not best for the patient or for the owner. And so the question is about, is there a safety net? Do we want there to be a safety net for animals in New South Wales? Because that's what the committee can consider. And then how do we best access that safety net? Offering a high level of care for all animals in New South Wales, no questions asked, is not the answer, we don't think. But when we're integrating and looking at how can we best spend our money, helping people to understand the options on the table and navigate that landscape is key. And that's put onto private vets who are in the room trying to help the animal. That's all we want to do, right? We're trained medically, we're not trained social workers. And that's where that's definitely an avenue for vet social work to play a part. And then having that safety net or that underlying funding to support that is, I think, the answer. But Dr. Whitaker, I might pass to you.
Yeah, thanks. As you said, that's the model which, say, veterinary social work obviously is very emerging. We literally have one veterinary social worker in Australia, and unfortunately she couldn't join us today, so I'm here in her stead. And we need to have the funding so that we can administer these types of packages, if you want to call them that, to the eligible clients, so that they can get the services that they need for their animals. So, and veterinary social workers play a part in that role where they can help to communicate with those clientele. They can act as that bridge between the vet team and clients who have those needs, and they can really just take away a lot of those types of aspects that vets and vet nurses and everybody in a vet clinic have for years tried to be social workers, and some of them do an amazing job, and there's a lot in that space that do great work, but it is really mentally challenging for so many. And that we need to, again, do this where it's the people who know their role, do their best role, and let the others do their role too. So that's where that comes into it. And so the funding is required. And there is an example of this in Victoria where there is a practice that is actually already piloting this through the Victorian government.
Thank you. And I suppose the other one that has come up quite a bit, which kind of falls under this whole term of Veticare, is a system where vets can potentially recover costs if treating wildlife or taking in homeless animals and the costs associated with that. And there's sort of been two ideas thrown about, and one is that vets could potentially in a similar system actually try to recover those costs through some fund system, or that there would be government-funded veterinary practices that would focus on those spaces to alleviate that stress from vets who are currently doing that sort of free of charge. Do you sort of, I suppose it's kind of complex again, because if you're looking at regional rural areas and you've only got sort of a wildlife city vet, that doesn't help anyone in a regional rural area. Would you support some kind of a mixed system in that space, or do you see something quite different?
I think that there's... sorry, Dr. Whitaker.
No, you go ahead. I think, yeah, go.
I think the key here is, what is the goal of the service? Is it to provide that safety net? Is it to make sure that vets are sustainable in providing that service that the public and legislation expects us to do? We're expected to look after animals that are in our care that are suffering. I can share a specific example of a dog that was hit by a car that presented to me in my clinic that we had to provide first aid for. It looked like it may have had a broken leg and a potentially punctured lung. We did x-rays on it because that's part of what we needed to do to establish what was going on with that animal. And once it had been stabilised, because it was an unknown animal, it got picked up by the pound and we didn't see a single cent. And the pound said, oh, well, good luck, you can try chasing the owner. Well, the dog got released and we never saw anything from it. Now that happens all across the country every single day, and it's especially true of wildlife, and it gets amplified in emergencies and natural disasters. So the question is the funding accessible? Is it appropriate for the type of work that we want these vets to be doing? Because we don't want it to be a bucket of money. No vet wants to have a free, ticket from the government. What we want is we want to look after the welfare of these animals, and these issues happen all across the state, not just within a limited geographical area around a particular hospital.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that if something like this was to happen, it would be, and I think we heard from another group just saying that there would need to be some kind of consultation process as to how something like this would run. Like, it does sound quite complicated. As you say, you can get, a $10,000 MRI, which is optional. Does something like that come in through a government-funded system, or does that kind of fall out of that system? So there's actually quite a lot of bit to work through. I suppose, and then I think the other thing in your submission, you talked about not being supportive of some kind of scheme like that, more around, and we spoke to other witnesses today too, around general public veterinary hospitals, because that would obviously create competition. Is that kind of your main concern around that space?
As we've talked about, the veterinary profession now is predominantly within the private sector, and making sure that it remains viable is making sure that sector remains viable, and that's part of the reason we're seeing some of the issues we're seeing. So we're firmly of the opinion that utilising that infrastructure and system and helping that system to be able to recoup the costs for the public good it does is likely to be the best outcome. Having said that, though, it goes to that point that this is complex, we all agree on that, and that there needs to be some very careful planning to make sure there's no unintended consequences to anyone who needs to benefit from these as well.
I think there's some research out of the States that shows that the type of people who seek low-cost vet services don't necessarily compete to a great extent with private veterinary practices, depending on the location and the socioeconomics of the area. But the other thing too is when we're thinking about animal welfare, we're thinking about continuity of care. Animals don't see a vet once a year and then they're healthy for the year. So if you have a truck come to your town that does vaccinations and maybe dissects the animal and then leaves town, you don't have a relationship with that vet. You don't have someone you can call up or go in for that small issue before it becomes a big issue, which ultimately saves money for the pet owner in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. And just on that as well, your submission didn't go into much detail about telehealth, but it's something that has come up quite a bit in this inquiry. And it sounds like there's a place for telehealth, which can be fantastic. Where do we find that balance to make sure that telehealth doesn't step in to replace that one-on-one veterinary care that we so urgently need in regional and rural areas?
I think that, yes, we agree telehealth is important, but if it's not administered carefully, it will have unintended consequences. And once again, it's about thinking through very carefully about what they may be and the longer term impact. And it's, it is difficult to answer right now all of those, and everyone will have a differing opinion. I'm sure our opinion may differ from the boards, which may differ from farmers, etc. And once again, it's one of those things that there needs to be really good consultation and engagement so we understand how it can work to benefit everyone, not just one group.
And if we look at how it's being used at the moment, I think that shows us how it can be used in the future, which is especially in the tele-triage space. So when we've talked about a 24/7 hotline, and that's come up a few times about how do we make sure that people can access vet services when they need to, when we heard from the consumer advocate about having to call around 6 different vet hospitals. Now, we don't want that, but having a tele-triage service is a really good opportunity to give people access to easy, quick access to vets, but then taking that load off vets for the actual work that they need to do. So that's potentially a way to look at where it's most useful.
And I guess to that point as well is that telehealth is also work. So there needs to be a mechanism that the skill and expertise that is provided through that telehealth mechanism is able to be recouped, because veterinarians give a lot of free advice.
Absolutely. You mentioned also in your submission about the Thrive mental health program, and we've talking a lot about mental health throughout this inquiry. You talk about, I think you call it actually on the New South Wales government to fund this program. I'm just wondering how much it would cost and what sort of benefit funding that program would have overall.
In terms of what's our blue sky thinking, what would we
blue
love?
Sky.
At the moment, we've costed this out at about $3 million over 4 years to deliver all of those things that I just spoke to in that previous answer of what we're, programs that we've got underway in development, existing programs we have that we would like to expand out. That's the ballpark figure.
Thank you. And I think your submission goes into sort of what can be achieved with that $3 million, doesn't it? Or maybe I can put that on notice to you.
Can
to
we
just
take that
give,
on notice to?
Yeah, just to
sure.
give a bit more details to, if you're talking about $3 million, what
Sure.
sort of, what do you get out of those dollars would be really, really useful, because it's something we've talked a lot about over the last couple of days. The other question, I've got two more questions. One is around the mobile veterinary clinics, and I note that you're strongly supportive of these. Would you support reforms to ensure services like that are able to be licensed? I mean, that's something we've heard a lot about during this inquiry, that we need to review that to make sure that those services can run.
Yes.
Yeah, you go, Zach.
Yes. It's part of the modernisation of the Vet Practice Act that we need. They have a role, they have a part to play, but there are also limitations, as we heard, about follow-up care and things like that need to be addressed. But yes, the loopholes and the gluing it together that's currently happening isn't suited for what the public needs or what vets need.
Yeah, so it sounds like we don't want that to be sort of like just a band-aid solution for regional rural New South Wales. We don't want to have a telehealth and vet truck system just for these areas. What we need is to encourage more vets into those areas, and then the vet trucks and the telehealth complement those services. Is that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we want veterinary practices embedded in these rural communities, and that takes investment and incentives to do that. And I guess an example would be, veterinarians aren't included in the regional relocation package that's available to certain professions in New South Wales. We would like to see veterinarians automatically included in that. So incentivising, and I guess the HEX component or the educational fee relief is how to get people there, how to keep them there and allow them to develop businesses is going to require that suite of initiatives that involves and helps people establish businesses, infrastructure in these communities so they stay there for the long haul.
Absolutely. And my last question is about financial support for animal charities. We saw a grant that went out to animal rescue organisations last year. I think it was about $5 million. Wildlife groups have talked about different funding packages that they might get. Is that also one way of alleviating pressure on vets if those organisations are then able to actually pay the vets with some of that funding, if it was sort of like a part of the requirement of some of those funding models? Because I know that a lot of vets are being offering sort of half price for rescue organisations, and it costs them as well. Is that another avenue that sort of takes that pressure off vets?
Yes, it is. I guess to that point, though, is that as long as there's not the requirement for veterinarians to continually discount services. So, we don't want to. It's probably right that that's the avenue it's delivered through, is through charities, etc. However, veterinarians need to be able to make sure that the services they're delivering, they're able to be financially viable.
That makes sense. Thank you.
I might just ask a couple of questions before I pass to Mr. Murphy. Just pick up on some of your comments you've made regarding, obviously, you do a lot of work and you need some government assistance to further that work. You're a member association, but obviously you are the peak association for vets in Australia. Pretending that I'm a full member, I pay you my $894 and then I have a special interest in, say, equine, and that's another $376 a year. What do I get for my 13, or what can you deliver to your me as a member for $1,300 a year?
So,
as a like you're a member organisation, you provide member services. I'm really interested in terms of, for $1,300, what can you actually practically deliver for that member?
So we get from, I guess there's several areas. So the first one is in terms of all of the access to programs that we have on offer, such as access to counselling, HR support for all of our members. We provide access to a range of programs such as employer of choice, which we've talked about, return to work programs, as well as a huge range of CPD offerings that come at a reduced price because you're a member. And we run about 136 events per year, so there is a wide offering.
But you do charge for those events.
We do charge,
I looked at your financial statements. You make about $4.6 million on conferences and education.
and then
but obviously there's a cost there, but you clear $1 million in profit.
And then we return all of that into advocacy for the profession, unlike other commercial CPD providers who return it to the business owners. So everything goes back into advancing, the voice of the profession, like we're doing today.
Yeah, and there is no other peak group in this space that competes with you. I'm just curious because you have a membership of around, according to your annual report, I think 7,600 members, but there's reportedly 15,000 vets across Australia. I'm just curious as to what those other 7,000 vets are doing in terms of support and etc. and where do they go and why aren't they members? We hear a lot about financial strain of vets, but surely that's not the only reason why they're not a member of your association.
I think there's lots of, it's an individual choice, and there are other organisations. So, for example, myself, I'm a registered veterinarian. I'm also a specialist level veterinarian. I've got 3 colleges I need to belong to use my post-nominals. So so you have to belong to all of those just to keep credentialed. Yep. And then in contrast to them, the Australian Veterinary Association, we have no linkage to...
there's no legal requirement.
There's no requirement for to be a member. So essentially, it comes down to personal choice and what we deliver to members, which is advocacy and CPD. And I guess the whole profession gets the advantage of the work that we do. We would love everyone to be a member, and we work hard to demonstrate our value. And advocacy for the profession is what we're working very hard to do.
Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Murphy might help you learn to picket. So
have you seen that? Have you seen that membership fluctuate or drop during COVID and this cost of living crisis we're experiencing now? Have you seen people pull back from your membership, noting that they have a legal requirement to be members of other colleges, etc., to maintain their accreditation? Have you seen your membership pull back a bit at all?
No, we haven't, and in fact, we're seeing it increase in certain areas.
That's good. Yeah. I might pass over to Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, sure. Look, I firstly just wanted to focus around recommendation 6, which is the age requirement in relation to visas. You've heard some of the earlier evidence, and first of all, it's right, isn't it? One of the significant issues is we're not training enough vets to replace the full-time equivalent positions that we need in the industry. Is that right?
I think that's probably a simplification of it. I think Australia's recognised as graduating quite a high number of vets per capita. We see the problem more as a retention challenge and keeping people doing the amount of work that they would like to do to further their career. So it's an attrition problem more than a...
And, Sydney Uni, in their evidence, was saying that we've got a very small number of overseas students that are going back overseas. We've also got some Australian students that are going overseas to study. And you would have heard the evidence earlier in relation to the boards. But do you think that's a significant problem and a blockage where it's taking up to 2 years and it's very expensive to have those overseas qualifications recognised, and that we have so few overseas universities, particularly ones from our region in Asia, that are actually recognised?
So I guess I would answer that in terms of the fact that one of the reasons for the shortage is an unprecedented demand, particularly in the companion animal space, that we wasn't expecting. So it was forecasted to be about 1.8% growth, and it's been around 4%. So we've had increased demand in a particular sector. We're graduating a relatively large amount of students, and we still have the shortage. And I guess we've got this attrition problem. So if we correct the attrition problem, and if demand reduces significantly, or maybe it doesn't need to reduce that much, and it may do because of the current cost of living issues, it may well be that we could have just the right amount of veterinarians, or potentially an oversupply. So we think that the overseas veterinarian aspect is a short-term solution to plug the gaps right now, and then the longer term solution is to make sure that we have correcting the attrition problem, and then ideally with reform to allow regulation of the whole veterinary team where they're able to do additional activities that they're not regulated to do.
You're already advocating for that as a short-term solution because of recommendation 6, where you say you should lift the age limit. But my question really is, well, how would that even help if it's then going to take somebody 2 years and an awful lot of money potentially to get their qualification recognised?
I think we could speak to recommendation 5 above that, that part of the challenge in the entire process takes 2 years, but after you've completed the multiple choice skills assessment, you can work under supervision of a registered veterinarian in New South Wales, which is fantastic. And that's partially to mean that you have a higher pass rate of that very expensive practical exam at the end. But it also means that these people get a chance to integrate in the community and find a practice that works for them. But at the moment, that's under the financial pressure of that individual overseas qualified veterinarian. And there are incredible costs before you attempt the exam that you're gonna pass it. So if there's something that we can get out of this committee's inquiry, it's that if we want more overseas graduated vets to be able to work in New South Wales, we can look at how can we fund them to get that experience in vet practices in New South Wales, and how can we subsidise the cost of that expensive exam.
But you don't think there's a problem in terms of recognising degrees from other countries or the cost barriers if it's not a recognised degree of going through that system? You don't think there's a problem there at all?
Oh, we think there is a problem with the cost barriers, which is, I think the New South Wales government can step in to remove that barrier. But the barrier, as we've heard from the Australian Vet Board Council, is it's a cost recovery basis. No one's making money off this, and I'm not aware of their costings. I know that's a question on notice that will be answered. But if the New South Wales government wants to encourage more overseas vets to work in New South Wales, that's one way that they can do it.
What we do want to see is high standards of veterinarians working in Australia, though. So we want to make sure that the veterinarians who are coming from overseas are working to the standard that we as a profession expect and the community expects, because that's one of the reasons why there is such trust in the veterinary profession.
But you can't be suggesting that the only university in Asia that trains people professionally and is of a high standard is one university in Hong Kong. I mean, what about all the other universities in Asia?
I don't think
that don't have their degrees recognised.
No, I think it's a really good question, and I think that's not what we're trying to say. I think it's a question for the Australian Vet Board Council. And the other challenge is it's not just a New South Wales problem. If you become a registered vet in New South Wales, you have mutual recognition, so you could practice across the country. So what we want to make sure is that the high standards are in place for New South Wales, so we don't see people who don't have an adequate degree or don't have adequate skills could use it as a gap. Not that I think that will happen, because the exam's quite good, But yeah, I think it's definitely a question for the AVBC.
Sure. And the other area I want to focus on, something that was quite alarming for me that came up yesterday in evidence, was we heard that there are lay people out there practicing, doing what would otherwise be veterinary services, things like performing dental work on horses and other types of operations. The issue for me is, at the moment we have a number of different authorised charitable institutions, government departments, police that are responsible for dealing with matters in terms of animal cruelty. I just wonder, do you think that there's, if I call it this, a prosecution gap where things like that are just falling between the gap because there's no one body like the police that's responsible for investigating and dealing with that, where maybe the RSPCA say, look, we focus on this area, the police say that's an RSPCA problem, Department of Primary Industries says, look, we don't want to get involved. I wondered whether you had anything to say about that.
As we put in our submission, we are concerned about who is looking into those people who are performing acts of veterinary medicine where they shouldn't be, and that is it is a real gap that is very frustrating for the profession, because we know that there are people performing acts of veterinary medicine, and it's very difficult for those to be investigated and followed through. So, reform around.
Can I just ask, sorry to interrupt you,
sure.
but why do you say it's difficult to investigate? I mean, the appointed charitable institutions have the power to seize papers, go onto premises. I understand these people are advertising their services as an alternative to vets.
I think the challenge is that, as you've identified, there is a prosecution gap here. Under Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, the enforcement agencies, all of them, are incentivised to only pursue the cases where they can get a successful prosecution. And so you need to be doing some quite egregious acts to be successfully prosecuted. And then the other challenge that you have is you're in breach of the Vet Practice Act if you're doing this for personal profit. So if you're helping out a mate and you stitch up his horse, or you yank a tooth, or you convince that person not to pursue you under any civil litigation, then you're in a bit of a pickle. Now, the other challenge is resourcing in the Vet Practice Act. Yes, they are the people who are given the powers under that framework, but they simply don't have the resources to go out and investigate.
So who should take responsibility for that, in your view?
The question comes down to, it's a gap between three different pieces of legislation, and each group has a huge amount of responsibility at the moment, and so it's hard to identify which group needs to take it on, and that's something that we'd like the Parliament to...
and I guess it needs to be resourced.
Hard to fix if there's no... real suggestion of...
Yeah.
I mean,
I think the vet
should
practice...
one agency, like the police or the DPI, be given the power to deal with everything and the responsibility to pursue those people?
Take that question on notice and come back to you.
Thanks. That was the last question I had.
Do you mind if I... Oh, no, it's my turn. Oh, okay, Mr.
I'll go to Red, and then if we have time for you,
Thanks,
Mr. Fanner, we'll jump
Chair.
across.
You put yours on notice. Thanks very much, and it's a very helpful submission, and we really appreciate it very much. I just had a couple of questions. The first one is just help me flesh out my own understanding, can't speak for others around the table, about the structure of veterinary practices and the emergence of particularly the corporate businesses now which are manifesting. That is the primary reason for the manifestation of the corporate business structure, particularly driven by the need to have that size to be able to expend the money to provide that really top level service in terms of the equipment required to provide these high-end services. So I'm just trying to understand, is there an inevitability that that's going to continue to roll, in other words, the corporate structure and the corporate delivery of veterinary services, because it will just have to be required to afford what is the equipment required to run a modern veterinary practice.
I mean, I think that the corporatisation of veterinary practices in Australia has just followed on from what's been happening around the world. So it was a natural progression, I guess, to come to Australia because it's been successful elsewhere. In regards to, they are very well positioned to invest heavily in infrastructure, etc., because of their sheer size, and it's very difficult for the small business owner to do that. And so I think that, I mean, it's likely, based on what's happened around the rest of the world, that corporatisation will increase in Australia. It currently sits at about 19% if you count everyone in the market, and there's also those societal and generational changes that are also likely to impact as well. And I guess the bottom line is that because of the variability in our workforce, different types of businesses suit different people to work in. The corporate situation is, a lot of people really like that larger style veterinary practice, whereas other people like that small business. And there's also a large range of people working as just independent veterinarians running their own practices.
Just further then, so you've got the corporate at this level. At the smallest level, you've got, for example, in a suburb X, a veterinary practice working from an old home that's been refurbished and it's got obviously facilities down the back for the pets and what have you, at that bottom end, if I could describe it that way. So what's in the gap between the small and the corporate? Is it just that as you move up, a bit like in medicine where you might have a medical practice where you have not part of a corporate structure, formerly like a well-known trade name, but multiple vets working from a single premise offering the service? Is that? And it sort of, that grows until you ultimately get to the corporate at the very top?
I think it's not a natural evolution from a single vet practice to a corporate. We've got competing incentives, and the corporates do have vertical integration, and they have economies of scale and all of those things. To deal with the market forces, you have some practices that kind of come together, or you might have a group of vets that own 3 or 4 different practices to pool resources, and then you also have specialist hospitals coming up in the space as we have, more highly qualified people. So it's quite a diverse landscape of industry, I guess, if you think about it. I think the challenge is yes, the costs of care continue to increase. An X-ray machine could cost $50,000 to $100,000, an ultrasound the same, lab work, blood machines, not to mention the cost of staff. And so the market does have a lot of different forces that are pressing in on these vet practice owners, and then those vet practice owners have to then pass those costs on. But what's interesting when we talk about supply and demand and things like that, often vets are people that want to care for the animals, and we find that some vets, instead of increasing their prices to reduce demand, as we would expect in another private industry, they will increase their hours or they'll discount services to make sure they can facilitate the care for those patients. And that's because all of the free work that they're expected to do isn't currently being supported.
Are there, I'm just conscious of the time, but in terms of this free work, are there vets who, dare I say, to use the phrase, take a bit of a hard line and say, well, listen, I really want to run this as a business. I really don't want to be working all these extra hours. I treat it as a serious vocation through my paid work, but this other element to it, I'm not that interested in. Does that exist, or is that unusual? Or?
That does exist, but it's sustainable when you're supported by a safety net that happens there. So we see that happen more in cities, and we also see it with socioeconomic factors as well. Right. In some suburbs, suburb Y compared to your suburb X, you have a market that can bear very high costs.
Right.
And they will buy a $10,000 dog because it's fashionable, and they will spend $200 a fortnight at the groomer. And then they pay for their premium vet service on top of that. Now, very different forces there compared to a lower socioeconomic area. But the animals still deserve care. And so that's the challenge.
No, thank you very much.
I would say just a point to that is that we are legislated, though, if we're presented with an animal that needs, we need to assess it, provide first aid and euthanasia if required. So even if a veterinary practice chooses that they don't want to do a significant amount of work at no cost, they still would need to do that under our legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our time with you. You have taken some questions on notice, and the committee secretariat will be in touch, and you'll have 21 days to get back to us. So, but thank you very much for your time and testimony and answering our questions. Very much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll now break for Mr. Whitworth, Mr. Kelly, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, we'll just get started now. Okay, welcome back to our last session today on the inquiry into the veterinary workforce shortage in New South Wales. We now have witnesses from the New South Wales government. So starting with my first witness in person to my left, can you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
My name is Dr. Joanne Coombe. I am the New South Wales Chief Veterinary Officer and Director of Animal Biosecurity at New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Scott Hanson, Director General, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Whitworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brett Whitworth, Deputy Secretary, Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Kelly on video conference.
Rob Kelly, Executive Director, Feed and Delivery with Local Land Services. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Now, does anyone want to make a opening statement before we go to questions?
Just very briefly, if I can.
Yeah.
Chair, thank you. And thanks to the committee. This is a topic that's incredibly important, not only for the primary industries and the livestock industries, the animal industries, the community in this state, but as a significant employer of veterinarians across New South Wales, both for DPI and for LLS. It obviously has significant impact as well for our workforce and the staff that we have. We know that just about every one of our strategic outcomes that we seek to achieve across primary industries is tied to having enough veterinary capability to help us with our emergency animal responses, our animal welfare, our productivity, our research, and our diagnostic capabilities. We're acutely aware of the stresses currently on the occupation, not just within New South Wales, but across the country. And we're really keen to work with the committee and with all of the witnesses you've had come before you to try to find solutions and a long-term path forward to make sure we've got those capabilities across the state of New South Wales.
Okay, thank you. So we just agreed to ask some free-flowing questions. I might just start at a bit of a baseline. So in terms of the vets that you employ, how many do we employ?
So we've got
across the whole of your, I guess, New South Wales government, I guess, but more predominantly primary industries and DPI.
And LLS as well.
And LLS, yeah, across the spectrum that you're in control of.
So I might make a comment about DPI, and then I'll throw over to Rob to make some comments about LLS. But I would highlight, we probably don't know the full suite of all the vets across the New South Wales government, because many of them may well be vets, may not be employed in roles in which they're practicing or they're utilising those veterinary skills at this point in time.
Let's limit it to the roles that people are employed specifically to do veterinary work.
Yeah.
That's probably more beneficial for the inquiry.
So we've got 23 vets who are employed for veterinary activities.
Yep.
However, when we talk about veterinary activities, we've got an additional set of staff I'll talk about in a minute, but in that 23, they're largely the staff who work on either veterinary and animal biosecurity policy. They're people who report to our Chief Veterinary Officer. They work on the risk assessments, they work on educating, they work with producers. They work in our animal welfare unit, providing veterinary advice, veterinary technical assistance for us. Outside of that, we've got an additional 53 staff who work in veterinary pathology, veterinary virology, veterinary research, veterinary virology research or bacteriology. All of those are critically important for our diagnostic and surveillance activities for biosecurity across the state. We're lucky we've got most of those, that full suite of staff decentralised and spread across our offices across the state in New South Wales. But I might hand over to Rob, who can comment on the field vets, because the veterinary staff that we have largely do the policy, the process and the research components, and the veterinarians that LLS have are the ones out on the ground working with the farmers. So I might hand over to Rob for his numbers.
Yep, thanks, Scott. So local land services, we're the largest employers of field vets in Australia. We currently have 53 veterinarians across New South Wales, located across the 11 regions, and an additional 4.5 vets that are vacant at the moment, so vacant roles. Our role really is unique to New South Wales Government, providing on-ground support to livestock managers with a history of across the various predecessor organisations. But we also play a critical role in the on-ground surveillance on farm, in sale yards, animal production, farms, sheep, cattle, beef, goats, to check for animal health and disease issues. And it's really important, the role that they play, because it supports market access and trade by maintaining New South Wales biosecurity standards and contributing to Australia's freedom of many devastating animal diseases. We also play a really critical role in natural disasters when they strike, such as fires, floods. The district vets, they play a role helping the producers, so by undertaking animal welfare checks, vet assessments, and assisting with euthanasia of impacted stock. Like all vets across the state and probably Australia, we do have a shortage in local land services, predominantly in the Western region. And the Western LLS region covers about 40% of the state. They currently are without a full-time vet out there, so we're covering that by utilising either local vets on a contract basis or by servicing it from other regions.
Okay. You've sort of answered my next question, Mr. Kelly, but to you, Mr. Hanson, are you experiencing similar shortages in terms of your vet pathology work as well, or just generally across the vets? Do you have a shortage or unfilled vacancies in the vets that you have? Or the positions that you need to fill, I guess is a better way to describe it.
Yeah, I guess I'd probably articulate it more that we have continued difficulties in trying to recruit in a timely fashion.
Yep.
We've currently got the roles we need, but it takes us a long time to find a senior pathologist or a senior virologist, and so we find it difficult at times to fill those when there is a vacancy created.
Do you feel like you're hindered in expanding your work or doing more of the work that you're doing because of that difficulty?
And I might ask the Chief Veterinary Officer to make a comment on this. Everyone adapts, and the way in which we've adapted is probably we've created closer partnerships with private veterinarians and with the universities over the last couple of years than what we probably have had in the past. We've turned a lot more to providing incentives for diagnostics, for example, for samples to be sent into us for our veterinarians to be able to assess them, as opposed to necessarily sending the vets out to collect them. So we sort of have been adapting our programs to make sure that we don't leave any gaps, but at the same time, if we had more, I'm no doubt we would further adapt those programs to be able to do more.
Yeah. Probably one final question before I hand it to someone else. We took some evidence yesterday that they believe there was a lack of vets that specialised in fish or aquatic life. I'm just interested to hear your department, obviously fisheries, would potentially see that impact. I'm just wondering whether you'd comment on that fact or that issue, that there might be a lack of specialised knowledge in that aquatic life or marine life specialisation.
Yeah, so our aquatic veterinary capability actually sits in under our Chief Veterinary Officer, so I might get Dr. Coombs to comment.
So we do employ 2 aquatic vets, a senior and a veterinary officer in the aquatic team. We've actually just appointed the second, or refilled the second position this week. So we've just enrolled someone this week into that position. So my assessment is that that's enough technical expertise within my unit for the work that we're doing with respect to biosecurity in the aquatic space. But I am aware that we have had difficulty filling those positions when they've been vacant.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. You just answered it. So.
Yeah, and so I might just add quickly to that if I can. I mean, it's a good example of where the partnerships that have been created with the private aquatic veterinarians who work for many of the marine and land-based aquaculture companies, that's been a critical part to our development of response strategies and plans for preparedness with emergency animal diseases around aquatics. And we draw heavily upon the scientific and technical capabilities of our 450-odd strong fisheries branch in terms of supplementing the technical expertise that our aquatic veterinarians have.
Just quickly though, when you talk about partnerships, are we talking about a fee-for-hire service? Is it something that you contract out, or is it a volunteer partnership? Can you just sort of describe the relationship in more detail as to when you say partnership? Yeah, are you essentially contracting this work out, or is it a pro bono?
A bit of all the above. So sometimes when I use the word partnership, I'm talking about the fact we'll sit around a table and talk about where risks lie or what things need to be addressed, how do we address those risks. When we rely on our private veterinarians to provide us with boots on the ground to assist us with activities, say for example in an emergency response, they get given cost codes in which they charge us like they would charge any client, and that's redeemable, that's payable under those emergency responses.
So like the white spot closure and the work that was done in that space, that would have been essentially a contracting out, because it was a boots on the ground response.
So there may have been elements, and I'd have to take on notice to check, but there may have been elements in which we paid, but in a large part they were the vets of the premises on which. And so when I talk about partnership on that front, we were sitting with them, running through where the likely risk pathways were, running through scenarios about how it might have got there, and then working with them about what remediation needed to be done, what cleanup, what decontamination needed to be done. And so we're relying on their intimate knowledge of their operations and their procedures like we would with anyone else. But we're drawing upon their technical expertise as well. So on that sense, we wouldn't have been paying them for that component.
Yeah, okay, sure. Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to probably just go back to you, Mr. Kelly. Just check, you can hear me okay? Yep. So
yes,
Sarah Mitchell from the Nats, just so you know who it is who's speaking in case you can't see us. I just wanted to go back to your numbers of vets and vacancies, and I'm happy for you to take this on notice, but I think you said there's 53 vets across the 11 regions. Would you be able to provide the committee with a breakdown as to sort of how many work across each region, just so that we're aware of kind of the size of the workforce across the state, but happy for you to come back with that. And particularly out in the Western region, because we had some evidence in relation to that yesterday that there wasn't a sort of field vet out there. Would there normally be one position out there, or is that what's that allocation?
The current vacancies that we have in Western, so when I mentioned there were 4.5 vacancies across the state.
Yep.
Western has 4 vets and 1 team leader, and they're all vacant at the moment.
Okay.
Either through maternity leave or through resignations and being unable to fill those roles.
Yeah.
But I'll confirm those exact numbers for you and a breakdown of each region.
Yeah, that'd be great. And so it wouldn't probably then be too much to then make the point that clearly the western part of the state is where you're having trouble with your staffing challenge, which is not unique to you guys. It's something that you see across government.
Biggest challenge in Western, but other regions as well will struggle. Even vacancies like in Albury take 6 months to fill.
Yeah. Okay. And do you offer any different incentives to vets in terms of their salary packages and things to come out to the harder to staff regions? Is that something that's available?
We're starting to look at that. At the moment, we operate under the LLS award, so that sort of inhibits what we can and can't do. But we've started the process at the moment where we're looking at how we can amend that to incentivise vets to work in difficult or hard to fill locations.
Yeah.
We've also started a graduate program, which we launched last year, working with the universities, and I know Western across a few other regions, we'll be getting some vets out of that process as well. So we're going into the universities, particularly Charles Sturt, early and offering them work placements, and then putting on graduate vets that we hope to then be able to retain in those. But the workforce planning issues, which is sort of what you're alluding to there, we've got a process in place where we're working through that, and we're looking at all available options to incentivise vets to work in hard to fill regions.
Yeah, because we've certainly heard evidence to that effect for the private sector as well. They've talked about things like HEX reductions and different ways. Again, not unique to veterinary services, but something that we certainly see in regional areas quite a bit. And then just one more for you. Just in terms of your field vets, because I have heard anecdotally, and be interested to get this sort of officially, that sometimes it is more tempting for vets to come and work for the government because can be better conditions and not as much overtime, and that competition between the private sector and the public sector is very much there. Then you guys might maybe have the edge over the private sector. But are there requirements to work overtime in the same way? And I'm assuming if there was an outbreak on farm of a particular, whether it was lumpy skin or foot and mouth or whatever may come into our regions, that they would probably have to be on call and be there. But what does that sort of working condition look like if you're a vet employed by LLS?
Yep, sure. So historically, you probably were correct in that our conditions were better than private vets and our pay was better than private vets. We don't have an on-call roster. We do get call-outs that vets can attend, and they have time frames at which they need to attend, sort of in that first 48 hours. So that was a bonus and an advantage for our vets. They didn't have to work overtime, didn't have to work weekends. We've seen a shift away from that now, where we're not as, preferred, because private vets now can offer, significant more money than we can because we operate under an award.
Yep.
And we're also seeing they're becoming more flexible in the conditions around overtime and working weekends and things like that. So historically, you're right, we did have an advantage. We don't have that anymore, and we tend to lose vets out of the system now because of that.
Yeah, okay. And can I just one more probably to Mr. Hanson, but happy for anyone else to answer. We've heard from quite a few witnesses both yesterday and today about whether we could explore as a committee and I guess as an industry more collaboration between government. Earlier today from the Vet Association, they were talking about whether you could share pathology or diagnostic facilities, things that have happened in the past but don't as much anymore. It's very open-ended, but do you have any comments about that? Do you have any ideas or ways that you think coming out of this inquiry we could see a bit of collaboration across all parts of the industry so that we can get some better outcomes and better, not just for animal welfare and things like disease outbreaks, but also just for that workforce support?
Definitely. And I'll throw to Dr. Coombs in a minute to talk about some of the opportunities there. But before I do, one of the key things that we need veterinary practitioners for is as both our frontline and our policy and our surveillance and our diagnostic in the event of emergency disease outbreaks.
Yep.
In the event of even a medium scale emergency disease outbreak, which will cost the state billions of dollars, there is no way we can successfully combat that without the assistance and without turning to private veterinarians across the state. We already have multiple situations in which we have had suspect cases that private veterinarians have investigated. We've been able to get them to partner up with our diagnostic labs at Elizabeth MacArthur Ag Institute, get samples rapidly across to there to be tested and results back out. Those kind of partnerships exist on a day-in, day-out basis. And again, I use that broad term partnership. But in this case, we typically pay for the couriering and the sampling and the testing of the samples as part of our commitment in that partnership piece. We see plenty more opportunity for broadening that, formalising that and expanding that. We also see the opportunity to help work on, especially through our responsibilities with the Veterinary Practice Act and the regulations, around the kind of things that we can do in partnership with the industry to be more inclusive to the full team that operate veterinary practices, whether they be veterinary nurses, as well as working out how and what kind of services can be offered across the full gambit of the animal carers that exist across the state. We think there's tremendous opportunities. Quite often the hard part here is just working out where to start. And we've always had long-standing relationships with the Sydney unis, with the Charles Sturt unis, with regards to veterinary training, the use of our facilities, and I think you heard yesterday commentary around the use of our TOCAL facilities in terms of the importance for large animal training facilities in particular. So we have always had long-standing relationships. We look to continue to build those. We find more and more in our emergency responses, we turn not only to private practitioners, but we turn to the community to act as citizen scientists for us in terms of collecting data, information, and being able to input that to help us do our jobs faster and quicker.
Did you want to add anything, Dr. Cook?
I didn't have a lot to add other than that, as Mr. Hansen said, that engagement piece with the private practitioners, it is at this stage more limited towards the emergency animal disease response and biosecurity training, but there was a huge project completed last year around, especially because of the FMD risk increase, that we conducted, including incident management training. So we offered 500 spots. They haven't all been taken up, and we're continuing that.
For vets specifically?
For vets and other para-practitioners to actually do that awareness of the emergency management training. So with respect to that emergency animal disease and biosecurity piece, we have been doing a lot of engagement and will continue to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fane.
Thank you. I wanted to thank everyone for making themselves available today. It's very much appreciated. I'm going to start with Mr. Kelly and actually start with one of the topics my colleague Sarah Mitchell was addressing earlier, just in relation to the, I guess, vacancies that are existing in the Western Division around vets. How long has it been since there's been a vet employed in that position within Western Region?
Yeah, so the last sort of tranche of vets, so they had 4 vets in total, and I'll confirm the exact numbers, was probably July. It's been a couple of months.
So it's been
June, July, so a couple of months.
Okay. So in that circumstance, where we would have, say, as we did previously, an outbreak of something like Japanese encephalitis in the Griffith area, what would be the process that would be undertaken to, I guess, look at and analyse where that might have come from? I'm sure that there'd be a role for those vets to look at. There was a lot of chat around the piggeries in the area. I imagine that that was your teams that were actually looking at that. What would happen in this instance where there are no Western Division vets available to be deployed?
So how we work that, Japanese encephalitis is a good example, or any other sort of emergency animal disease. Contingencies we put in place, particularly in Western, and we would do this where there are other vacancies. The neighbouring regions will go in and support and fill that gap. So, fictitious boundaries on a map nevertheless, so it doesn't stop a vet going across those regions. And we also use private practice vets and have them sort of like on the equivalent of what would be known as a retainer type thing, that we call on them to go out and fill that while we actively go and recruit. So we would combine it with moving vets in from other parts of LLS to support that gap, as well as collaborating with private vets to support it as well.
So in the instance where we had the Japanese encephalitis outbreak previously, what did we do in relation to deploying teams from Department of Agriculture and regional New South Wales through LLS into the area, into those surrounding farms or agricultural businesses, piggeries, etc. Were we on the ground pretty quickly? Did we have a lot of, I guess, testing and services deployed in that instance?
Yes, and so
given that, I was going to say Mr. Hanson's probably best to answer that because we're the sort of the support agency. They're the lead in that.
Yep. Okay.
Yes. So basically, the Friday night that we had the phone call to say we had a confirmed positive diagnostic, that was passed on by the Chief Veterinary Officer. By the next morning, an incident management team had stood up, and their job is basically to fill out the roster of roles that are required across the area that's required, and then we draw across all of New South Wales. As you'd be aware from many of our previous responses, you know, we can be going for 3 months, we can be going for 6 months, we can be going for 12 months, and just to rely on resources within one area is impossible.
Yeah.
We have to rely upon being able to bring people in, rotate people out, and so that's our job to assemble that roster, have that roster ready and standby, including a roster of private vets across the state that are trained and ready to assist us in emergency animal disease responses.
Yeah.
And our job is to deploy them as quickly as possible, no matter where they are or where the response is.
But in the first instance, is it not fair to say that it's the local teams that you would deploy first and then obviously have those backup or support resources, I guess, come in and scaffold and wrap around that team in order to support their work, but they would be the first touch point that would be on the ground. Would that be fair?
Yeah, so normally the locals on the ground or the nearest locals on the ground are the ones that we build around. Though very rarely are they enough for day one.
Yeah.
Normally we are already flying people in, bringing people in to sort of supplement teams right from the very start. In a recent case where we needed urgently someone to assess livestock out of Broken Hill, we were able to, within an hour of receiving the call, we had a LLS vet from Dubbo redeployed out there to go and check and do an assessment, and we're able to get samples from that vet, courtesy of our partners in police, being able to fly those samples into our labs very quickly.
That is pretty impressive. I think that's really good. It just strikes me as interesting though, because I do recall when that outbreak was, I guess, first identified, and certainly in the days following the initial cases that were, I guess, identified through health, and then I imagine health would have that reporting structure that would come through to the chief vet and then down through those channels. And many of you would remember the Honourable Mick Veitch, who was a former member of the Legislative Council as well. He was... the Honourable Mick Veitch, he was a Labor member. I don't think he was pre-selected again for election. It was quite unfortunate. But he was quite critical of us. As a former government, he was quite critical of the former government, I should say, in relation to, I guess, the response there. But I guess now, obviously, that he was a member of the Labor Party. That now that we've got, I guess, a flip in the structures. It's interesting that we've got now those vacancies in that Western Division where we wouldn't have anybody landing in the first instance. So that I find that quite striking. Is there
a question somewhere here, or is this a bit of a statement?
I was getting there. Sorry, Mr. Donnelly. You know, I can sometimes ask a very long question. You might know what that's like.
I'll leave the chair to rule on that, but it seems like a statement, not a question.
I would hope that the honourable member...
We've been so good until now.
I would hope that the honourable member would be getting at some point to a question. He is renowned for his long wind-ups, but I would hope that he would deliver the ball to be batted.
You can't
in the
rush.
next
You
sentence.
cannot. You've got to build the suspense. You can't rush these things.
We're suspended
I'm getting ready
enough.
for estimates. That's all I'm saying. It's a bit of a prep.
I would ask that the member get to the question.
Okay. I guess the question I would ask is that in relation to the Western Division, where obviously we've got any number of agricultural businesses and quite a lot of reliance on ensuring that biosecurity is important. Is the Minister or her office looking to have those positions filled with any haste? Is the Minister looking at any programs in order to see those positions filled? Can anyone provide any
perspective?
Yeah.
Less perspective, we are actively recruiting those roles now. So it's not like once they become vacant, we actively go into recruitment mode to secure vets. And as I've said earlier, previously, we're backfilling those roles with vets from other regions, neighbouring regions, still within 2 hours of most parts, except maybe for Broken Hill, given where the vets are located. And we've paired up vets from across the state to go in and support, as well as having private vets on. If we needed to get somewhere quickly, we would contact the private vet and they would fill that service on a fee-for-service basis.
So,
thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry, yes, Mr. Henson.
No matter where we put vets, we're not going to vet in every town on the government payroll. So we're always going to have a gap across the state.
Not under this Minister.
And it's all about how quickly we can deploy resources to any of those areas. Now, I'm not aware of the criticisms that you refer to, but I am aware that within 48 hours of us responding to the heads up on Japanese encephalitis, we were also deploying veterinary officers to the North Coast for a major flooding event that was just starting as well. And so we're splitting our teams. And we had both teams from the South deployed to the North Coast, and we had teams from the North Coast deployed to our veterinary capabilities teams on Japanese encephalitis.
Yeah.
We take seriously making sure we've got the right people at the right place at the right times. And if we can't do it ourselves, all of our emergency disease responses are actually partnerships with all other state and territory jurisdictions, as well as all of the industry partners that are associated with the disease outbreak. You know, our current Varroa response has 16 industry partners, as well as every single territory and state and federal government in the country. We are happy to put our hand up and ask for assistance from other states if we need additional expertise to be flown in, to be brought in. Likewise, they ask us to provide our veterinary expertise up to their responses when they need to. As I think I said earlier to your question, Chair, everyone has adapted to the fact that there aren't the same number of vets that we used to have available. We have adapted our process, our systems and so forth, and we'll continue to do so to make sure that we don't leave a gap in our capabilities across the state.
I was going to ask if the Minister's failure to get those positions filled might have actually aided the increase in feral pigs, but I note that my time's probably expired, and so I'll hand over.
There is no expiry time. I'll just pick up on Mr. Fang's question. Mr. Kelly, you said that you started the recruiting process now. My understanding, the recruitment process in government jobs is around a 4 to 6 week period, all things being well, and that you don't have to re-advertise because you're not happy with the applicants. Is that what we're working towards, a 4 to 6 week period between listing of the ad to onboarding?
The aim is to get them as quickly as possible. Yep. So yes, on average it's 4 to 6 weeks. That'd be pretty quick. Yep. It's normally sort of 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay.
Our aim is to have them out, advertised and recruited and on ground within the shortest possible time that we have available. So we do know that because it is difficult to recruit vets at the moment, it's taking longer to get through those processes. But as you know, confirming what Mr. Hanson said, we will always have a vet available to respond immediately, no matter where they are in the state, even if we have to fly people in.
Yep, sure.
To resolve those issues. But we are actively recruiting and pushing hard for Western.
Yep, thank you. Might pass to Ms. Hurst, and then Mr. Murphy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I noticed that there wasn't, or we weren't provided any submission from either the DPI or the Office of Local Government. Is that correct?
Yes,
that's correct.
Can I ask
why? Local government.
Why there was a submission?
Well, I don't know whether.
We weren't necessarily invited to make a submission. And that's, you know, we were focused on, and we were also focused on preparing a submission to the Pounds inquiry as well. And I think that was where our focus was.
Yeah, and so we didn't make a submission to the inquiry. We're here giving evidence and happy to support the committee with whatever additional information they require and what they seek. We were providing information to a number of the organisations who have made submissions to you, who came to us seeking information for their submissions. So happy to fill in any gaps that you have with regards to inquiry submissions.
We've heard a lot in this inquiry about the expectations for vets to provide a lot of pro bono services. And this sort of comes to both of you because, you know, there was accusations obviously of animal cruelty, but also within the council systems. We heard today that because of the vet shortage that there was claims that some of the council pounds, because they couldn't access vets to euthanise animals, that they were being crushed by doors or given random drug overdoses. What consideration or policy work has been done within both of your departments to deal with the regional and rural vet shortage and the fact that they're not available for many of these systems where obviously it's so desperately needed?
So I might just talk to the work that we've been doing to try to partner up with private practitioners and private vets to help take some of the load for them in terms of information distribution, talking to clients, talking to their customers within regions, whether it be about animal welfare. And so that might be something as simple as us producing, you know, a fit to load guide that is able to be distributed widely by vets without them then having to take each of their customers through an animal welfare issue, using our materials to be able to do that. Us attending their meetings to talk through materials that we have available for them to be able to distribute to clients. Probably one of the most tangible steps we've taken on this front has, as you'd be aware, coming into the last drought, it was particularly useful, our stock welfare panels, where we're able to proactively step into a situation where, in many cases, a vet or a neighbour saw a poor animal welfare outcome on the horizon because of lack of feed in paddocks and so forth. We were able to step in there and we were able to bring in not only government vets and RSPCA vets, but we're able to bring in vets from outside the area to release the burden of the local private vet from having to
And were those vets paid that were brought in?
Yes, they were.
And sort of going back to my question in regards to the pound issue and particularly, and sorry, I will go to OLG as well, but because some of the, I mean, crushing a dog with a cage door is obviously an animal cruelty issue. I'm assuming that would have gone through, well, actually, I think the evidence was that it had gone through to RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League. But as the DPI with the portfolio for animal welfare, what work has been done within the portfolio of animal welfare to deal with these ongoing animal welfare issues because of vet shortages in these areas?
And it continues to be that community education, the provision of materials, whether they be online or whether they be through veterinary networks or...
But is the provision of materials going to substitute for the lack of a vet to provide euthanasia to animals?
No, but in the absence of knowing that they need a vet to provide that euthanasia and to make sure that they know that slamming a steel door is not a suitable solution, that leaves an additional gap. So we will never have a vet in all circumstances in which animals are being dealt with. What we can hope is that the vast majority, if not all cases of people dealing with animals, there's a self-compliance with animal welfare expectations of the community, because that is the very best way in which we intervene in these. In the specific circumstances around councils having access to vets, that's something I'll refer to my colleague. But, you know, there's always, each council they know the numbers of LLS, they know the numbers for DPI, and we have vets available. I'm not sure it's an availability of vet story.
So you don't think so you're saying...
It's not a defence for the animal cruelty that you just described, no.
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting that it would be a defence. I'm just not sure I understand. I would expect most people would understand that crushing an animal's head in with a door would be an act of cruelty. And I'm just not sure how material explaining that to people would be enough to circumvent these issues.
So materials for pounds, explaining to them what their obligations and who to contact in the event of a situation, I expect would be a education piece that might alleviate some of those kind of circumstances.
And are you suggesting that if any of these council pounds were to ring up the Department of Primary Industries, that you would make a vet available to them no matter where they were located?
That would be a far preferable outcome than the outcome you just described, yes.
And sorry, I haven't given Mr. Whitworth an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst. I think, first and foremost, if there is evidence that of the sort of horrific acts that you're talking about, then I would hope that people are bringing them to the attention, first and foremost, to the RSPCA, the Animal Welfare League, or the New South Wales Police, because I think that's horrific that's, I don't know that this is the right place to talk about those things when there are proper processes in place there. The other thing I think I'd like to add is the role of a vet in the rehoming process is very much around making a decision as to whether an animal should be euthanised, and doing that on the basis of whether the animal has suffered irreparable harm or cruelty, and it's inhumane to enable that animal to continue to live. I suppose from a broader policy perspective, our focus really should be on trying to minimise the number of animals that are in that situation, trying to ensure that we are encouraging people to be responsible pet owners, and that's the core and underlying process behind the Companion Animals Act, that people take an animal on as a pet, as a loved addition to the family. They should be responsible for its care. We have provided a number of funding opportunities to a number of community-based organisations to help them to produce those sorts of information and about responsible pet ownership, to improve the range of desexing programs, particularly for cats, as a way of trying to minimise the number of animals that are taken to a pound without any understanding as to who owns them. So there is a number of pieces of work going on there. I suppose the final point that I want to make is that the government's identified that it is important to look and refresh the animal welfare framework, and I think the government's submission to the Pounds inquiry, which is another inquiry being conducted by the Upper House, will address and go into that in a bit more detail.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And in regards to some of the acts, and I'll throw back to Mr. Hanson, as I believe your department's responsible for the Veterinary Practice Act, what strategies are in place to support the well-being of the veterinary profession, given the high rate of mental health concerns and suicide that we've heard about in this inquiry?
So we've been working with the Veterinary Practitioners Board and AVA over the last year in consultation about what kind of steps and actions might be taken, either A, as action with legislative or regulatory reforms, versus B, industry engagement and industry working. Some of those opportunities that I know have surfaced in some of the discussions over the last the last 2 days, having things like the opportunity to share the workload through registration of vet nurses, and I think that's one in which
is there work underway on that already that we're not aware of?
We've certainly been discussing and looking closely at the West Australian model for that, to look at how that might work over here. The potential for registration of student vets, to have them under supervision doing work, and again, this is about reducing the load. Now again, there's logistical issues there in terms of adding to the workload of registered vets to supervise the student vets, but it may well be a solution and a step in the right direction. The potential for us to use telehealth for veterinary practitioners, the better streamlining of approvals to get overseas vets working in Australia quicker, the potential for mobile vet practices to have a simplified registration approval process, and I know that's one that we've been working on for a while to try to get a solution on that front.
So when you say we're working on all of these things for a while, and I note that you're sort of highlighting some of the things that we've heard here today, I mean, how far along are we in regards to seeing some kind of legislation that would come to Parliament in this space? If you've been working on this for a couple of years, you know, how long does this sort of reform package take, and how far along in that process are we?
So I think over the course of the last couple of years, we've all landed at in these discussions, we've all landed at a clear point around what kind of solutions are required. For every one of the things I just outlined, there is a pro and a con that needs to be addressed in anything we do in moving forward. So a good one being the registration of student vets. You know, when we first talked about this was seen as we're just adding to the workload of registered vets. It's not going to help us. But as we work that through, we find additional solutions. We come up with additional plans as to how that might work. Look, I think given the importance of this topic, given the impetus of this committee, and given the likelihood of the, where you've heard the alignment of views coming out of witnesses over the last couple of days, and I guess that's one of the key things. Like, we could not have done these things in isolation ourselves. Neither could the government, couldn't have, the industry couldn't have. It's going to require everyone working together to do that. And that's what we're hoping out of this inquiry. It actually gives us a framework for that, to bring everyone together. In terms of legislation, as you know, the Veterinary Practices Act dovetails in with the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. We want to make sure that we don't leave any gaps in any of the reform pieces around animal welfare or around this. That means things slip through the cracks. And so, you know, I'm unsure as to what our timing will be.
Are you suggesting that the Veterinary Practitioners Act won't be reviewed until the Proctor review is complete, or?
No, I'm just saying that one needs to keep in mind the other as it gets done.
Okay. And is, I mean, one of the recommendations that has been suggested to this committee to make is a review of this Veterinary Practices Act. If there's already this work that's being undertaken by the DPI over the last couple of years, do we need to be reviewing it, or do we simply need to kind of pull out some of those recommendations and make it into legislation?
So I think we've been doing work on it. A lot of that work came about through consultation as part of the coming into the period of stage repeal for the regulations, so looking at what can be adjusted, what can be fixed. Some of those pieces are just regulatory, some of those do need to be written into legislation. I think you know, the ideas and the suggestions that have come forward about review of that Act would seem appropriate given the evidence we've seen here in front of the committee.
We've also had a lot of evidence at this inquiry that the New South Wales government relies heavily on private practice vets in emergency situations, and that they're not receiving any kind of compensation for the work that they do in a lot of these emergency situations. I'm wondering what's being done to ensure vets are, and we're also hearing that the emergency management plans are not centralised, that there seems to be a whole lot of confusion when these emergencies do come into place. First of all, I'm wondering what's being done to ensure that, and I understand obviously that your DPI vets would be paid to deal with emergency situations, but what I'm talking about specifically is deploying other sort of voluntary vets. What's being done to ensure that they are being compensated for the work that they're doing, so that we can ensure we have enough vets to deal with these emergencies, and what kind of change around central management plans is taking place?
So we've now built private vets into those emergency response plans, and that's part of the training that we've also been providing. And as people go through the training, they get added to rosters and registers that we have.
How many people have gone through that process?
106 to date.
106 in New South Wales?
Yes.
And they would all be compensated if they were deployed?
Any vet who does tasks in response to an emergency response for us is compensated.
And what do you mean by compensated? Are they paid, or are their costs covered to travel there?
So it's paid for their time as well as their any costs that they've incurred against different.
So why did we hear from several witnesses through this inquiry that they weren't compensated for their time?
Because quite often what we'll find is vets providing assistance to either clients or providing assistance to others, out of area vets coming in providing assistance that we're not aware of, that they're providing that assistance, that they're turning up and until after the event. So when we coordinate the use of private vets, we pay them for the services that they provide.
And how many vets would you, so say if we talk about the last, the floods that occurred not that long ago, how many vets did you fully pay to be part of that emergency response team?
That's a question I can take on notice and see if we can get the number for. But on the North Coast, with the size of the response up there, we actually put in place a special provision in agreement with the Commonwealth Government, who co-fund our response activities, in which vets could actually incur up to $10,000 of treatment and be reimbursed without seeking prior approval from us. Now, that was for a certain category of activities and so forth, but we recognise the fact that quite often in these events everyone just piles in to help, and sometimes it's hard to delineate between who is turning up to volunteer to help versus who is turning up to help and then expecting reimbursement for their time and effort in that help. What we've tried to make clear in all of our engagements with vets has been the fact that there is a process by which we can triage and deploy their services, and those services are actually paid for and accommodated within the costs of the response.
So if there was veterinary organisations, say there was some wildlife groups that wanted to make sure that they were out there and part of that emergency response, they could simply tell the DPI that they want to be part of that response and they would be compensated, or would they need to be approved? And if they needed to be approved, what is that approval process? Because I think one of the concerns that I've heard about is people waiting on the DPI during an emergency response situation to actually, obviously there's DPI has its own limitations in resources, and if we're dealing with an emergency situation, it can take some time to reply to, for example, a wildlife organisation that's wanting to get out there and help.
Yeah, so and I'm going to make this trickier than it needs to be now, because if there's a wildlife organisation that's looking to provide assistance to wildlife during an emergency response, it's not actually the agricultural and animal functional support area which we lead that they need to come to. It's actually the environment functional support area that
Let's
they
take
need
the
to go
wildlife
to.
out of it just to simplify
Okay.
it for today,
Okay.
and talk about other animals that would fall under your...
In which case, they should definitely come to us. They should let us know what their skills, what their capability and what their time frame that they're available for us for, and we would task them up with roles immediately to be able to get out there, and that they'd get paid for that service.
So when you say immediately, you mean within the next... if somebody was to contact the DPI, that they would hear from you within hours, or...?
They should hear from us, and I don't know the time frame that we commit to, but they'd hear from us quickly. Whether they'd be deployed quickly would be determined by whether we needed that skill set immediately in an area for that task. But they should certainly hear back from us quickly to outline what our next steps, what our processes would be. But again, the major difference there is we would be tasking them with going and conducting jobs that we had coming into us as requests from landowners for assistance, and as opposed to necessarily landowners going directly to their own vet and saying, can you do this for us, and then that vet coming back to us and saying, I've just gone and done that. So that's the change that came out of the North Coast floods, was just tightening of how we work with the private vets, how we streamline that process, and how we work with the AVAs, the Vets Without Borders, to make sure that we've got, well, as you'd remember out of the North Coast floods, we basically paid Animal Welfare League to sit with their trailer at our Wallumbah research station and triage everything that we could send to them in terms of domestic animals for that whole period of time.
And obviously once we're in an emergency, it can sort of become quite a scattered approach, as we heard during those flood periods. What's been done to ensure that in the next emergency that we have, that we're not going to see a repeat of that? Like what sort of communication has been put out there, especially given over the last couple of days we've heard that it is still sort of this scattergun approach. It doesn't sound as though that communication has been received by many organisations, that there is these centralised systems being put into place.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of what emergency responses we might have done since the floods in which we might have actually engaged with private vets. Have there been ones that come forward in the last?
Sorry, my question was that the feedback we received around that particular emergency was that there was, as you said, there was vets that were just turning up and helping out, that there didn't seem to be an understanding of any kind of centralised processing issue that was happening. And that has been criticised in this inquiry. The issue I'm hearing is that there is a belief, certainly amongst many organisations, that that's still the case, that in the next emergency that we might see, that no work has been done to sort of centralise that. And I'm just wondering what communication has come from the DPI to make it clear to these organisations, actually, this is the centralised process, this is the management we want to do and want to coordinate with you, given the feedback we're getting is that they don't believe that's the case.
No, and so I'm hoping that they're still relying on feedback of what happened in 2022 in the floods, because as you'd be aware, out of that, not only did we do a post-action, after-action review and pick up on all the bits that we needed to join the dots on and connect up better with, but also this Parliament, in fact, I think we sat in here in a parliamentary inquiry into those floods and had conversations about what were our learnings and our lessons, and a report and recommendations came out of that for us to be able to pick up. There's been an enormous amount of work in terms of agreeing to working arrangements with a number of these vets, setting up the rosters and the registers for these vets, putting funding in place to have the private vets go through emergency incident management training. There's been a whole range of activities that have been undertaken post-2022 that we haven't had to test for efficacy yet, and touch wood, we won't for a while. But there has been a lot of lessons and a lot of work done since then to better join up and better connect up the capability and the skill sets on the ground of private vets and the needs of landowners and animal carers during major emergencies.
Thank you. Sorry, did you have more?
No, you're right, you go.
Okay. I've just got a question for Mr. Whitworth as well. And you mentioned in your previous answer the companion animals rehoming grants and how those sorts of processes are really useful for helping plug that gap in the system where you've got animal rescue organisations trying to pay for veterinary fees out of fundraising, and then you've got vets having to go cheap veterinary costs, and we've sort of got this real sort of gap, I suppose, where vets are feeling pressured to do these and losing money out of it, and then you've got charities that are under the pump for raising money, and there was, I believe, $5 million that was distributed recently to these rescue organisations to help them to deal with that. I'm assuming that I mean, one sort of grant of $5 million, though, will obviously come to an end very, very quickly. Is there discussion within the department to make those sorts of grants annual to help with those ongoing veterinary costs within these animal rescue organisations?
No, there's not. And these were, I suppose, opportunistic grants to help address particular issues. The decision as to whether those grants would be provided on an annual basis would need to be a decision for government taken within a budget context, and I don't think I can answer that any more than that.
Thank you.
Over to Government.
It's Mick Veach. Oh, no, it's not. So I'm sorry.
Mr. Hanson, how many prosecutions did your department commence in the last 12 months under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act?
That'd be a question I'd have to take on notice and a good one for us to prepare in advance of estimates coming up. Thank you.
Well, if you're going to take it on notice, I'm going to ask Mr. Whitworth the same. Do you know how many your departments commenced in the
I
last
can
12
answer
months?
that quite easily, Mr. Murphy, that none, because it's not the role of the Office of Local Government to undertake that prosecution.
Well, you're one of the authorities.
No,
under
sorry,
the Act,
sorry,
aren't you?
sir, we're not. We're not one of the authorities. The authorities under the POCTA Act are the RSPCA, the Animal Welfare League, and the New South Wales Police. It's not the Office of Local Government.
Well, the DPI and the Office of Local Government are listed as authorities that can commence prosecutions.
You might want to speak up just in order
Sorry.
to...
Just talk,
yeah.
talk to the microphone. So.
If you don't speak into the microphone, I can't hear you, and probably
apologies.
The other members who are the hundreds of people that are probably tuned in to this
Thousands
won't be able to hear you.
Right,
Neither will hear.
So, look, I might just ask then, if you're going to take that on notice, then can you provide me with the figures for how many prosecutions were commenced by either of your departments in the last 5 years, and how many were completed? And I just want to...
I can answer that. Sorry, it's been zero for the reasons that I've given.
I'm happy to take that on.
Take that on notice. And what I wanted to know that information for is because of an issue that came up in evidence yesterday, where we heard evidence particularly from Dr. Isaac Graham. I think it's on page 14 through to 15 of the transcript. But he raised an issue where there are lay people competing with vets. Dr. Erica Kennedy also spoke about this in a more general sense, with people getting advice from everything from Bunnings on how to treat an animal and what insecticide to use, or
Like
whatever outlet people buy goods from. But the particular issue from Dr. Isaac Graham was he said that people are using sedation on horses to do dental work, and they're advertising their services. And I'm just wondering, who would prosecute that? I mean, would one of your two departments take that on as an issue?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to take that on notice.
Take it on notice.
And
have a look at the transcript.
Yeah, so I'd just be interested, like it, whether it's under the Veterinary Practices Act or whether it's under the use of veterinary chemicals sort of compliance areas. But I'll take that on notice and I'll come back to you.
And one of the issues that I wanted you to comment on as well, if you can do that today, is whether there's a prosecution gap here, where between the police, charitable authorities and departments, no one's taking responsibility for prosecuting
If there
people,
is, you blame the lawyers.
where there's animal cruelty, or there are people administering poisons that aren't entitled to, and so on.
Dear me.
Yeah, so that last one about the administration of therapeutics or chemicals that they shouldn't, again, I have to take that one on notice and look into it. But the issue around prosecutions, I think every year we provide data about the number of prosecutions commenced or the number of penalty infringement notices issued with regards to across the charitable organisations, and I know we table their annual reports and that also lists those out. So there's evidence of those activities occurring. Whether there's ones that are falling between the gap, that's probably a question that we can talk to our partners in either the Police, Animal Welfare League or in RSPCA about whether they feel as though there's any gaps in that space.
All right, thank you.
Greg, have a crack. Quizzing.
Sorry, thought there was a new chair for a second. Please.
Thank you, Chair, and through the actual
One if we
Chair,
have time.
thank you for all coming in this afternoon. Could I just return, if I could please, just to you, Mr. Kelly, on the matter of those vacancies that were discussed in some detail a little bit earlier on this afternoon in your evidence. Just to clarify for myself, the answer you provided, and that is the vacancies are known, but there is a program of recruitment which is being undertaken to fill those vacancies. That is correct, isn't it?
That is correct, yeah.
And based on your past experience in the role that you've had or other roles within the department, if a vacancy continues to remain unfilled for whatever reason, could you just explain for the edification of the committee members what then happens? Is there ongoing and continuing recruitment until that vacancy is filled, or is there some other approach taken to address what is that vacancy that's proving hard to be filled?
It's actually probably a combination of both. So we will continue to recruit until we get the vacancy filled. But while we're doing the recruitment, we don't just sort of sit and wait for that. If there's a gap to fill, we look at how we can fill that through other mechanisms, whether that be through short-term secondments, whether that be through continuing to use private practice to support that, whether it be rotating vets from other regions where we can move people around. In addition to that, that's why we started the graduate program as well. We're trying to look at a longer-term pipeline, I guess, of bringing particularly vets, but we're doing it for other ag roles as well into hard-to-fill areas, so we can get them in early and work through that. And the third tranche to that, we're looking at how we can provide better incentives to recruit vets and other roles into really hard-to-fill regions, particularly with Western. We've only just started that piece of work, so we're working through, the workforce planning aspect of that, of what we can do. But we don't leave any stone unturned in trying to fill those gaps and support those regions and make sure that we're providing the service that the landholders and farmers need, and we're not creating or have a perception of that animal welfare issues or animal disease issues will go unattended. They're certain to be attended in a timely manner.
So, and I'm not asking you to look into a crystal ball because we don't do that, but would you anticipate in general terms, if there continues to be this challenge of filling those vacancies, that all of those things that you've just gone through, those various examples of activities and initiatives and ideas to try and tackle these vacancies, that would be brought to bear on dealing with this vacancy situation out there at the moment?
Yeah, so it's difficult. I'm not pretending. It's going to take a while to fill those vacancies in the Western region. And, particularly, we're still looking at options. To give you an example of an option, while we want the vets to live and work in the region that they're serving, we may have to look at almost like a FIFO model where they might want to live at Dubbo, but they spend a week in the region and then a week in Dubbo. That's just an example. So we're looking at ways and options that we can actually provide the service and make it attractive to recruit vets and other professions to those regions.
No, thank you for that. That's been very clear. We had earlier today evidence from the Sydney School of Veterinary Science at the University of Sydney, and it was Professor Norris, and in the submission, and you don't need to have it in front of you, it's submission number 161. But on the last page, just quoting from it, changes to governance and regulation. So these are some ideas that have been bowled up for us to think about. At the third dot point, it says, exploration of opportunities to leverage New South Wales Department of Primary Industry for assistance with diagnostic testing, surveillance and advice without cost to veterinarians and practitioners. So I'll just read them out again. Assistance for diagnostic, or assistance with diagnostic testing, surveillance and advice without cost to veterinarians or practitioners. Now, I'm just wondering, in terms of addressing some of these issues that we will continue to face presently and into the future involving obviously animal welfare, with these bodies like the universities that have serious skin in the game, they run the degrees and all the associated programs around the degrees, do they have consultation with yourselves where they bowl these matters up? I mean, it's just, on the face of it, there seems to be some, as a layperson, some merit to that point. But it's just interesting that it's coming through an inquiry to get back to yourselves, I suppose. Is there a straighter line of sight from the institutions, do the training of vets into yourselves, where some of these ideas are sort of put into the pot, so to speak, and allowed to percolate and give you some insights into what might work?
Yeah, there certainly is. And it's interesting because last year we actually ran $750,000 worth of tests through our lab at EMAI for diagnostics and surveillance that we received from both private vets and from universities that we paid for the diagnostics on. So the idea is already maybe not at the scale that they would like, but it's already in play. And we do have vehicles by which we sit down and have these conversations. We work quite closely. They use our facilities for a number of training activities. We have, they have their own facilities obviously in Western Sydney as well, but we make the most of the state over many years has invested and created one of the country's best biosecurity research and surveillance and diagnostic centres at Elizabeth MacArthur Ag Institute, and a regular part of just about every veterinary student's program is actually engagement with that facility. So we're constantly working on how do we closen those connections. We have already taken on board the piece around how do we incentivise and utilise private vets and universities submitting samples to us for testing. If that needs to be scaled up, that's the kind of thing that we can talk to them about.
Dr. Koonekes?
I was just going to add, thank you, Mr. Donnelly. From my perspective, you may note that I only came into the position on the 21st of June this year, but my first visit to Sydney was a visit to Professor Norris. So I'm certainly very committed to forging and or continuing to forge those relationships with the veterinary schools. I'm very aware of, that being the pathway to not only broadening the rural supply of vets, but the department's supply of vets. So I'm sure through those continued engagements we'll be able to cover some of these issues and discuss them further.
I mean, others can speak for themselves, but it struck me there was very much an acute awareness of all the institutions that have been represented at the hearing and also through submissions of this great challenge. And they do appear from the evidence provided, perhaps some more than others, to be very much alive to that and refining and developing courses and programs, what have you, to try and deal with those matters. This may seem a little bit off centre, but I'll bowl it up. The issue of pet insurance has been raised in this inquiry a little bit about a way of trying to, I suppose it speaks for itself. Pet insurance, people can obviously purchase insurance for their pet medical needs. But do you have any, and if you don't have a view, just say me or take it on notice, but in terms of this matter of welfare for pets in this state, do you think the matter of pet insurance plays an important contribution and it's something that should be encouraged or promoted over time to try and, I guess, improve the financial, underpinnings to some extent of veterinary services and the vet industry in New South Wales?
I suppose that probably falls into my bailiwick more than any, but I suppose I go back to the principles of the Companion Animals Act is about responsible pet ownership. And where we see acts of cruelty is where someone has either lost the financial capability to look after their pet, or they've lost there are other circumstances that exist in their life that would mean that they don't necessarily have the funds or the capability to look after pets. Pet insurance would be a nice to have, but I think if you went to mandate it, then you're talking about an increased degree of cost.
I was not proposing that, but I understand the answer you're giving you.
Yeah, and what we have been trying to do is, I suppose, to get to a more immediate bar of having more universal desexing as a way and more universal desexing and registration and microchipping, so that we can understand where pets are and you can return them to stray animals to their owners more quickly. To take it to the next step could be financially challenging. I know that there are, how do I draw a line? In other places, there are inquiries about dangerous dogs and the implications, and people looking at the causes as to why a dog will become dangerous. And it's not so much about, it's very much about the behaviour of that dog and what instills that behaviour and the sort of environment that dog or that is living in. And there is often a financial element behind that. So I think it sounds good, but it does have challenges.
Yeah. I'm not giving my perspective as CVO here, but just my own personal, experience and anecdotal conversations I've had with colleagues. While I didn't practice in the UK, obviously I'm from the UK originally, both there and in the US, where I have many colleagues that I went through vet school with, it appears that pet insurance is much more prevalent, competitive, and therefore affordable. Here, I think it's less well established, and so while there is some pet insurance, the premiums may be somewhat cost prohibitive, and they may not cover a lot of the really expensive procedures that actually are what hold owners back from continuing with treatment. So,
if I remember correctly, I think they said that the insurance rate in the UK is about 25% or thereabouts.
Yeah.
And the example was given of Sweden, where there appears to be some obligatory requirement for insurance for cats and dogs. And I think in that case it's up to about 85% of cats and dogs covered by it. So it's just interesting, the contrasting jurisdictions here. No, thank you very much. That's been really helpful. Thank you.
I just have a very quick one which you can take on notice, because I realise it's 4:45 if you don't want to answer it now. But recommendation 7 from the Australian Veterinary Association talks about potentially funding a think tank to develop an after-hours model of care for the vet industry, and I just wondered whether each of your agencies would have a view on that, because obviously a potential disease outbreak might happen on a Sunday morning, you might get a stray cat on a Thursday night that needs treatment. So I think both government agencies and the private sector have a bit of input into what an after-hours model of care could look like as best practice in the state. Any thoughts about either a think tank or what that could look like would be useful for the committee, but happy for you to come back to us given the time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that concludes our time with you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I just close off one question that I left unanswered, which was North Coast floods, a number of vets that we had engaged. So we had 20 vet clinics and businesses that invoiced DPI for our services during those floods. That's not the number of vets, because in each clinic they might have one vet or they might have deployed 10 vets. And it was actually the clinic that billed us for the services of those vets. So that was...
So there's no record, of how many vets?
Of the individual vets, no, but 20 vet
total.
clinics and businesses.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. It's like nothing.
Did anyone else want to reduce their homework? I know I offer this at every budget estimates, an opportunity to reduce homework, just an old school teacher habit.
And we appreciate the offer every time.
I'd just like to make clear, the Office of Local Government is not authorised officer under the Proctor Act. I'm sorry, but we're not. Neither is the Minister.
Yep. Excellent. Well,
The other minister is.
That concludes our session for today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's valuable as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been fun.
Do we need a quick...
Just probably a quick delivery for some
I
time.
move that be published.
You're not... Well, are you? Yeah, you are.
Yeah. No, technically not. You're right.